What's up, sluts? I don't know if this is recording. Never does. Anyway, we just had a really deep discussion, and I forgot to say, if we're able to revivify Anne Frank, dibs on fucking her. But she's got to be like 45. I want Anne Frank at like 45. All right. Football time. Rabbits in the back. Yeah. I don't know what that was all about, but can I watch it? Calm down, woman. Yeah, Rabbits, go ahead. Will you teach us about football now? Yeah, I'll teach you about football. All right. So, the Rebetino doesn't know jack squat about football, generally, and that's cool. I mean, if you didn't know it, I'm the head football coach of Yeshiva University's flag football team. We practice in Central Park on Shabbat, and so long as we don't work up an overt sweat, everything's kosher. So you can read my press releases on that. We're going to go, fight. And we're going to go inside them. We're going to go outside them, inside them, outside them. And when we get them on the run, we're going to keep them on the run. And today's the day, women, that we're going to win. They can't lick us. Oh, maybe they can, baby. Maybe Rabbi can. All right. But they are not. No one's going to beat us. All right. So, how do we start with football? Well, we talked about nebbishness. And again, I feel like we as Jews aren't always as well-rounded as we should be. And it's really important to be very well-rounded individuals. I can talk on just about any subject a little bit, enough to get by. And that's important. You know, I said this earlier too. I really want this to be over. I want it to go viral. And I know it will be if I do it long enough. And when it does, I think that'll be great. And if it never does, well, then the historians who perhaps are able to get to the internet might someday see this and recognize that I did absolutely more as one person's ever done for world peace in the history of mankind. Perhaps, or at least in their own journey. Okay. So I described. So how do we start with football? Look, there are ways to have this discussion like a football coach would. And I can tell you that those are boring. And we can learn the X's and O's, which is, I mean, like, why are they called X's and O's on a, like in a playbook? One team is X's and one team is O's. There's some words that are used that are like sports related terms that you might not even know. Yo, dog, can you give me 25 football related terms that are used in everyday nomenclature? Okay, so here are the big ones. Touchdown is achieving a goal of or success. Quarterback is the leader or decision maker in a situation. Huddle is a group meeting or gathering to plan. Blitz is a sudden aggressive effort to attack. End zone is the goal or ultimate objective. Game plan is a strategy or approach to a problem. Sidelines are to be on the periphery or not directly involved. Off the bench, getting involved or activated after being inactive. First down, a small step or progress towards a goal. Drive, an effort or series of actions toward achieving something. Interception, stopping or preventing someone from achieving something. Tackle, to confront or deal with a problem head on. Fumble, to make a mistake or lose control of something. Safety, a secure position or situation. Field goal, a successful but often secondary objective. Scrimmage, a practice or informal competition. Touchback, a situation where things reset or start fresh. Pass, to let something go or transfer responsibility. Kickoff, the start of an event or process. Running back, someone who reacts quickly and adapts to changes. Flag, a penalty or warning. 2-minute warning, a countdown or deadline approaching. Offside, being in an inappropriate or unauthorized position. MVP, most valuable player, someone or something that stands out as most important. And defensive line, a protective barrier or group focused on defense. And it's on one of these. I talk about my Rebbitzin, and she jumped over the Mahitza like a defensive line. And if you don't know what I mean by that, so this would be a running back. We'll talk about him. But you jumped over the defensive line to score. And I was describing my Rebbitzin to kind of as someone who is being joking on it. Would perhaps do that in the right situation. And believe it or not, my Rebbitzin did kind of effect. We have a couple of football stories, which you wouldn't normally think we would have. She wasn't a sports-oriented person, though. Yeah. What were her likes? She liked reading. She liked no, I mean, I know a lot about her. What did she like? I would tell you that she liked to entertain, but she really didn't. You could tell she just was. I don't want to say going through the motions either, but she got genuine joy out of being with people. But you could tell that just like anyone, just like I am, like when people come in, I like to be myself, and I think she did too. She liked to read. She liked what else? I mean, she just had phrases that I remember. She would call babies petri dishes and cute socks. She was someone who liked the truth. I think she would have liked. She liked perhaps like true crime would have been really. She would have really gotten into that. What else did she like? I don't know. I mean, I could tell you all. I could tell you every book that she liked. Basically, I have them memorized. She liked Atlas Shrugged. She liked The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. She liked Dave Barry. She liked the book. She liked lots of books. Lone Wolf on Jabotinsky. She liked history. She really liked history. But like probably many of you Rebbitzins, she married someone and she took on the role, but she was a person and she had her own interests. Well, I can remember this one time I was building the sukkah in her backyard and with a rabbinical colleague. And the rabbinical colleague had a friend of his who had visited and was a big Seattle Seahawks fan. And this person loved the Seattle Seahawks. And we had, this was not Shabbat, it was the day, it was Chakras on a Sunday or something, I think. Yeah. And the friend was in town and wanted to watch the Seattle Seahawks and went to a local sports bar. And my rabbinical colleague was going to go and spend some time with him because they were friends, and it was just a kind of a tradition that they had. But we were building the sukkah, and I know how to build the sukkah like the back of my hand. And so, I mean, I had it under control, but for whatever reason, my rabbinical friend didn't go to the sports bar, but had the Rebbitzin go. My Rebbitzin, Zikrona Levracha, which was a very kind of not normal thing for her to do, but she did, that's just something that she did. And so we built the sukkah, and I remember thinking, like, it's pretty late. I think you're gonna basically miss the entire game. I didn't say that, but and so I just remember thinking that was odd, but because under normal conditions, it'd be like, hey, we've got this sukkah. It's pretty basically, it's done. Go visit your friend. And the Rebbitzins are criminal because she doesn't want to be there. So I don't know why you sent her, but nevertheless, it's something that she did. And she was a really good sport about things. You could just tell, though. I mean, I could just tell that. And I think probably it's like any Rebbitzin. You don't want strangers, and they're not strangers, but like we became her family, but she wanted her alone time. She wanted her private time. And I think that's really important too. And she had become a very public person, at least within the community. And I think that if she had it her way and it was possible, she wouldn't have wanted to be as public as she was. And I think that's probably very similar for all of you Rebbitzins, that you like to be at home, perhaps reading a book or something, and what else did she like to read? She had a lot of political books. I won't name them, but I know exactly what they are. She had this bookshelf that I know that I used to just stare at and basically memorize. I can tell you exactly. I could almost probably tell you. I mean, it's a big bookshelf, probably on the ground, like like from the ground to here, and just filled with books. And I can name almost every single book in every single position of those books. And she's a very well read individual. She liked etymology a lot. She would say that she wasn't a good cook, and I never had a bad meal at her house. And I know, she had a lot of things catered, but so do I. So do we. I mean, that's part of being a Jew, is we have a lot of kosher catering. What's the best thing that she made? People would say her brisket. People would say her meatballs. She had this kugel, this she had a vanilla kugel that was very unique and very good. There's broccoli kugel she had. I love gefilte fish with horseradish. It's like this strange thing that I absolutely love. And I mean, her gefilte fish was just like that hexagon log that you just anyway. But I loved it with horseradish. I absolutely loved it. What else did she like? What else would she make? Um, yeah, did I say brisket, meatballs, um, ribs? Everybody loved her ribs, and probably people who know her will say that her ribs were the best. But um, I don't. I would probably say her brisket was my favorite meal that she made. What else did she make? Um, well, her soup sucked. Really? No, it was just um I like real noodles, and she would we'd have like this soup that was just sad looking soup. It was either broth. Some people like just like the brothy part, but I like a lot of noodles. And like when I say I like a lot of noodles, I mean like I like a whole bowl full. And it wasn't her fault. It's just no one else likes soup the way that I like. Did her soup suck? No, no, no. I say that jokingly. Um, what else did she make that you liked? Oh, she was kind of like a band that had hits, and she didn't experiment too much. Because we all liked whatever she made. The big thing, she'd make ribs, brisket. Um, she make salmon for people. Um, what else? Um, oh, I know. Quinoa. Quinoa was big. Quinoa was a big one. Quinoa becomes really big. So what? Kugel, quinoa. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I'm missing something else. Other stuff she made. Ribs. Um, well, and let me say this: her meals were excellent. Again, I never had a bad meal there, but she just never had the kind of confidence that I really think she should have had in her cooking. And anything else? Um, yeah, we would have some kind of chicken or something. I'm trying to think what it was. Yeah, some kind of chicken or something. And is that what it was? It was something like that. But I never had anything bad there or that she made. Um, oh, during Shavuot, she would make an excellent lasagna, and that was very good. And then I believe we had like a Sarah Leah cheesecake, which was always very good. We would have if I don't even want to go into the stories about Ben and Jerry's non-dairy dessert and UDE. We won't go into all that right now, but just know that I think it's okay. Enough people within Orthodox communities eat non-dairy dessert UDE Ben and Jerry's without an issue, and I think that's fine. Um, I think a lot more things could be UDE. All right, I thought we were going to learn about football. I know, but I kind of want you to know about my Rebbitzins and Colonel Raka before I do this. I don't know why. I just miss her. I know she'd be really proud of me. I know she was really proud of me. And anything else you want to say about her? She loved her family. She loved her community. She loved me. She loved to sing. She loved to dance. She was just whatever you think of when you think of your own Rebbitzin. She was similar, probably. But I really had secretly know in my heart that Rebbitzins, some of them embrace the role better than others, but it's usually a role that they have to do. Like it's sometimes not even their choice. Okay. So I say that because I'm gonna describe, like, if my Rebbitzins, were here, how would I describe football to her? She knew, I think, more than probably most Rebbitzins. Let me look this up too. Hold on 1 second. I don't really want to sing. So don't. Yeah, I don't want to sing. I don't know. I keep getting bounced out of places. I don't understand why. They keep saying I'm away from keyboard. Yo, dog. Quit with this shit. Yeah, I don't want to sing. We'll learn about football. I don't know. I just don't feel like it. People wear on me. So many people are mean to me, and I'm pretty strong. It just wears on me. Not just so much that, but they kick me out of places, and then I have to fight to go back. And they let me back sometimes. Sometimes they don't. And then I have to deal with all my stuff. Like I put a lot of work into my streams, and then they get banned, or the software doesn't work correctly. And I even work with the companies so that the software works better. And I'm not depressed. I'm a very happy person, but it's depressing. Just like literally, like I go into a Discord server and someone says, "Hey, Jew," and um, then I get kicked out. And then I get kicked out of it because whatever, for whatever reason. And then somebody will like message me and be like, "Hey, you know, I think that you're like this one person tonight. They had to kick me out of their server, but they said I don't think you did anything wrong. It's just I'm getting a lot of pressure from people that they don't want you there." It's like, okay. And it's just one of those things. I mean, we did do some singing. We sang those miscellaneous songs that I wanted to sing. Oh, I love this lady. Hi, George. I have three things I want to say. First off, I want to know, have you seen this UFO flap over Manhattan? I want to know if you think that these UFOs are going to abduct me or they have plans to abduct me. Second question, I wanted to know if they have any discounts on paranormaldate.com. If so, is it possible to use a money order? And my third question is in response to the second question, if you can use a money order, if I'm unable to use a money order, may I write a personal check? And I'll take my answer off the air. Peace. Her questions are so difficult. So do you have to restart this one? I don't think so. I'll just keep it going, I guess. All right. So you're not going to sing anymore? I sang 4 songs, 5 songs or something. How many? I sang 5 songs. Oh, that's fine. I'm good with that for right now. Sang 5 songs, talk about fucking Anne Frank, whatever. Anne Frank is a 45-year-old MILF, not
whatever the fuck she was. Poor thing.
All right.
Absolutely effortless. And when you train with somebody that's at such a level when you're not, it is the most humbling, mind-blowing experience you can have, especially as a man, but as a human being.
You remember, just for fun, do you remember like what your go-to submission was?
Yeah, so when we first started out and started doing it, I had a pretty good guillotine. Yeah. So I'd catch a lot of people in guillotines. And
you're okay being on bottom? So like
yeah, I was okay with
good?
bottom. Yeah, I was okay with being on bottom. I was comfortable there. But you know what I never liked? I never liked gi. Like we started fucking around with the gi in the beginning. We would, that's how we started. And then once I took the gi off, I felt like I had no submissions because I couldn't grab onto anything. So after that I went all no gi, and I never wanted to wear gi.
And it's fast become big now, and there's a lot of interesting people. Like I train with Gordon Ryan, and like the level there is just fascinating. It's become like this science, and it looks like fighting now. It looks more like fighting, as opposed to with the gi. Sometimes it doesn't quite look like fighting.
Right.
And I feel like it's transferable to actual like MMA fighting, no gi stuff
or street.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you start off in your first year, if you're in a gi, man, you better hope guys got like winter jackets on or something if something happens in the street. Because, in my opinion, I know all the jiu-jitsu fucking people are gonna go crazy over this, but in my opinion, no gi is way better than gi.
That's what I also do judo. So in the street scenario, if you're comfortable on the feet and you can clinch and you can throw, because most of us wear clothing, especially in Boston in the winter setting.
Exactly.
So if you're comfortable on the feet, you can still do well there. The problem with jiu-jitsu is most people are not comfortable on the feet. The sport jiu-jitsu. Most people kind of want to get to the ground as quickly as possible. So what did you think of hoist at that time? Like in the early, like what? Because it blew a lot of people's minds that there's like more to this puzzle.
100%. And the fact that you had like these guys like Ken Shamrock that were jacked, right? And you had all these wrestlers or, the big massive guys that they had in the different weight classes. And this skinny little dude like Hoist was out there beating everybody. I mean, if you look at the way the Gracies played that, you couldn't have had a better advertisement for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu at the time.
But also like for MMA, because just a lot of surprising elements. A lot of people's prediction was wrong.
Right.
They didn't think the skinny guy would win, and they're like, "Oh shit, there's more to this."
What's the real beautiful thing about jiu-jitsu? It's like when you talk about if you wanted to get your daughter into a martial art, should I put my daughter into karate? Should I put her into this? You put your daughter into jiu-jitsu 100%, because it's not about size or strength; it's about technique. And You give your daughter a bunch of jiu-jitsu and a little bit of Muay Thai, you know?
Yeah, she becomes dangerous.
It's like the perfect combo.
Yeah.
Because you can put your son into anything. Your son can get in some, you know, boys are going to learn how to fight and they're going to do whatever, but girls are different. And the other thing, I mean, this is the biggest selling point for jiu-jitsu for women. I mean, a woman, no matter how big, how small, can put a guy to sleep in 3.5 seconds.
What's the origin story of the UFC as it is today, as you have created it, and you and Lorenzo and the Tito brothers built it?
It started with John Lewis, you know, and seeing him. Frank and I were out one night at the Hard Rock, and John Lewis was there. He's like, oh, that's that Ultimate Fighting guy. And I was like, I know him. And Frank's like, I've always wanted to learn ground fighting. And I said, yeah, I'm interested in it too. So we went over, we talked to John Lewis, and we made an appointment to wrestle with him on Monday.
Yeah.
And we told Lorenzo, and Lorenzo came with us. And that was the beginning of the end. I mean, we started doing jiu-jitsu and started to meet a lot of the fighters. And we were like, you know, at the time there was a stigma attached to the sport that these guys were, you know, despicable, disgusting human beings, which was the furthest thing from the truth. These kids had all gone to college, had college degrees, most of them because they wrestled in college. And we started to meet some, we loved the different stories. You had Chuck Liddell, who, you know, had this mohawk, looks like an axe murderer, and but graduated from Cal Poly, you know, with honors in accounting, you know.
Yeah.
Then you had Matt Hughes, who was this farm boy, you know, literally lived on a farm. And so there were all these cool stories with all these good people that weren't what people thought they were. And Lorenzo and I always felt like there's something here. That if this thing was done the right way, this could be big. And what was crazy was I was in a contract negotiation with Bob Meyerowitz, the old owner of the UFC, over Tito's contract, and Chuck Liddell. They didn't even want Chuck Liddell in the UFC. I was trying to get Chuck in the UFC, and they didn't even want him. And we got into this contract dispute over Tito's contract, and Bob Meyerowitz said, you know what? There is no more money, okay? I don't even know if I'll even be able to put on one more event. And he like flipped out. When we hung up the phone, I literally picked up the phone and called Lorenzo, and I said, hey, I just got off the phone with Bob Meyerowitz, the owner of the UFC. I think they're in trouble, and I think we could buy it, and I think we should. You should reach out to him. So Lorenzo called Meyerowitz, and I don't know how, I don't remember the timeline, but within the next 2 months, we ended up owning the UFC for $2 million.
And you've said that you fought a lot of battles during that time.
I mean, the early days of building this company and building the sport, it was the Wild Wild West, man. It was crazy back then. Yeah, I was literally at war every day with all different types of people. Plus, traditionally, there's bad people that are involved in fighting, man. There's lots of bad people. And we had to sift our way through that for the first 7-8 years.
So in general, there's like corruption, and people kind of steal money. They're thinking just about themselves, not the bigger
Let me
business.
tell you about this. I mean, I want to say it was the Netherlands. I don't remember exactly where. It could have been Amsterdam. I mean, MMA promoters were like car bombing each other, and then the other guy shot up the other guy's house with machine guns, and that's the kind of shit that was going on. I'll tell you the story. So, Affliction. Do you remember Affliction?
Yeah.
So there was a guy. I want to say his name was Todd Beard or something like that. This guy used to text me every day when they started their MMA thing, telling me he was going to kill me.
Like legitimately
going to kill me. You punk motherfucker! I'm going to fucking kill you. You don't understand who I am and what I've done and this and that. I think this guy would get drunk or do drugs every night or whatever his deal was. This guy would call me, text me, and threaten my life every day. I used to go, fuck you. And this
You said fuck you.
Oh, yeah. Especially back then. But, yeah, I mean, this is the type of shit that went on in the early days. This guy who was one of the owners of Affliction was like one of the, you know, not a good human. Let's put it that way.
What about the business side of it? It's tough to make money in this business.
Yeah, we weren't making money. So, you know, trying to build this thing, corrupt the guys that worked for In Demand pay-per-view at the time. were not good dudes, you know, and that thing was a fucking total monopoly. God, I wish I could remember his name right now. He used to run in demand and he was a fucking bad guy. Then he comes over and starts running DirecTV, who we always had a great relationship with. And he's the reason we left DirecTV and said, fuck it, we'll just go streaming then. Yeah, I don't remember his name. I'd have to ask Lorenzo.
So in general, just in this whole space, there's a lot of
it's just everybody you deal with is dealing with a lot of different forces, and your hands are in a lot of different businesses. You know, from the venue business to the merchandise business to the video game business, the pay-per-view business. You know, the list goes on and on of all the different types of the production business of all these different. You know, when I first started this, we had a production team that was the production team that was in it before we bought it. So there was this incident with Phil Baroni, where Phil Baroni, we did an interview with him, and Baroni flips out in the interview when they're interviewing him and goes crazy. And I thought it was awesome. So I'm like, we're going to lead this in. We're going to lead this interview in. And the production guys were arguing with me. They're like, we can't leave this in. This is totally unprofessional. I said, I don't give a shit. This is what we're doing. We're gonna do this and clip it like this and do it like that. We're sitting in the venue that night, and I lean over to Lorenzo because the fight's coming up. I go, wait till you see this fucking interview with Baroni. They didn't fucking do it. They didn't do it. These guys were guys that were freelance guys that worked for Showtime at the time or something like that. I literally got up from my fucking seat, went back there, kicked the fucking door of the truck open, and I said, you motherfuckers, you ever do that again and I'll fire every fucking one of you. Let's just put it this way. I ended up firing every one of them anyway and going with a whole new crew. But these were the type of things that early on, you know, there's so much stuff. I mean, I could sit here for fucking 3 days and walk you through all the stuff that used to go on back in those days. But it was the Wild Wild West, man.
But how did you know how to deal with all this mess? First of all, to fire people that aren't doing a good job, all of that. Like how to be a leader,
well, that's the thing too. I mean,
business leader.
Getting it in the early days, there was 2 employees, me and another girl that worked for me for my company before I started doing this. And then we slowly started to bring people on, and you start to build a team. And before you know it, we had 10 people. I mean, we used to do our Christmas parties back then too. There'd be 8 to 10 people at our Christmas party, you know. But a lot of it is you learn as you go. You know what me and the Fertitas knew about production when we bought this UFC? We had I want to say we had 2 or 3 to pull off an event. This is what we knew about production.
Really?
Jack shit. So we had to dive in and we had to learn it. We had to figure it out. And we knew what we wanted. We knew what we liked. We knew what we were looking for. It's just about building a good team. And I think that's one of the things, if you want to talk about what I've accomplished in the last, 25 years of my life, I've been really good at building teams.
Already have a vision of what you want the final thing to look like, and then build a team that can bring that to life.
100%. You have to have the vision. Without the vision, there's nothing. So that's sort of what I do. I am the vision part of this thing. We're going to open a PI in Mexico. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, and then you build the team to come in and help execute.
A lot of people that do fighting promotions fail. You succeeded against long odds. What's the secret to your success? If you were just looking back over the years.
Well, the secret to success, I would say, first of all, is passion and consistency. You have to love what you do. You have to get up every day. And I get here every day at 9:30 in the morning. When we sold in 2016, a lot of people in the company made a lot of money. They all took off and they retired.
Yeah.
Right? Other than the Fertitas, I made the most money. I'm still here. I get here at 9:30 every morning. Last night I left here at 8:30. And I don't know how late I'm going to be here tonight, but I love what I do. We get up every day and grind. I work just as hard now as I did back then. The difference between back then and now is I don't have to do a bunch of the shit that I don't really like to do, like budget meetings. I don't like budget meetings. I sat through enough fucking budget meetings, and horrible budget meetings, horrible. You know, we're losing, you know, millions of dollars a year, and I'm in these budget meetings. You know, so I get to pick and choose what I do these days. Back in the early days, you don't get to pick and choose. You have to be involved in everything.
Yeah. So costs, you're just looking at costs.
100%. You literally go through line by line every fucking number in the company and where did the money go and how can we save costs? How can we do this better? How can we, you know, they are brutal, and they're multiple times a week, and
probably helps you deeply appreciate how much the shit costs though.
100%. Well, you have to know that.
Yeah.
In the early days, when you start your business, you have these people who, when I hear them say, you know what, I want to work for myself. I want to create my own schedule, and I want to do all that.
Yeah.
It's just, if that's your thought process going into it, you're never going to be successful. You have to pay attention to every single detail of the business early on. You're involved in everything. There's no days off. There's no birthdays. There's no fucking Christmas. There's none of that shit. I literally moved the birth of my second son for a chocolate elf fight. We had a chocolate elf fight coming up, and they're like, yeah, your son's going to be born on this date. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. We're going to have to take him earlier.
Yeah.
So they literally gave my wife a C-section and took my son early.
You were all in.
All in. Yeah.
And the fascinating thing, like you said, you've said that you could care less about money. You're doing this for the love of it.
Yeah. I was doing this when I was broke.
Yeah.
And I'm doing this now when I'm not broke. I'm doing this because I love it. And I feel like there's so much more to do. And this is truly my passion in life. It's like the Sphere. We're doing the Sphere. Why? Why would I do the Sphere? It's going to cost me a bunch of money. It's really challenging. Most people think it can't be pulled off. And you're looking at weird angles, different things going on inside other than the fight and all this other stuff. But yeah, I'm doing it because it's awesome and it's challenging and it's hard. And I think that if anybody can do it right, it's us. So why not take that challenge?
It's actually why I'm here. I'm going to the Sphere for the first time because I'm hanging out with Darren Aronofsky, who put together the thing that's in there now. And I can't believe you're thinking of, I don't know how you're going to solve that puzzle.
There's many puzzles to solve for this one.
Okay.
Many puzzles.
So how can you speak to that? Like what are interesting challenges that you're encountering?
Yeah, so there's a lot. So you have the octagon, right? And then behind it is the world's biggest screen ever, right? So what is the theme? How do you program it? First of all, it's super expensive to shoot and you know, the format for the Sphere. Angles, we were talking about today. I just had a big meeting today about the Sphere this afternoon and making sure that all my departments, all the details that I want, all start to come together here in the next 2 weeks. I want the creative, the commercial. I have some goals. I will tell people as we get closer what I'm looking to achieve with this, other than putting on one of the greatest, most unique sporting events of all time, and probably the greatest combat sporting event of all time. But yeah, there's challenges. There's a laundry list of challenges for this thing, and not to mention the fact that it's on Mexican Independence Day, and we're going to weave in the whole history of combat in Mexico.
Yeah.
And this is,
but the production, I mean, this is hilarious because you're just talking about knowing nothing about production. So
now he's tackling the Sphere.
The hardest production effort
ever.
And that would be live?
It'll be live. It'll be live on pay-per-view. Yeah. It'll be live in the arena, and it'll also be in movie theaters.
Nice. So there'll be we'll be shown at the Sphere later too. Like, will you try to?
ESPN's doing a doc on it.
Nice.
The making of the Sphere. Yeah.
Are you feeling good about it?
Oh yeah. I feel incredible about it. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
I can't wait to see how you solve the puzzle.
Thank you.
Another guy that I feel like could care less about the money is Joe Rogan. How important is he to the UFC, to the rise of the UFC? And what, in general, do you love about Joe?
It's a fact. He doesn't care about money. And he did the first 13 shows for free for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was at a time when we were hurting, and he's like, wait a minute. You want me to do the commentary? You're saying that I get to sit in the best seat in the house and watch these fights for free?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously when we turned things around, we made it up to Joe. But Joe is one of the things that I loved early on about. So I'll tell you the story. So we buy the UFC. They're based in New York. We're moving the corporate offices to Vegas. So I have to fly out to New York, go into the offices and start going through everything and figuring out what needs to come back to Vegas and what we can just throw away. So they literally had a VHS machine and a TV, and there were a million tapes in this place, man. So I didn't know what tapes were. These definitely we have to keep, or these we don't need. So I had to sit there and go through every single tape. And I popped in a tape, and there was an interview on the Ivory Keenan Wayans show, right? The oldest Wayans brother, and he had a talk show at the time. And he had Joe Rogan, the guy from Fear Factor, on the show.
Yeah.
And he was promoting Fear Factor, but all he would talk about was UFC. And he was talking about how people think that these guys in the martial arts movies are tough. And he was talking about what UFC fighters would do to these martial arts guys if they ever got their hands on them. And I was like, this is exactly what I need. A guy who isn't afraid to speak his mind and knows the sport inside and out, but more importantly, is super passionate about it and loves it. So when you see Joe Rogan on camera, and I was talking about the paid talking heads that they had in HBO boxing that were terrible, Joe Rogan does not come off as a paid talking head. He comes off as a guy who loves this. And so early on, no media would cover us. So I had to buy my way onto radio. So we do these radio tours, right? And they would drop us in. You'd have to get up at 3:30 in the morning in Vegas on the West Coast. And because they're at 6:30 in the morning in New York and Boston and Florida and all these other places. So they drop you into these markets to do radio, right? And the fighters were horrible at it. Fighters getting up at 3:30 in the morning, especially leading up to a fight, never good. They sound like they're tired, they act like they're tired, and they definitely act like they don't want to be on there. And it's bad radio. What you can't have is bad radio. So the only two people that could pull off these radio tours were me and Joe Rogan. So me and Joe Rogan would alternate doing these radio tours all over the country.
Just talking about fighting, talking about what this whole thing is, like getting
100%.
people excited.
Two guys that are really into it and passionate about it and love it and can and it's one of the things about Rogan too. When early on, nobody understood the ground game. Joe Rogan would walk you through what was happening literally before it would happen. He would tell you the setup, what was going to come next, and everything. He just absolutely articulated perfectly, brilliantly, and people at home started to understand. And the impact that Joe Rogan has had and continues to have on this sport is immeasurable. He's the biggest podcaster in the world, and he is on the UFC pay-per-views, 14 times a year, and he's always talking about the sport. It's immeasurable what this guy has done for this company and the sport.
Yeah, still to this day. Like I'll have dinner with him offline. We just talk fighting.
Yep.
He just loves it.
It's true.
Loves every aspect of it.
Yep. Joe Rogan is one of those guys. I saw that early on when. Why would you go after the Fear Factor guy?
Yeah.
To be such a key component to not only the company but to the sport. I saw it in the fucking interview on Ivory Keenan Wayans.
I value loyalty a lot. And I remember there was a moment not too long ago, maybe a year ago, when I was sitting with Joe and he had a phone call with you. Joe was getting canceled for something. And they didn't want him commentating the fights. And you on the phone offered your resignation over this. I got teary-eyed over that. That's such a... You're a good man, That was powerful.
Anybody who is with me, has been with me, knows. When you're with me, you're with me. It's a two-way street. It's not it's not a one-way street. I'm not one of these guys that is going to roll over and it's like going through COVID. I wasn't laying into these people. Some of these people have been with me for 20 years. We're gonna lay them off. Mm-mm. This motherfucker will burn
Yeah.
before I would do that to my people. It's just never, none of that type of stuff is ever going to happen while I'm here. I can't say what's going to happen when I leave, but when I'm here, the people who are with me and have been with me, they know exactly what's up. And Joe knows what's up. And again, it's a two-way street. Joe Rogan has been very loyal to me, and I am very loyal to Joe Rogan.
Lorenzo, another guy you've close friendship with, you seem to have been extremely effective together as business partners. What's the magic behind that?
Yeah.
How can you explain that?
I love him. Lorenzo and I work really well together because we have two different personalities, right? I'm the guy that always, I'm going here. Lorenzo is always here, right? You could walk in a room and say, Lorenzo, you just lost $10 million. Lorenzo, you just won $10 million. It never changes. And I'm a guy that goes like this, right? So we almost balance each other out. There's a lot of things that he's really fucking good at, and there's a lot of things that I'm really fucking good at, and they're both on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
So that level-headed thing was useful when the UFC was losing money and it was unknown whether it's going to survive.
Yeah,
those low points.
100%. What's incredible when you think of the story of the UFC, at the time, the casino business was cranking, right? And Station Casinos was killing it. And stations, their money from stations is what was funding the UFC. Then in the 08-09 crash, the UFC was killing it in 08 and 09. And, you know, the casino businesses were hurting. So timing on everything, the way that it all worked out, couldn't have worked out better for them. And obviously for all of us. When you think about the UFC and how big it is and how far it reaches and how many people it touches, the Fertitas brothers made a $2 million investment, then put in like another $44 million, and look at how many lives that investment has changed over the last 25 years. It's fascinating.
And it's also crazy just to get the business of it, just the effect it has on the history of humanity in terms of this is what we do. We're descendants of apes that fight. And this is like the organizations that catalyze the innovation in how we fight.
Right.
It's crazy. And we can create a whole new sport.
That people all over the world participate in now. Literally, there isn't a place on earth that we can't get a fighter from now.
You said in the UFC 299 post-fight press conference that sometimes fighters might complain that they get matched up on even odds, but that's actually when legends are made. I think you gave Dustin Poirier as an example. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like what makes a legend? What makes greatness in a fight?
So behind the scenes, fighters are a very paranoid bunch of people. They're very paranoid. And there's been this theme with fighters where they're trying to get me beat, right? We don't determine who wins and loses. If we did, we'd be the WWE, okay? You do. I'm the bells and whistles guy. I make sure that as many people that we can possibly let know that you're fighting on Saturday know that you're fighting on Saturday. Who you are, who you're going against, and why people should give a shit. That's what I do, right? Then the night you show up, I put on the best live event that I possibly can, and I put on the best television show that I possibly can. Once that door shuts, it's all up to you. You determine whether you lose or not. And if you get into a position where you become so paranoid that you think that the powers that be here are against you, and you try to steer yourself away from certain fights, and that's one of the big things that happens in these other organizations. In these other organizations, The inmates run the asylum, right? So if they don't want to fight bad enough, these other companies don't push, and they don't do this, and they don't. We put on the best possible matchups that we can make. And in this business, you might be an older fighter, but if you're still ranked in the top 10, there's young guys coming for you. Killers. Young killers are coming out, and they want your position, right? So you, being the veteran that you are, have to prepare yourself to go in. And, everybody was saying when we made that fight with Saint Denis that Poirier was in big trouble. That's awesome. That helps build the entire thing. That Poirier, and then Poirier goes out and does what he did that night. That's what makes fucking legends.
It's interesting because, like, sometimes being the underdog is a really good thing for the long-term story of who you are as a fighter.
Especially when you're a big name and a name that people recognize, and a name that people know, and they're like, oh man, I remember Israel Adesanya and Sean Strickland. 100 out of 100 people knew for a fact that Israel was going to win that fight.
Yeah.
And here comes Strickland. And we could go on for days with this, you know what I mean? That is what creates legendary moments, legendary fights, and it's what builds stars and legends.
I mean, arguably, Conor McGregor with Jose Aldo.
Yep. Conor McGregor with a bunch of people in the beginning. People said he couldn't wrestle. People said he wouldn't be able to defend the takedown. Blah, blah, blah. Nate Diaz against Conor McGregor. You know what I mean?
And Conor McGregor against Khabib. Underdog, probably. But if you won, there's an opportunity to win. If you won, that's the legend for me. He's now in the conversation for the greatest of all time, without argument.
And if you look at the way that Khabib ran through so many people, Conor hung in there,
Yeah,
and
it could have been
made a fight of it.
It could have been. What do you think about that matchup? That's one of the great matchups that you've made. Conor McGregor versus Khabib.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was incredibly criticized for putting together the spot that had the scene with the bus in it.
Yeah.
The fucking media is, but they were saying that I was pandering to the violence that happened and I'm telling you a story. Telling you a story of how we got here and how big this fight is and how bad the blood is between these guys. And I mean, I think that's what we do the best job at, is telling the fucking stories of why. We go into Monday. It's fight week. We got a whole list of things that we do in fight week, right? And then you get right down to the press conference on Thursday, the weigh-ins on Friday, and then the fights on Saturday. Now, my people fly back home. They go to bed on Sunday night, and it's Groundhog Day. We wake up again on Monday, and it starts all over again. Every weekend, every Saturday for a year. So there's lots of stories that need to be told. There's lots of, when you think about what I compete with, whatever takes your attention on a Saturday night is my competitor.
You're always trying to build a foundation for great stories. And like, if the fighters step up, they step up and they can together create greatness.
That's it. That's exactly right. So when we are aligned, like when you get to the UFC, I mean, you just saw it with MVP. You're going to see it with Kayla Harris and so many others that have come from other organizations, and they get here. They notice immediately the difference between fighting here and fighting wherever they were before. It's not even comparable to the impact it has on you when you leave whatever organization you're with and you come to the UFC. And I think that it gives them a sense of, holy shit, I can really, I mean, MVP, when he came, I mean, there were probably more people at the press conference than any fight he'd ever fought in Bellator. You know what I mean? And you feel that energy, and you feel the difference of the impact of being here. And I think it takes a lot of these guys to another level.
Yeah, just the aura of it. Like, this is where you're supposed to step up. Yeah, it's the way people feel about TED Talks, giving lectures.
Right.
This is your moment. You get 15 minutes, and you better say some interesting shit. Yeah, and Kayla Harrison, by the way, is a badass. I can't wait to see what happens
She
there.
was walking around with like a sleeveless shirt the night of the fights, and holy shit, she is jacked, man. It's crazy.
2-time Olympic gold medalist.
Right.
You don't fuck with those people. You win a medal, you're made of something special.
So true, especially in judo.
Yeah, especially in American judo, where it's not, you don't have many training partners that are great, so you gotta fucking work for it. Ridiculous question, but who's in the conversation for the greatest of all time?
John Jones.
You've talked about John Jones, but what are the metrics involved here?
He's never been beat. He destroyed everybody at light heavyweight, which at the time was the toughest weight class in the company, in the sport. And then he moved up to heavyweight, won easily at heavyweight. And when you look at a guy and you look at what he was doing outside the octagon at the same time, which shouldn't be part of it, shouldn't be part of the equation. But when you do, wow. John Jones, there's no debate. Nobody can debate who's the greatest of all time. It's absolutely positively John Jones. He's never lost. He's never been beat in the octagon ever.
So that's one of the metrics, like pure sheer dominance. But there's others, right? Losing sometimes is a catalyst for greatness.
I don't disagree. But when you've never lost, right? It's this, you've never lost. We've never found somebody. And all the other thing is that you have to put it, factor in too, is longevity. How long because sometimes with a lot of these guys, the sport passes them by. You get younger guys that are faster, this, that, the sport evolves. Nobody's been able to beat John Jones. Oh, and the other thing that you measure is, when you said dominance, it's true. If you're this guy that has unbelievable power and you're just going in, you're just fucking knocking everybody out, and nobody's ever pulled you into the deep water before. That was when my opinion of John Jones started to change. Gustafsson took him into the deep water. Gustafsson hit him with some shit he'd never been hit with. Gustafsson tested him and put John Jones in a place where I bet if you sat down and interviewed John Jones, going into the deep rounds of that, John Jones thought he was going to die. You know what I'm saying?
And he's willing to go there.
And he kept going. He was willing to do whatever it took to win that fight.
And it breaks my heart because he beat DC, and DC is one of the greatest of all time.
That's the thing, too. And I believe that DC doesn't get the credit he deserves because of the John Jones thing. When you look at DC and what he's accomplished, right? And John Jones beat him twice. It's undeniable. You can hate all you want. John Jones is the greatest of all time.
Do you think Khabib was tested enough?
I think that Khabib had the potential to be in the running for that. He just didn't stick around. First of all, he had injuries that he should have been where he got a lot sooner had he not had the injuries that he had and the setbacks in his career. But there's no doubt, Khabib is one of the all-time greats.
What's the good, the bad, and the ugly of your relationship with Conor?
There's literally no ugly. Conor McGregor has been an incredible partner to work with. Everybody thinks that if Conor showed up to things on time, there wouldn't be one fucking bad thing I could say about Conor. You know what I mean?
Only being late.
If you fucking said, put a gun to my fucking head, right? And said, don't lie, motherfucker. Tell me all the bad things about Conor McGregor. I'd say the guy doesn't show up on time. That's it. If Conor McGregor showed up to shit on time, sometimes he does. Sometimes he does. He's been a great partner. If you look at what a huge superstar he became, the fights that he was involved in, I'll tell you what Conor McGregor never did. We never walked in a room and said, Conor, this guy just fell out. We want you to fight this guy. And he's like, no way. I'm not taking this fucking risk. I'm at this point in my career where my money, my this, my that. He was like, book it. Let's do it. He'd always say, let's do it. The other thing that Conor McGregor never did, no matter how big he was or whatever it was, when we were heading into a fight, oh, Conor, this guy just fell out. Aldo fell out. We were looking for another. Yeah, I'll do it, but I'm going to need another fucking $200,000. I'm going to need another $1 million. Conor McGregor never did that kind of chicken shit, bullshit kind of stuff. He never did any of that. Conor was as solid a guy as you could possibly work with.
Just fuck it, I'll do it.
I'll do it. Literally there's actually a scene, because we were filming something. I don't know if it was embedded or what we were filming at the time. Me and Lorenzo walk into his house that he rented here in Vegas, and I'm pretty sure it was when Aldo fell out. And we're telling him this, that, and we're looking at some options. He says, I'm going to the gym. When I'm done working out, let me know. You know, he just woke up out of bed. He's in his fucking underwear. And he gets hit with this. And he's like, all right, I'm going to the gym. Let me know when I get out who I'm fighting. Doesn't care. Doesn't want to know. Doesn't want any more money. Nothing. Fucking shows up and he delivers. Yeah. So, you know, Conor has been incredibly successful. He's made a lot of money. And, you know, he's had his ups and downs outside and inside the octagon. But as for a guy who was, you know, on the dole and was a plumber, he's actually a really smart businessman. He's been one of the best partners that I've ever had in the history of the sport.
And an important part of the history of the UFC.
Big.
Opening up to all kinds of new eyes.
Yep. He literally, you know, set Europe, Australia, Canada, and many other parts of the world on fire. He was our first legit megastar.
And I personally think he doesn't get enough credit for just how good he was as a fighter. And people love to talk shit about Conor.
So
I suppose that's part of his magic.
But it comes with success.
Yeah.
When you're successful, there's always people out there that are going to talk shit. You know, you always have a bunch of know nothing, do nothing, fucking losers that love to talk shit.
You think if you were to do it all over again, Khabib is the right matchup?
Yeah. Listen, the thing that you can't do is avoid matchups.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is what we're talking about. When you talk about being a legend, Conor McGregor needed Khabib. Khabib needed Conor McGregor. You can hate each other as much as you want, but you have to fight these other legendary bad motherfuckers to yourself become a legend. I mean, it's like John Jones needed Cyril Gane, right? And Cyril Gane needed John Jones, because if Cyril could have beat John, the first guy, if anybody can ever figure it out and beat John Jones, it's a big deal. And it's almost like your obligation as a fighter, right? And when you think about John Jones became who he is today, and the reason I'm sitting here telling you how great he is, because all these other guys gave him the opportunity to beat them, right? Or they beat John. It's all about giving these other guys the opportunity. Saint Denis, right? Poirier gave him the opportunity to come in and beat him. That's how this all works.
It's the two of them together, the two fighters together.
You have to have them both. Listen, I could line up a bunch of no-name bums that John Jones could run through. That's what they do in all the other organizations, right? We would have nothing to fucking talk about right now.
That's why, luckily, a perfect record in the UFC is not as important as who you fought, how you fought.
True. But when you have a perfect record in the UFC, holy shit, right?
Yeah.
That's what you would. When you can have a perfect record in the UFC, you are absolutely one of the most special athletes on planet Earth.
You and Trump are friends. I just talked to Ivanka last night about her experience in the Miami event. She loves it. She's training too. You're talking about getting girls to train. She's trained.
And the kids are trained. Yeah. Her father's the biggest fucking fight fan on the planet. Calls me all the time to talk about the fights, and Don Jr. said that I'm like the only guy on earth that he bros out with. Like, you know, it's funny when you talk about how powerful fighting is, right? This last Miami event, the president of Ecuador and the president of Spain both posted about the fights, right? Khabib beat Conor, who was on FaceTime before he even made it to the locker room. Trump, sitting president, ex-president, watching all the fights, calling, wants to talk about the fights. Valentina Shevchenko, every time she goes home, she meets the president of the country. The list goes on and on and on. The most powerful, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
Zuckerberg sucks.
The most powerful people in the world are all.
These are the worst. Who's the worst?
Well, I first discovered that Trump is a big fight fan. Obviously, you saw him part of all the big. He's talking about how big boxing country was.
Zuckerberg's the worst.
When we first bought the UFC, This thing was so bad, venues didn't even want it. And we ended up doing, our first event in Atlantic City at the Trump Taj Mahal. Now think about this. At that time, Trump brand here, UFC brand. I mean, I can't go low enough. And he had us at his venue 2 times back to back. Showed up for the first fight of the night and stayed till the last fight of the night. Then after that, any good thing that would ever happen to me in my career, Trump would reach out. Whether it was, we were on the front page of the New York Times at one time, and he said, "Congratulations, Dana, I always knew you guys were going to do it." Little things like that, but that are big things and mean a lot, especially coming from a guy like him.
But he saw something in you. Like, this is going to be
100%. He definitely saw it. And then comes 15, 16, whenever it was, I don't remember. But he called me and he said, "Listen, if you don't want to do this, I completely understand. But I would be honored if you would speak at the National Republican Convention for me." And I'm not a very political guy, you know what I mean? And everybody told me not to do it. Do not do this. But I was like, why would I not do this? This guy's been great to me, and I did it. And our relationship is just like, you know what I mean? I consider Donald Trump to be one of my very, very good friends.
Any favorite stories?
I mean, there's so many stories. I mean, once he won the election, like, I'd be at work and I'd be down the hall, was in the matchmaking room, whatever, and my secretary would go, "The president's on the phone." Like, he'd come running down the hallway and grab the phone, and he'd want to talk about the fight that was coming up, or the fight that happened. Or I'd be in my car and I'd answer the phone. It's like, "Hi, this is the White House. We have the president of the United States on the phone." That's a trip when that first starts happening. And then just to sum him up, this is the kind of guy that, you want to talk about a fighter, this is the most resilient human being I've ever met. If you see the shit this guy's going through publicly every day, and I'll call him on the phone as a friend and be like, "Hey, you good? How you doing?" Unfazed. Like, nothing's going on. And they'll start talking to me about this and that and all this other shit. One time. I've never talked about this publicly, but one time I called him and he is not good. He was a mess. I've never heard him like that, and I've never seen him like that when I wanted that. The only time I've ever seen him fucked up. Obviously, as soon as I heard it, I reached out, and I have never. Hey, look at all the stuff that's gone on with Trump, all the bad stuff that they say. They're trying to attack him, they're trying to ruin him. Unfazed. I called him that day, and it's the first time I've ever seen that guy busted up and not good.
But that says something. That's the only time
100%.
that guy's when he walks into fire.
He will walk through fire. He's an absolute savage.
You think he wins the presidential election?
I don't know, man. It's going to depend on how this goes. Politics is the most dirtiest, scummiest thing on planet Earth, man. And who knows how this is all going to play out. It's all dirty. It's all ugly. And, obviously, I'm rooting for him, and I'm behind him, and I hope he does.
What's dirtier, the fighting game in the early days or politics?
There's nothing dirtier than politics. Nothing. There's literally nothing dirtier. It is the dirtiest thing on planet Earth.
I just want to get that on record. Another guy who doesn't seem to be fazed by the fire, I've gotten to know him, is Elon. I have to ask you, it's a bit of fun. You were part of thinking about putting together Zuck versus Elon. I trained with both. I did a phone call with Elon and you when we were training on the mat.
Yep.
You really think that could have been a good fight?
It would have been the biggest fight at the time.
The spectacle of it.
Two of the most powerful, wealthiest men in the world, right? Lots of guys talk shit and go back and forth and sue each other and do all this stuff. These two guys were literally talking about facing each other in the octagon and fighting. There's nothing, and they're in a business that's looked at as geeky. You know what I mean? They're tech nerds. They're this, they're that. These are two dudes that were willing to throw down and fight, and you know as well as I do. There's a lot of public speculation about this. I was taking serious real time and working on this thing. I mean, I had projections, I had numbers, I was looking at venues, I was on the phone with the fucking Coliseum in Italy. You name it, I was in it. These guys were serious, and this was something that was really going to happen. And I'll tell you right now that in the short amount of time that it was going down, it was fun. I was having a blast with it.
What do you think about Tyson? Tyson fighting Jake Paul.
I love Mike Tyson, and I'm not a fan of anybody fighting at our age. He's a grown man, obviously, and you know he's going to do what he's going to do. But at least I know. I talked to his wife a couple days ago, and he's taking it serious, and he's training for it, and so we'll see how it plays out.
Why do you think he fights, though? Like, what is that about? Is there a broader lesson there about fighters?
Well, I think that Mike Tyson is actually one of those unique guys who has crossed over. Any of these other boxers from his era have no way of making money other than fighting. Mike Tyson's made a lot of money outside fighting. I mean, Tyson still has that aura. You could be at a restaurant, and he walks in, and you're like, holy fuck, Mike Tyson's here. You know, he still has that type of aura and energy in a room. And he makes lots of money outside of the ring. I think that he ends up getting these offers that he can't refuse.
Oh, you think it's financial? So how much, I mean, that's a good question to ask. You work with a lot of fighters. For how many of them is it about money, and for how many is it about the fact, the pure love of fighting?
Well, the guys that get into it for the right reason are the guys who get into it for greatness. Because you want to be the fucking best, right? And when you're in it for that reason, right, you love it and you want to be looked at as the best ever, and you have the talent, the money happens, right? Then you have other guys who get in. I've dealt with fighters who just wanted to be famous and just wanted to make money. You know what I mean? And, it is what it is. It's your life, and you live it the way that you want and do your thing. But the ones that are beloved are the guys who really want to be fucking great, and they're the ones that are remembered. And I mean, when you look at Tyson in his early years when he came up under Custom Model, I mean, he was a student of the game. He loved everything. He became completely infatuated with the fight game. Then he became such a massive superstar. It's almost like the whole thing starts to turn on you. You know, all the things that come at you at a young age, and that kind of money, and it's tough. It's tough to navigate and get through. You know, you say something like that, people are like, oh, poor him, he had fucking $100 million and couldn't win. At that age, and with all the shit that people talk and all the things that you got to put up with, and the fame, a lot of people deal with fame. Some people handle it really well, and some people don't. And the perfect example of that was Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bonner. You know, they fought that unbelievable fight on The Ultimate Fighter. Everything blew up after that. Forrest dealt with fame really well, and Stephen did not.
That was a special fight.
It really was.
What do you think attracted people to that fight? So that was a big leap for the UFC.
It was everything. It was everything.
Why do you think people love that fight? What attracted people to that fight? Why did they change everything?
Well, what happened that night is that the rest of the show was a disaster. We had the co-main event and the main event. Diego Sanchez ran through Kenny Florian in seconds. Oh my God, that was terrible. And the fights that led up to that weren't anything to talk about either. Then Stephen and Forrest got in there and just went toe to toe in this unbelievable slugfest live on free television when cable still mattered. And what I heard was at the time, you had people picking up the phone going, are you watching this show? The numbers just started climbing. Then you got a razor-thin decision. Who's going to win? You got the crowd stomping their feet. It sounded like a train was going through the place, and everybody's chanting one more round. Me and the Fertitta brothers get together and we talk. We're going to give them both contracts. So we give them both contracts. The place erupts. It couldn't have been a more perfect fight at the most perfect time, and it all came together. It's almost like this was meant to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we had so many problems with Spike TV at the time, right? Because halfway through the season, the president of the company got fired. All the things that we thought we were going to get that year, you know, we had this runaway hit show. And normally at that time, when you would see runaway hit shows, there'd be commercials, it'd be on billboards, it'd be on the side of buses in LA and New York. And we got none of that, right? We didn't even know if we were going to get a second season coming out of that, right? And when that fight was over, I swear to God, I was like, I don't even give a fuck. We're going to end up somewhere now after this fight. And we didn't even make it out of the building that night. The Spike guys did the contract with us in the alley on a fucking napkin after the fight. So
you already saw the magic of the fight itself. Like
it happened, and all the shit. And at that time, I didn't know what the ratings. It's not like we were screaming. We could see what we had no idea, but I knew.
We just knew this.
I knew.
What is it? It's like just two people being willing to stand toe to toe and just go to war.
And when you think about what was at stake, there was a car. Remember the Kia? The winner got a Kia, right? That's what was the fucking right. And Stephen and Forrest, the will to win. They both wanted to win that fight so bad.
It was bigger than the Kia, probably.
You know, Forrest drove that Kia to like 200,000 miles. The biggest mistake Kia ever made was not doing a fucking commercial with Forrest Griffin about that car. Forrest Griffin loved that car so much he drove it. I think he still has it. It's got like 200,000 miles on it. Yeah. I mean, you couldn't have a better fucking commercial than that. And we reached out to him too. I said, Kia should know about this.
Yeah.
They fucking blew it. You got a bunch of it. You know how those guys.
Yeah.
Or in the business world, they don't fucking get anything.
Maybe it was about the Kia then.
It's about winning. They both wanted to win the Ultimate Fighter so bad. It's the Kia. It's the win. It's the contract you get. The whole thing.
But I think at that point, you would forget all of that. When you're in there, you probably just there's a primal thing. Where like I'm not backing down.
They're both bad dudes. They were both real fighters at the end of the day. That's why the fight was so good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just throw it all the caution through winning. Yeah. Those are some of the greatest moments in the UFC too, when the technique is not kind of falls apart, and you're just like,
well,
fuck it.
Because you're in those deep rounds. You've been through a war. Now it's all about heart and dog. Who can dig deeper and who's got it? Who wants it? Who wants it? I mean, we all know when that moment happens in a fight, when you see that both of these guys are fucking exhausted. And for people that are watching this, people that don't know a lot of, everybody thinks they know a lot about fighting. 99.9% of the people out there don't know fucking jack shit about fighting or what it takes to do what these people do. But when you get into those later rounds, fatigue sets in, and then fatigue makes you start to fucking doubt yourself, and then you start to wonder, can I even make it through the rest of this round? And then you start to think, am I gonna fucking die right now? And these kids dig fucking deep, and they just, like you said, all the other shit flies out the window, and now they're just on fucking autopilot to fight and win. Those are definitely the best fights you'll ever see in any combat sport.
I mean, that saying is true. Like, the exhaustion is cowards in us all. I mean, there's something about, because I've competed a lot in jiu-jitsu. There's the violence being hit too, but even just exhaustion, it makes you question everything. It just takes you to some weird place where your brain starts to think you're going to die for sure. Your brain starts to think, like, why am I doing this? All these excuses, all this stuff. And then the truly heroic action is to say fuck it in that moment and just to get in there.
When you think about these fights that you see on the UFC every fucking Saturday, men and women get to this point where they've been in the dogfight, yet they keep fucking going and you keep trying to win. You can't imagine what's going on inside their heads, you know, self-doubt and all these other things that come into play when exhaustion sets in. And they fucking power through it.
Yeah, those moments, sometimes they don't have a glorious knockout at the end, but your decision in the third round or the fifth round is to keep pushing forward, not running. It just that doesn't matter what happens. That is a person winning a battle over themselves.
So true. It's so true, and it happens every fucking weekend. It's so impressive. I say it all the time. The people that are involved in this sport are this much of the population. The people that make it to the top 5 are incredibly unique, special human beings, and it's fucking awesome.
You love gambling.
I do.
What's the biggest win of your gambling career? Maybe psychologically, if not financially.
Well, 2 things. I won $1 million hand one night. It happened one time. $1 million hand one night at Mandalay Bay. And then one summer, I beat Caesar for $12 million throughout the summer. Yeah. And then I'm on a pretty good run right now. So,
this is blackjack.
Yeah.
What's the biggest loss?
Biggest loss was I would call this the biggest loss for many different reasons. This is what, you live and you learn in life, and you figure things out as you go along. So one night I'm over at the Rio, right? And they got big suites over there, so I go over there with some buddies, and we got one of the suites, and we have some dinner, and we start drinking, right? So we're having some drinks at dinner, and blah, blah, blah. Starts to ramp up, having a good time, and I make my way down to the high limit room. We start gambling, and I continue to drink, having a blast. I end up leaving and going home that night, and I lost like 80 grand, right? So I wake up the next morning, I'm like, fuck, those motherfuckers got me for 80,000 last night, and da, 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 da. So I'm at work the next day, and the host over there calls me, and he says, hey, Dana, are you coming back? Do you still need the room that you guys have for your 8 months? And I said, no, I don't need the room, but don't get too comfortable with my fucking 80 grand. I'm coming back for it.
Yeah.
Dead fucking silence on the other end of the phone. And he's like, Dana, you lost $3 million last night. What the fuck are you talking about? I only have a $1.5 million credit line. He goes, yeah, you made us call the GM of the hotel, and you started calling him a fucking pussy and da 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 da. And I went, yeah, no, that sounds like something I would do. Yeah.
So that's the real number.
That was the real number. And then there's been a lot of cases where people are in Vegas and they're like, I lost all this money. They were giving me free drinks, and I drank too much, and I was taken advantage of. No, you stupid motherfucker. Man up. You got fucking drunk, right? They didn't. Alcohol is free, but you don't have to fucking drink it. You know what I mean? And this was a huge learning lesson for me. So I never drank again when I was playing cards after that night. But yeah, when you asked me, that's the one that stands out the most as far as having a bad loss. And then, of course, I said call the GM, and I started calling him a pussy at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that is something I would absolutely do.
How do you deal with those psychologically? Do you, when you gamble, maybe this applies to fighting too, do you love winning or hate losing?
They go hand in hand. So the way that I play is, I live in Vegas. So 2024 is a war for me. I go to war in 24, okay? All these nights that I play are little battles inside the war that I will fight in 24. Now, at the end of the year, we will tally up all these little battles and see where I stand on wins and losses. And there's lots of talk out there about my gambling, places that I've been kicked out of and things like that. and I do pretty well. I do pretty well, but it's what I like to do. You know, I don't gamble in a way that I would ever hurt myself or hurt my family or, you know, I'm sure you've heard the Norm Macdonald stories. Norm Macdonald lost like his entire personal wealth 4 times or something like that. Yeah, that's not going to happen to me.
So you manage it, but just psychologically you're able to be.
So when I win, it's awesome. It's always great to win. Winning is a great feeling in business, in sports, in life, and definitely in gambling. Losing is never fun, but it's part of the game. You know what I mean? If you want to be in the game, and it's sports, it's business, or whatever, there's going to be wins and there's going to be losses. And you have to take them both in stride. You have to be able to, you know, there's a lot of people, when you gamble, right, and you lose, and you go into a deep, dark depression. I've seen this with guys that do it. You get depressed, and gambling isn't for you. You know, if you are the type of person that's on social media, and people say horrible things to you, and you get depressed, and that you shouldn't be on social media. You know what I mean? These are all part of being in the game. When you're in the fucking game, great things happen and really bad things happen. And you got to take it all in stride. And you got to pick yourself up the next day, strap your fucking shoes back on, and get out there and go to fucking war again. That's how it works.
That's some goggin shit right there. All right. I love that motivation speech.
It's the truth, though. Yeah, it's the truth, though. Listen, every day when you get out of bed, life's standing right there to kick you in the fucking face, man. Could be anything. Could be you get up and you walk downstairs, you got a fucking flat tire, and you're late for work, and you got this neck. Life is going to throw all kinds of crazy shit at you, right? And you have to be ready for it. You got to fucking deal with it. You can't curl up into a ball. You can't run away from it. You can't hide. You have to take all this shit head on. You have to get up every day when I get up out of bed. I strap up and I'm getting ready for fucking war. Because I know I'm coming in here. I know a bunch of bad shit's going to happen that I'm going to have to fucking deal with. And if that's not bad enough, when I finally get out of here, I'm probably going to go to the casino. And I'm going to get into another fucking war. You know what I mean? I thrive in chaos. I actually love chaos. Everybody talks about retiring. Fuck that shit. What am I going to do when I retire? What would I do? I like to go to war. I like to battle. I like to win. Sometimes I lose, but then I have to come back from the loss. And I love to build brands. I love to set short-term and long-term goals and then knock them all down. You know, this is just the stuff that excites me. And whether it's business or gambling, or I like being a fan of things too. Like I like live music, so when I find a band that I like, I get excited to go watch the band live. Or the Celtics game, I love the fucking Boston Celtics, and I love going to the games and watching them. This is the year. Hopefully, we're gonna fucking win it this year. These are all things that make me happy and excite me in my life. And it's funny because there's this post that I post maybe 3-4 nights a week. I also love the city. I can't tell if the city of Las Vegas was built for me or I was built for this fucking city, but I love it. And there's this turn on Summerlin Parkway, right? Every night it's dark. And from there you can see the entire fucking city. And it's all fucking lights and badass. And I'm usually driving home after a fucking incredible day, right? This amazing day and this unbelievable fucking life that I have. And I have this moment of gratitude. Every time I take that turn, I'm like, God damn, I love this fucking city. And just every night when I go home, I'm just so happy and grateful for this life that I have.
You're grateful you're celebrating, even if the day is full of shit, full of problems you have to solve, all of this. You're still able to put that behind you.
I love that too. I love problem solving. I love taking things that seem impossible. What's been shit on more than this fucking company right here? Power Slap, right? Yeah. This thing's a fucking beast. It's an absolute beast. In 13 months, that's the most successful thing I've ever been a part of. And I love every fucking minute of it, especially the negativity. I love negativity.
So you always feed on it. That's great. You're good.
I eat that shit for fucking breakfast, man. I love it.
What's your favorite movie about Vegas? Casino?
Yeah, it would have to be Casino. No doubt about it. You ever see a movie that changed your life, that actually impacted your life in some way, shape, or form?
Probably.
Which one?
That's a good question. I just think. I have a lot. Casino could be one of them. Probably talking about women. Forrest Gump for me, it's a simple movie, but it's a really good movie to show. It reminds, because I've been really fortunate in my life, like over and over and over. I don't think I deserve any of it. So I just always felt like Forrest Gump. So when I finally saw it, it really connected with me. It was like, okay, this universe works in weird ways, and stuff just materializes. And you just kind of be good to people and put that good karma out there, and it happens to you. So that was a movie like that.
I'm actually very superstitious about that. I believe that what you put out, you get back. And I believe that when you should take care of other people, and you should always try to bring people up with you and all that kind of stuff. But the movie that changed the whole trajectory of my life was Vision Quest.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Vision Quest, man. I fucking love that movie. It's basically, it's telling the story of a kid who really wasn't anybody in high school, and nobody kind of knew who he was. He wasn't popular or any of that kind of shit. And he decided that was the year that he was going to make his mark. And he was a good wrestler at 178 pounds, but he was going to move down to 160 something to take on the scariest guy and whatever. But there's all these little things in the movie that really lay out what life is all about. One of the parts is he's in a class and he's talking about, the teacher's talking about some poem. And he says, what does this poem mean to you? Well, this little girl's walking through, the park, and all the leaves are falling off the trees, and she realizes that she's going to die someday. And that a lot of people think they have all this time, so they fucking waste it. And they never go out and do what they really set out to do or accomplish or do anything great in their life. That's one meaning. Then he's got the guy that he works with at work. He's cutting weight, his nose is bleeding, all this shit. And this guy keeps going, why the fuck are you doing this? Pick that thing up and eat it like a fucking man. This is ridiculous. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, blah, 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 blah. So then when he meets the girl and he gets to the point where he feels like he wants to quit, right? Where does he go? He goes to that guy's fucking apartment because he knows when he shows up at this guy's apartment, he's going to go, yeah, fuck this shit. No, he went to work. He went to work to talk to him, and he wasn't at work. He took the night off. He shows up at the fucking house, at the shitty little fucking apartment that the guy lives in, and the guy's putting a suit and tie on and shit. He's like, they said you called in sick. What's going on? He's like, well, yeah. Aren't you wrestling this guy tonight? He's like, yeah, but why would you? You're going to get docked a nice pay. And all of a sudden she says, you know what, man? Then Law gets laid out. I get the goosebumps even telling you this fucking part. Yeah. When he's saying about, I'm fucking cooking in an overnight hotel fucking thing, and I live in this shitty apartment. A human being can lift himself upside down and backwards and kick a ball into a fucking net, and the whole stadium goes crazy, and this guy runs around, and I'm sitting here in my fucking apartment alone, and I start crying. Yeah, I start crying. So the guy who's been shitting on him the whole fucking time actually really respects him for what he's done and sees what this kid is capable of doing and all this shit. This fucking movie spoke to me on so many different levels, and I think it's probably the most underrated movie of all time when you really break down the meaning of what this movie is about, and it fucking really spoke to me.
It's probably the greatest movie on combat, one-on-one combat.
I would agree.
I've been married.
I would agree, and especially if you can really hear the messages that it's giving you in this movie. It's excellent. It's funny. He just did like and I saw this after the fact, which completely fucking pissed me off. They did like the 25-year or the 30-year thing. It was filmed in Spokane, Washington. They showed the movie at a movie theater there, and the cast members came out and spoke about it. I would have fucking flown there for that. Are you shitting me? I'd have been there in fucking 30 seconds to go up there and be a part of that. That movie literally changed my life.
Yeah, I suppose me too. It made me want to wrestle. I mean, probably the reason maybe it made me fall in love with wrestling.
Well, what's funny? I wasn't even into wrestling at all. And I didn't have to be for that movie to...
Yeah, it's the basic human story.
It's such a great movie.
I mean, that's what fighting does. It brings out the basic, the humanity of a person. Really, like for the people that choose to step up and step in the ring and then chase greatness and actually do it from like against the long odds. That's why it's a beautiful game.
And it's so true. I mean, when you think about, like, I'm 54 years old right now. Like that. I mean, it just fucking flew by. And you think when you're young that you have all this time. You have no time. There's no time. I mean, one of the quotes on the wall in the gym in there is, you know, there is no tomorrow from Rocky 3. You know, there is no tomorrow. Fuck that shit. Let's get all this shit done today.
You think you're afraid of death?
I'm not afraid of death. Not even a little bit. I'm not afraid of it. I don't know if that'll be the case when I'm facing it. You know, when I'm looking down the barrel of it.
Yeah.
Laying in a hospital bed somewhere.
But for now, just squeezing as much as you can out of it.
100%. I don't even like to sleep. My life is so fucking awesome. I don't even want to go to bed at night. I don't even want to go to sleep. I want to stay up fucking. I wish I could fucking do 24 hours and never have to sleep. That's how much I love my life.
What has watching thousands of fights over the years taught you about human nature? About us humans?
I don't care what color you are, what country you come from, or what language you speak. We're all human beings. Fighting's in our DNA. We get it and we like it. And it's true. Fighting is in our DNA. It's a part of who we are. And, you know, no matter where you are, if a fight breaks out, it creates this fucking energy, this buzz, this sense of fear. I mean, a lot of different emotions happen in people when fights break out. But one thing that is always the case, everybody's watching, man. Everybody's fucking, all of their eyes are on the fight. I mean, we were just in Mexico. Fucking fight broke out. Like, in the good seats, like right here. With these seats that are super expensive. And security never fucking came.
Yeah.
They just let these guys fight until they gassed out. Yeah. Then everybody put their chairs back together and sat back down and fucking... I literally got up from my table, walked over, and was watching this fight. At the fights.
At the fights.
Yeah.
I mean, humans fight and humans love watching fighting.
Absolutely. And that was my thought process going into buying the UFC. And I believe that this would work everywhere. And thank God we were right.
Well, man, thank you for bringing this very human thing of fighting. The art of it, the science of it, the heroic stories, the vision quest stories of it all.
Oh,
really appreciate you talking to me, brother.
Thank you. Pleasure, buddy. Thank you for the kind words.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dana White. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Muhammad Ali. Impossible is just a big word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in a world they've been given than to explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is not a fact, it's an opinion. Impossible is not a declaration, it's a dare. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The United States has 1,770 nuclear weapons deployed, meaning those weapons could launch in as little as 60 seconds and up to a couple minutes. Some of them on the bombers might take an hour or so. Russia has 1,674 deployed nuclear weapons. Same scenario, their weapon systems are on par with us. That's not to mention the 12,500 nuclear weapons amongst the 9 nuclear-armed nations. The sucking up into the nuclear stem, 300-mile-an-hour winds. You're talking about people miles out getting sucked up into that stem. When you see the mushroom cloud, Lex, that would be people, 30, 40-mile-wide mushroom cloud, blocking out the sun. And that speaks nothing of the radiation poisoning that follows. In addition to the launch on warning concept, there's this other insane concept called sole presidential authority. And you might think, in a democracy, that's impossible, right? You can't just start a war. Well, you can just start a nuclear war if you're the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. In fact, you're the only one who can do that. We are one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear Armageddon. No matter how nuclear war starts, it ends with everyone dead.
The following is a conversation with Annie Jacobson, an investigative journalist, Pulitzer Prize finalist, and author of several amazing books on war, weapons, government secrecy, and national security, including the books titled Area 51, Operation Paperclip, The Pentagon's Brain, Phenomena, Surprise Kill Vanish, and her new book, Nuclear War. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Annie Jacobson. Let's start with an immensely dark topic, nuclear war. How many people would a nuclear war between the United States and Russia kill?
So I'm coming back at you with a very dark answer and a very big number. And that number is 5 billion people.
You go second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour. What would happen if the nuclear war started? So there's a lot of angles from which I would love to talk to you about this. At first, how would the deaths happen in the short term and the long term?
So to start off, the reason I wrote the book is so that readers like you could see in appalling detail just how horrific nuclear war would be. And as you said, second by second, minute by minute. The book covers nuclear launch to nuclear winter. I purposefully don't get into the politics that lead up to that or the national security maneuvers or the posturing or any of that. I just want people to know nuclear war is insane. And every source I interviewed for this book, from Secretary of Defense, all retired, nuclear subforce commander, Stratcom commander, FEMA director, etc., on and on and on, nuclear weapons engineers, they all shared with me the common denominator that nuclear war is insane. First millions, then tens of millions, then hundreds of millions of people will die in the first 72 minutes of a nuclear war. And then comes nuclear winter, where the billions happen from starvation. And so the shock power of all of this is meant for each and every one of us to say, wait, what? This actually exists behind the veil of national security. And I don't know, most people do not think about nuclear war on a daily basis. And yet hundreds of thousands of people in the nuclear command and control are at the ready in the event it happens.
But it doesn't take too many people to start one.
In the words of Richard Garwin, who was the nuclear weapons engineer who drew the plans for the Ivy Mike thermonuclear bomb, the first thermonuclear bomb ever exploded in 1952, Garwin shared with me his opinion that all it takes is one nihilistic madman with a nuclear arsenal to start a nuclear war. And that's how I begin this scenario.
What are the different ways it could start? Like, literally, who presses a button? And what does it take to press a button?
So the way it starts is in space, meaning the U.S. Defense Department has a early warning system. And the system in space is called SIBRS, a constellation of satellites that is keeping an eye on all of America's enemies, so that the moment an ICBM launches, the satellite in space, and I'm talking about 1/10 of the way to the moon, that's how powerful these satellites are in geosync, they see the hot rocket exhaust on the ICBM in a fraction of a second after it launches. A fraction of a second. And so there begins this horrifying policy called launch on warning, right? And that's the US counterattack, meaning the reason that the United States is so ferociously watching for a nuclear launch somewhere around the globe is so that the nuclear command and control system in the US can move into action to immediately make a counterstrike. Because we have that policy, launch on warning, which is exactly like it says. It means the United States will not wait to absorb a nuclear attack. It will launch nuclear weapons in response before the bomb actually hits.
So the president, as part of the launch and warning policy, has 6 minutes. I guess can't launch for 6 minutes, but at 6 minute mark from that first warning, the president can launch.
And that was one of the most remarkable details to really nail down for this book when I was reporting this book and talking to Secretary of Defenses, for example, who are the people who advise the president on this matter, right? You say to yourself, wait a minute, how could that possibly be? And so let's unpack that, right? So in addition to the launch on warning concept, there's this other insane concept called sole presidential authority. And you might think in a democracy that's impossible, right? You can't just start a war. Well, you can just start a nuclear war if you're the commander-in-chief, the president of the United States. In fact, you're the only one who can do that. And we can get into later why that exists. I was able to get the origin story of that concept from Los Alamos. They declassified it for the book. But the idea behind that is that nuclear war will unfold so fast, only one person can be in charge, the president. He asks permission of no one, not the Secretary of Defense, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not the U.S. Congress. So built into that is this extraordinary speed. You talk about the 6 minute window. And some people say, oh, that's ridiculous. How do we know that 6 minute window? Well, here's the best sort of, hitting the nail on the head statement I can give you, which is in President Reagan's memoirs, he refers to this 6 minute window and he says, he calls it irrational, which it is. He says, how can anyone make a decision to launch nuclear weapons based on a blip on a radar scope? His words, to unleash Armageddon. And yet that is the reality behind nuclear war.
Just imagine sitting there, one person, because the president is a human being, sitting there, just got the warning that Russia launched. You have 6 minutes. I meditate on my mortality every day, and here you would be sitting and meditating, contemplating not just your own mortality, but the mortality of all the people you know, loved ones. Just imagining what would be going through my head is all the people I know and love, like personally, and knowing that there'll be no more, most likely. And if they somehow survive, they will be suffering and will eventually die. I guess the question that kept coming up is, how do we stop this? Is it inevitable that it's going to be escalated to a full-on nuclear war that destroys everything? And it seems like it will be. It's inevitable. In the position of the president, it's almost inevitable that they have to respond.
I mean, one of the things I found shocking was how little apparently most presidents know about the responsibility that literally lays at their feet, right? So you may think through this 6 minute window. I may think through this 6 minute window. But what I learned, like, for example, former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta was really helpful in explaining this to me, because before he was SecDef, he served as the director of the CIA. And before that, he was the White House Chief of Staff. And so he has seen these different roles that have been so close to the president. But he explained to me that when he was the White House Chief of Staff for President Clinton, he noticed how President Clinton didn't want to ever really deal with the nuclear issue because he had so many other issues to deal with. And that only when Panetta became Secretary of Defense, he told me, did he really realize the weight of all of this? Because he knew he would be the person that the president would turn to were he to be notified of a nuclear attack. And by the way, it's the launch on warning. It's the ballistic missile seen from outer space by the satellite. And then there also must be a second confirmation from a ground radar system. But in that process, which is just a couple minutes, everyone is getting ready to notify the president. And one of the first people that gets notified by NORAD or by STRATCOM or by NRO, these different parties that all see the early warning data, one of the first people that's notified is the Secretary of Defense, as well as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because those two together are going to brief the president about, sir, you have 6 minutes to decide. And that's where you realize the immediacy of all of this is so counter to imagining the scenario. And again, all the presidents come into office, I have learned, understanding the idea of deterrence, this idea that we have these massive arsenals of nuclear weapons pointed at one another, ready to launch, so that we never have nuclear war. But what we're talking about now is what if we did? What if we did? And what you've raised is like this really spooky, eerie subtext of the world right now, because many of the nuclear armed nations are in direct conflict with other nations. And for the first time in decades, nuclear threats are actually coming out of the mouths of leaders. This is shocking.
So, deterrence, the polite implied assumption is that nobody will launch, and if they did, we would launch back and everybody would be dead. But that assumption falls apart completely. The whole philosophy of it falls apart once the first launch happens. Then you have 6 minutes to decide, wait a minute, are we going to hit back and kill everybody on Earth? Or do we turn the other cheek in the most horrific way possible?
Well, when nuclear war starts, there's no like battle for New York or battle for Moscow. It's just literally, it was called in the Cold War push button warfare, but in essence, that is what it is. Let's get some numbers on the table, if you don't mind, right? Because when you're saying like, wait a minute, we're just hoping that it holds, right? Let's just talk about Russia and the U.S., the arsenals that are literally pointed at one another right now, right? So the United States has 1,770 nuclear weapons deployed, meaning those weapons launch in as little as 60 seconds and up to a couple minutes. Some of them on the bombers might take an hour or so. Russia has 1,674 deployed nuclear weapons. Same scenario, their weapon systems are on par with ours. That's not to mention the 12,500 nuclear weapons amongst the 9 nuclear armed nations. But when you think about those kind of arsenals just between the United States and Russia, that no one would launch because it would assure everyone's destruction. Yes, but what if someone did? And in my interviews with scores of top-tier national security advisors, people who advise the president, people who are responsible for these decisions if they had to be made, every single one of them said it could happen. They didn't say this would never happen. And so the idea is worth thinking about, because I believe that it pulls back the veil on a fundamental security that if someone were to use a tactical nuclear weapon, oh, well, it's just an escalation. It's far more than that.
So to you, the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, maybe you can draw the line between a tactical and a strategic nuclear weapon. That could be a catalyst. Like, that's a very difficult thing to walk back from.
Oh my God, almost certainly. And again, every person in the national security environment will agree with that, right? Certainly on the American side. Um, Strategic weapons, those are like big weapons systems. America has a nuclear triad. We have our ICBMs, which are the silo-based missiles that have a nuclear warhead in the nose cone, and they can get from one continent to the other in roughly 30 minutes. Then we have our bombers, B-52s and B-2s, that are nuclear capable. Those take travel time to get to another continent. Those can also be recalled. The ICBMs cannot be recalled or redirected once launched.
That one is a particularly terrifying one. So land-launched missiles, rockets with a warhead can't be recalled.
Cannot be recalled or redirected. And speaking of how little the president generally know, as we were talking a moment ago, President Reagan in 1983 gave a press conference where he misstated that submarine-launched ballistic missiles could be recalled. They cannot be recalled. So that gives you, here's the guy in charge of the arsenal if it has to get let loose. And he doesn't even know that they cannot be recalled. So this is the kind of misinformation and disinformation and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently said, when he was talking about the conflicts rising around the world, he said, we are one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear Armageddon.
So just to sort of linger on the previous point of tactical nukes. So you were describing strategic nukes, land-launched, bombers, submarine-launched. What are tactical nukes?
So that's the triad, right? We have the triad and Russia has the triad. Tactical nuclear weapons are smaller warheads that were designed to be used in battle. And that is what Russia is sort of threatening to use right now. That is this idea that you would, make a decision on the battlefield in an operational environment to use a tactical nuclear weapon. You're just sort of upping the ante. But the problem is that all treaties are based on this idea of no nuclear use, right? You cannot cross that line. And so what would happen if the line is crossed is so devastating to even consider. I think that the conversation is well worth having among everyone, that is in a power of position. How, as the UN Secretary General said, this is madness, right? This is madness. We must come back from the brink. We are at the brink.
Can we talk about some other numbers? So you mentioned the number of warheads. So land launched, how long does it take to travel across the ocean? From the United States to Russia, from Russia to the United States, from China to the United States, approximately how long?
When I was writing an earlier book on DARPA, the Pentagon Science Agency, I went to a library down in San Diego called the Giza Library to look at Herb York's papers. Herb York was the first chief scientist for the Pentagon, for DARPA, then called ARPA. And I had been trying to get the number from the various agencies that be to answer, what is the exact number and how do we know it? And does it change? And, as technology advances, does that number reduce? All these kinds of questions. And no one will answer that question on an official level. And so, much to my surprise, I found the answer in Herb York's dusty archive of papers. And this is information that was jealously guarded. I mean, it's not necessarily classified, but it certainly wasn't out there. And I felt like, wow, Herb York left these behind for someone like me to find, right? And what the process of, he wanted to know the answer to your question. And as the guy in charge of it all. So he hired this group of scientists who then and still are in many ways the Superman scientists of the Pentagon, and they're called the Jason scientists. Many conspiracies about them abound. I interviewed their founder and have interviewed many of them. but they whittled the number down to seconds. Okay, specifically for Herb York, and it goes like this, because this is where my jaw dropped and I went, wow. Okay, so 26 minutes and 40 seconds from a launch pad in the Soviet Union to the East Coast. And it happens in 3 phases. Very simple and interesting to remember, because then suddenly all of this makes more sense. Boost phase, mid-course phase, and then terminal phase. Okay? Boost phase, 5 minutes. That's when the rocket launches. So you just imagine a rocket going off the launch pad and the fire beneath it. Again, that's why the satellites can see it. Okay? Now it's becoming visual. Now it makes sense to me, right? 5 minutes, and that's where the rocket can be tracked. And then imagine learning, wait a minute, after 5 minutes, the rocket can no longer be seen from space. The satellite can only see the hot rocket exhaust. Then the missile enters its mid-course phase, 20 minutes. And that's the ballistic part of it, where it's kind of flying up at between 500 and 700 miles above the Earth and moving very fast and with the Earth until it gets very close to its target. And the last 100 seconds are terminal phase. It's where the warhead re-enters the atmosphere and detonates. 26 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, in my scenario, I open with North Korea launching a 1 megaton nuclear warhead at Washington, D.C. That's the nihilistic madman maneuver. That's the bolt out of the blue attack that everyone in Washington would tell you they're afraid of. And North Korea has a little bit different geography. And so I had MIT Professor Emeritus Ted Postal do the math. 33 minutes from a launch pad in Pyongyang to the east coast of the United States. You get the idea. It's about 30 minutes. But hopefully now that allows readers to suddenly see all this as a real, you almost see it as, as poetry, as terrible as that may sound. You can visualize it and suddenly it makes sense. And I think the sense-making part of it is really what I'm after in this book, because I want people to understand, on the one hand, it's incredibly simple. It's just the people that have made it so complicated.
But it's one of those things that can change all of world history in a matter of minutes. We just don't, as a human civilization, have experience with that. But it doesn't mean it'll never happen. It can happen just like that.
I mean, I think what you're after, and I couldn't agree more with, is like, why is this fundamentally annihilating system, a system of mass genocide, as John Rubel, in the book refers to it, why does it still exist? We've had 75 years since there have been 2 superpowers with the nuclear bomb. So that threat has been there for 75 years, and we have managed to stay alive. One of the reasons why so many of the sources in the book agreed to talk to me, people who had not previously gone on the record about all of this, was because they are now approaching the end of their lives. They spent their lives dedicated to preventing nuclear World War III. And they'll be the first people to tell you we're closer to this as a reality than ever before. And so the only bright side of any of this is that, the answer lies most definitely in communication.
So there's a million other questions here. I think the details are fascinating and important to understand. So one, you also say nuclear submarines. You mentioned about 30 minutes, 26, 33 minutes. But with nuclear submarines, that number can be much, much lower. So how long does it take for a warhead missile to reach the east coast of the United States from a submarine?
Just when you thought it was really bad,
yeah.
And then you kind of realize about the submarines. I mean, the submarines are what are called second strike capacity, right? And, it was described, submarines were described to me this way. They are as dangerous to civilization, and let me say, a nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarine is as dangerous to civilization as an asteroid. Okay, they are unstoppable. They are unlocatable. The former chief of the nuclear submarine forces, Admiral Michael Connor, told me it's easier to find a grapefruit-sized object in space than a submarine under the sea. Okay, so these things are like hell machines, and they're moving around throughout the oceans. Ours, Russia's, China's, maybe North Korea's, constantly. And we now know they're sneaking up to the east and west coast of the United States within a couple hundred miles. How do we know that? Why do we know that? Well, I found a document inside of a budget that the Defense Department was going to Congress for more money recently, and showed maps of precisely where these submarines, how close they were getting to the eastern seaboard.
So wait. So nuclear subs are getting within 200 miles?
Couple hundred miles, yes. They weren't precise on the number, but when you look at the
Couple hundred.
map, yep. And that's when you're talking about under 10 minutes from launch to strike.
Undetectable.
And they're undetectable. The map making is done after the fact because of a lot of underwater surveillance systems that we have. But in real time, you cannot find a nuclear submarine. And, just the way a submarine launches, goes 150 feet below the surface to launch its ballistic missile. I mean, it comes out of the missile tube, and with enough thrust that the thrusters, they ignite outside the water, and then they move into boost. And so the technology involved is just stunning and shocking. And again, trillions of dollars spent so that we never have a nuclear war. But my God, what if we did?
As you write, they're called the handmaidens of the apocalypse. What a terrifying label. I mean, one of the things you also write about, so for the land-launched ones, they're presumably underground. So the silos, how long does it take to go from like pressing the button to them emerging from underground for launch? Is that part detectable, or is it only the heat?
So what's interesting about the silos, America has 400 silos, right? We've had more. But we have 400, and they're underground. And they're called Minutemen, right? After the Revolutionary War heroes. But the sort of joke in Washington is they're not called Minutemen for nothing, because they can launch in 1 minute, right? So the president orders the launch of the ICBMs. ICBM stands for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. He orders the launch, and they launch 60 seconds later. And then they take 30 some odd minutes to get to where they're going. The submarines take about 14 or 15 minutes from from the launch command to actually launching. And that has to do, I surmise, with the location of the submarine, its depth. Some of these things are so highly classified, and other details are shockingly available if you look deep enough, or if you ask enough questions, and you can go from one document to the next and really find these answers.
Not to ask top secret questions, but to what degree do you think the Russians know the locations of the silos in the U.S. and vice versa?
Lex, you and I can find the locations of every silo right now.
No.
They're all there, and before they were there on Google, they were there in maps, because we're a democracy and we make these things known. Okay, launchers, right? So Russia has a lot of underground silos. All of the scenario takes you through these different facilities that really do exist, and they're all sourced with how many weapons they have and their launch procedures and whatnot. But in addition to having underground silos, they have road mobile launchers, and that means you just have one of these giant ICBMs on a 22 axle truck that can move stealthily around the country so that it can't be targeted by the U.S. Defense Department. We don't have those in America because presumably the average, American isn't going to go for like the ICBM road mobile launcher driving down the street in your town or city. which is why the Defense Department will justify we need the second strike capability, the submarines, right? Because, the wonky stuff that is worth looking into if you really dig the book and are like, wait a minute, it's all footnoted where you can learn more about how these systems have changed over time, and why, more than anything, it's very difficult to get out of this catch-22 conundrum that, we need nuclear weapons to keep us safe. That is the real enigma, because the other guys have them, right? And the other guys have sort of more sinister ways of using them, or at least that's what the nomenclature out of the Pentagon will always be when anyone tries to say we just need to really think about full disarmament.
You've written about intelligence agencies. How good are the intelligence agencies on this? How much does CIA know about the Russian launch sites and capabilities and command and control procedures and all of this, and vice versa?
All of this, because it's decades old, is really well known. If you go to the Federation of American Scientists, they have a team led by a guy called Hans Christensen who runs what's called the Nuclear Notebook. And he and his team every year are keeping track of this number of warheads on these number of weapon systems. And because of the treaties, the different signatories to the treaty all report these numbers. And of course, the different intelligence community people are keeping track of what's being, revealed honestly and reported with transparency, and what is being hidden. The real issue is the new systems that Russia is working on right now. And that will lead us, we are kind of moving into an era whereby the threat of actually having new weapon systems that are nuclear capable is very real because of the escalating tensions around the world. And that's where the CIA, I would guess, is doing most of its work right now.
So most of your research is kind of looking at the older versions of the system, and presumably there's potentially secret development of new ones, hopefully,
which violates treaties.
Yeah.
So yes, that is where the intelligence agencies. But at a point, it's overkill, literally and figuratively, right? People are up in arms about these hypersonic weapons. Well, we have a hypersonic weapons program, Falcon, Google Black Swift, right? This is Lockheed's doing. DARPA exists to create the vast weapon systems of the future. That is its job. It has been doing that since its creation in 1957. I would never believe that we aren't ahead of everyone. Call me, overinformed or naive, one or the other. That would be my position, because DARPA works from the chicken or the egg scenario, that like once you learn about something, once you learn Russia's created this, Typhoon submarine, which may or may not, be viable, it's too late if you don't already have it.
We'll probably talk about DARPA a little bit. One of the things that makes me sad about Lockheed, many things make me sad about Lockheed, but one of the things is because it's very top secret, you can't show off all the incredible engineering going on there. The other thing that's more philosophical, DARPA also, is that war seems to stimulate most of our, not most, but a large percent of our exciting innovation in engineering. And so, but that's also the pragmatic fact of life on Earth, is that the risk of annihilation is a great motivator for innovation, for engineering, and so on. But yes, I would not discount the United States in its ability to build the weapons of the future, nuclear included. Again, terrifying. Can you tell me about the nuclear football, as it's called?
I think Americans are familiar with the football, at least anyone who sort of, follows national security concepts, because it's a satchel. It's a leather satchel that is always with a military aid in Secret Service nomenclature. That's the MIL aid. And he's trailing around the president 24/7, 365 days a year, and also the vice president, by the way, with the ability to launch nuclear war in that 6-minute window all the time. Okay. That is also called the football, and it's always with the president. To report this part of the book, I interviewed a lot of people in the Secret Service that are with the president and talk about this. And the director of the Secret Service, a guy called Lou Merletti, told me a story that I just really found fascinating. He was also in charge of the president's detail. President Clinton, this was, before he was director of the Secret Service. And he told me the story about how, he said, the football is with the president at all times, period. Okay. They were traveling to Syria, and Clinton was meeting with President Assad. And they got into an elevator, Clinton and the Secret Service team, and one of Assad's guys was like, no, like about the mill aid. And Lou said it was like a standoff because there was no way they were not going to have the president with his football in an elevator. And it kind of sums up, for me anyways, you realize what goes into every single one of these decisions. You realize the massive system of systems behind every item you might just see in passing and glancing on the news as you see the mill aide carrying that satchel. Well, what's in that satchel? I really dug into that to report this book.
What is in that satchel?
Okay, so, first of all, that is, people always say, it's incredibly classified. I mean, people talk about UFOs. It's incredibly, come on, guys. That is nothing burger, right? You want to know what's really classified? What's in that football, right? What's in that satchel? But the PED, Presidential Emergency Action Directives, right? Those have never been leaked. No one knows what they are. What we do know from one of the mill aides who spoke on the record, a guy called Buzz Patterson, he describes the president's orders, right? So if a nuclear war has begun, if the president has been told there are nuclear missiles, one or more, coming at the United States, you have to launch in a counterattack, right? The red clock is ticking. You have to get the blue impact clock ticking. He needs to look at this list to decide what targets to strike and what weapon systems to use. And that is what is on, according to Buzz Patterson, a piece of sort of laminated plastic. He described it like a Denny's menu. And from that menu, the president chooses targets and chooses weapon systems.
And it's probably super old school, like all top secret systems are, because they have to be tested over and over and over and over and over.
Yes, and it's non-digital.
Non-digital. It might literally be a Denny's.
Right? And meanwhile, I learned this only in reporting the book. There is a identical black book inside the Stratcom bunker in Nebraska. Okay. So 3 command bunkers are involved when nuclear war begins, right? There's the bunker beneath the Pentagon, which is called the National Military Command Center. Okay. Then there is the bunker beneath Cheyenne Mountain, which everyone has, many people have heard of because it's been made famous in movies, right? That is a very real bunker. And then there is a third bunker, which people are not so familiar with, which is the bunker beneath Strategic Command in Nebraska. And so it's described to me this way. The Pentagon bunker is the beating heart. The Cheyenne Mountain bunker is the brains. And the Stratcom bunker is the muscle. The Stratcom commander will receive word from the president, launch orders, and then directs the 150,000 people beneath him what to do, okay, from the bunker beneath Stratcom. That's before he gets the orders, then he has to run out of the building and jump onto what's called the Doomsday plane. We'll get into that in a minute. Let me just finish but again,
right.
These are the details. These are the systematic, sequential details that happen in seconds and minutes. And reporting them, I never cease to be amazed by what a system it is. A follows B, it's just numerical. right?
Yeah, but as we discuss this procedure, each individual person that follows that procedure might lose the big picture of the whole thing. I mean, especially when you realize what is happening,
Yeah.
that almost out of fear, you just follow the steps.
Yeah. Or, okay, so imagine this. Imagine being the president. You got that 6-minute win. You're looking at your list of strike options. You're being briefed by your chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and your SecDef. And this other really spooky detail. In the STRATCOM bunker, in addition to the nuclear strike advisor who can answer very specific questions if the president's like, wait a minute, why are we striking that, not that? There's also a weather officer. And this is the kind of human detail that kept me up at night. Because that weather officer is in charge of explaining to the president really fast how many people are going to die and how many people are going to die in minutes, weeks, months, and years from radiation fallout.
Because a lot of that has to do with the weather system.
Yes. Yes. And so these kinds of the humanness, balanced out with the mechanization of it all it's just really grotesque.
So the Doomsday plane from STRATCOM, what's that? Where's it going? It's on it.
Right. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
It's going to fly in circles. That's where it's going. It's flying in circles around the United States of America so that nuclear weapons can be launched from the air after the ground systems are taken out by the incoming ICBMs or the incoming submarine launched ballistic missiles. This has been in play since the 50s. These are the contingency plans for when nuclear war happens. So again, going back to this absurd paradox, nuclear war will never happen. Mutual assured destruction, that is why deterrence will hold. Well, I found a talk that the deputy director of STRATCOM gave to a very close-knit group where he said, yes, deterrence will hold, but if it fails, everything unravels. And think about that word, unravels, right? And the unraveling is, the Doomsday plane launches. The STRATCOM commander jumps in. He's in that plane. He's flying around the United States. And he's making decisions because the Pentagon's been taken out. At 9/11, by the way, Bush was in the Doomsday plane.
And Bush had to make decisions quickly, but not as quickly as he would have needed to have done if there's a nuclear launch.
I mean,
6 minutes.
It basically happens in 3 acts. There's the first 24 minutes, the next 24 minutes, and the last 24 minutes. And that is the reality of nuclear weapons.
What is the interceptor capabilities of the United States? How many nuclear missiles can be stopped?
I was at a dinner party with a very informed person, right? Like somebody who really, should have known this. And this is when I was considering writing and reporting this book. And he said to me, "Oh, Annie, that would never happen because of our powerful interceptor system." Okay? Well, he's wrong. Let me tell you about our powerful interceptor system. First of all, we have 44 interceptor missiles, total, period, full stop. Let me repeat, 44. Okay? Earlier, we were talking about Russia's 1,670 deployed nuclear weapons. How are those 44 interceptor missiles going to work, right? And they also have a success rate of around 50%. So they work 50% of the time. There are 40 of them in Alaska, and there are 4 of them at Vandenberg Air Force Base in Santa Barbara. Okay? And they are responsible at about 9 minutes into the scenario, right? After the ICBM has finished that 5-minute boost phase we talked about. Now it's in mid-course phase. And the ground radar systems have identified, yes, this is an incoming ICBM. And now the interceptor missiles have to launch, right? It's essentially shooting a missile with a missile. Inside the interceptor, which is just a big giant rocket, in its nose cone, it has what's called the aptly named exo-atmospheric kill vehicle. Okay? There's no explosives in that thing. It's literally just going to take out the warhead, ideally, with force. So one of them is going like, Mach 20. And the speeds at which these two moving objects hurtling through space are going is astonishing. And the fact that interception is even possible is really remarkable, but it's only possible 50% of the time.
Is it possible that we only know about 44, but there could be a lot more?
No, impossible. That I would be willing to bet.
And how well tested are these interceptors?
Well, that's where we get the success rate that's around 50% because of the tests, right? And actually, the interceptor program is, are you ready for this? It's on strategic pause, right now, meaning the interceptor missiles are there, but developing them and making them more effective is on strategic pause because they can't be made more effective, right? People have these fantasies that we have a system like the Iron Dome, and they see this in current events, and they're like, oh, our interceptors would do that. It's just simply not true.
Why can't an Iron Dome-like system be constructed for nuclear warheads?
We have systems I write about called the THAAD system, which is ground-based, and then the Aegis system, which is on vessels. And these are great at shooting down some rockets, but they can only shoot them sort of one at a time. You cannot shoot the mother load as it's coming in. Those are the smaller systems, right? The tactical nuclear weapons. And by the way, our THAAD systems are all deployed overseas, and our Aegis systems are all out at sea. And again, reporting that, I was like, wait, what? You have to really hunker down. Are we sure about this? People really don't want to believe this is an actual fact. After 9/11, Congress considered putting Aegis missiles and maybe even THAAD systems along the west coast of the United States to specifically deal with the threats against nuclear-armed North Korea. But it hasn't done so yet. And again, you have to ask yourself, wait a minute, this is insanity. One nuclear weapon gets by any of these systems, and it's full-out nuclear warfare. So that's not the solution. More nuclear weapons is not the solution.
I'm looking for a hopeful thing here about North Korea. How many deployed nuclear warheads does North Korea have? So does the current system, as we described it, the interceptors and so on, have a hope against the North Korean attack? The one that you mentioned people are worried about.
So North Korea has 50 nuclear weapons right now. Some NGOs put it at more than 100. It's impossible to know because North Korea's nuclear weapons program has no transparency. They're the only nuclear armed nation that doesn't announce when they do a ballistic missile test. Everyone else does. No one wants to start a nuclear war by accident, right? So if Russia's going to launch an ICBM, they tell us. If we're going to launch one, and I'm talking test runs here, with a dummy warhead, we tell them, not North Korea. That's a fact, okay? So we're constantly up against the fear of North Korea. In the scenario, I have the incoming North Korean 1 megaton, weapon coming in, and the interceptor system tries to shoot it down. So there's not enough time. And this, by the way, I ran through by all, generals from the Pentagon who run these scenarios for NORAD, right? And confirmed all of this as fact. This is the situation, right? So in the scenario, I have the nuclear ICBM coming in. The interceptor missiles try to shoot down the warhead. The capability is not like what's called shoot, and look. They can't. There's not enough time to go like, and we're gonna try to get it. We missed it. Okay, let's go for another one. So you have to go, right? So in my scenario, we fire off 4, which is about what I was told would 1 to 4, because you're worried about the next one that's going to come in. You're going to use up 10% of your missile force, your interceptor force on one, and all 4 miss, and that's totally plausible.
Right. How likely are mistakes, accidents, false alarms, taken as real, all this kind of stuff in this picture? So, like, we've kind of assumed the detection works correctly. How likely is it possible? Like, anyone, you described this long chain of events that can happen. How possible is it just to make a mistake, a stupid human mistake along the way?
There have been at least 6 known, like absolutely, like oh my god, close calls. How thank God this happened type scenarios. One was described to me with an actual personal participant, former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry, right? And he described what happened to him in 1979. He was not yet Secretary of Defense. He was the Deputy Director of Research and Engineering, which is like a big job at the Pentagon. And it was the night watch fell on him, essentially, right? And he gets this call in the middle of the night. He's told that Russia has launched not just ICBMs, but submarine-launched ballistic missiles are coming at the United States. And he is about to notify the president that the 6-minute window has to begin. When he learns it was a mistake. The mistake was that there was a training tape with a nuclear war scenario, right? We haven't even begun to talk about the nuclear war scenarios that the Pentagon wants. An actual VHS training tape had been incorrectly inserted into a system at the Pentagon. And so this nuclear launch showed up at that bunker beneath the Pentagon and at the bunker beneath Stratcom, because they're connected, as being real. And then it was like, oh, whoops, it's actually a simulation testing. And Perry described to me what that was like, the pause in his spirit and his mind and his heart when he realized, I'm about to have to tell the president that he needs to launch nuclear weapons. And he learned just in the nick of time that it was an error. And that's one of 5 examples.
Can you speak to maybe, is there any more color to the feelings he was feeling? Like, what's your sense? And given all the experts you've talked to, what can be said about the seconds that one feels once finding out that a launch has happened, even if that information is false information?
For me personally, that's the only firsthand story that I ever heard, because it's so rare and it's so unique. And most people in the national security system, at least in the past, have been loath to talk about any of this, right? It's like the sacred oath. It's taboo. It's taboo to go against the system of systems that is, making sure nuclear war never happens. Bill Perry was one of the first people who did this. And a lot of it, I believe, at least in my lengthy conversations with him, we had a lot of Zoom calls over COVID when I began reporting this. And he had a lot to do with me feeling like I could write this book from a human point of view and not just from the mechanized system. Because, and I only lightly touch upon this because it's such a fast, sweeping scenario, but Perry, for example, spent his whole life dedicated to building weapons of war, only later in life to realize this is madness. And he shared with me that it was that idea about one's grandchildren inheriting these nuclear arsenals and the lack of, wisdom that comes with their origin stories, right? When you're involved in it in the ground up, apparently it has, perhaps you're a different kind of steward of these systems than if you just inherit them and they are, pages in a manual.
People forget. You mentioned the kind of nuclear war scenarios that the Pentagon runs. I'd love to, what do you know about those?
I mean, again, they are very classified, right? I mean, it was interesting coming across levels of classification I didn't even know existed, like ECI, for example, is exceptionally controlled information, right? But the Pentagon nuclear wargaming scenarios, they're almost all still classified. One of them was declassified recently, if you can call it that. I show an image of it in the book, and it's just basically like almost entirely redacted, and then like there'll be a date, or it'll say like phase 1. And that one was called Proud Prophet. But what was incredible about the declassification process of that is it allowed a couple of people who were there to talk about it. Okay, and that's why we have that information. And I write about Proud Prophet in the book because it was super significant in many ways. One, it was happening right in 1983. It was an insane moment in nuclear arsenals. There were 60,000 nuclear weapons. Right now there's 12,500. So we've come a long way, baby, right, in terms of disarmament. But there were 60,000. And by the way, that was not the ultimate high. The ultimate high was 70,000. Okay? This is insane. And Ronald Reagan was president, and he orders this war game called Proud Prophet. And everyone that mattered was involved. They were running the war game scenarios. And what we learned from his declassification is that no matter how nuclear war starts, there was a bunch of different scenarios with, NATO involved, without NATO, with it, all different scenarios. No matter how nuclear war starts, it ends in Armageddon. It ends with everyone dead. I mean, this is shocking when you think about that, coupled with the idea that all that has been done in the 40 some odd years since is, okay, let's just really lean in even harder to this theoretical phenomena of deterrence, because that's all it is. It's just a statement, Lex, like deterrence will hold. Okay, well, what if it doesn't? Well, we know from Proud Prophet what happens if it doesn't.
Because almost always, so there's no mechanisms in the human mind and the human soul that stops it. In the governments they've created, it just the procedure escalates always.
I mean, here's a crazy nomenclature jargon thing for you. Ready? Escalate to de-escalate. That's what comes out of it. Think about what I just said. Escalate to de-escalate. Okay, so someone strikes you with a nuclear weapon, you're going to escalate it, right? General Hyten recently said, he was STRATCOM commander, if he was sort of saber rattling of North Korea during COVID, and he said, they need to know if they launch one nuclear weapon, we launch one. If they launch two, we launch two. But it's actually more than that. They launch one, we launch 80. Okay? That's called escalate to de-escalate. Like, pound the you-know-what out of them to get them to stop.
But, there is, to make a case for that, there is a reason to the madness. Because you want to threaten this gigantic response. But when it comes to it, the seconds before, there is still a probability that you'll pull back.
Which brings us to the most terrifying facts that I learned in all of that, and that has to do with errors, right? Not errors of like we spoke about a minute ago with a simulation testing. I'm talking about if one madman, one nihilistic madman were to launch a nuclear weapon, as I write in the scenario, and we needed to escalate to de-escalate. We needed to send nuclear weapons at, let's say, North Korea, as I do in my scenario. Well, what is completely unknown to 98% of the planet is that not only do the Russians have a very flawed satellite system so that they cannot interpret what is happening properly, but there is an absolutely existential flaw in the system, which Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta confirmed with me, which is that our ICBMs do not have enough range. If we launch a counterattack against, say, North Korea, our ICBMs must fly over Russia. They must fly over Russia. So imagine saying, oh, no, these 82, warheads that are going to actually strike the northern Korean peninsula are not coming for you, Russia, our adversary right now that we're sort of saber-rattling with. Just trust us. And that is where nuclear war unfolds into Armageddon. And that hole in national security is shocking. And as Panetta told me, no one wants to discuss it.
And if one nuclear weapon does reach its target, I presume communication breaks down completely. Or like there's a high risk breakdown of communication.
Well, let's back up. We are both presumptuous to assume that communication could even happen prior to. And let me give you a very specific example. During the Ukraine war, okay, if perhaps you remember, I think it was in November of 2022, news reports erroneously stated that a Russian rocket, a Russian missile had hit Poland, a NATO country, right? It turned out to be a mistake, but for several hours, this was actually the information that was all over the news, breaking news, okay? 36 hours later, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, gave a press conference and talked about this and admitted that he could not reach his Russian counterpart during those 36 hours. He could not reach him. How are you going to not have an absolute Armageddon-like furor with nuclear weapons in the air if people can't get on the phone during a ground war?
I'd like to believe that there's people in major nations that don't give a damn about the bullshit of politics and can always just pick up the phone. Sort of very close to the top, but not at the very top, and just cut through the bullshit of it in situations like this.
I hope that's true. I doubt it is, and let me tell you why. Neither you nor I are political, from what I gather, right? So I just write about POTUS, President of the United States. You have no idea what my politics are because they shouldn't matter. No one should be for nuclear war, or no one should be for nuclear, national insecurity. Yes, you want to have a strong nation, but once you get into politics, then you're talking about sycophants. And the more a political leader becomes divisive, becomes polemic, the more his platform is predicated on hating the other side, either of it within his own country or with alleged enemy nations. The more you surround yourself, as we see in the current day, with sycophants, with people who will tell you not only what they think you want to hear, but will help them to hold on to power. So you don't have wise decision makers. Long gone are the days where we had presidents who had advisors on both sides of the aisle. That's really important because you want to have differing opinions. But as things become more viperous, both here in the United States and in nuclear armed nations, all bets are off at whether your advisors are going to give you good advice.
Who are the people around the president of the United States that give advice in this 6-minute window? How many of them, maybe you could speak to the detail of that, but also to the spirit of the way they see the world? How many of them are warmongers? How many of them are kind of big picture, peace, humanity type of thinkers?
Well, again, we're talking about that 6-minute window. So it's not exactly like you can, let me put a pot of coffee on and really tell me what you think. And we can strategize here, right? You have your SecDef and your chairman, maybe the vice chairman. And, okay, we haven't even begun to talk about the fact that at the same time, these advisors also have a parallel concern, and that's called continuity of government. Okay? So while they're trying to advise on the nuclear counterstrike, in response to the incoming nuclear missile, they have to be thinking, how are we going to keep the government functioning when the missiles start hitting, when the bombs start going off? And that is about getting yourself out of the Pentagon, let's say, getting yourself to one of these nuclear bunkers that I write about at length in the book. So how much can you ask of a human, right? Because it comes down to a human. Secretary of Defense is a human. And imagine that job while trying to advise the president. And then there's also a really interesting term which I learned about called jamming the president, which is often understood in Washington that the military advisors we don't know if this is legit, we've never seen it put to the test, but jamming the president means the military advisors are going to push for a really aggressive counterattack immediately. And again, you're the president who's not really been paying attention to this because he has many other things to deal with. Speed is not conducive to wisdom.
Can you speak to the jamming the president? So your sense is the advisors would, by default, be pushing for aggressive counterattack.
That is a term in sort of the national security, nuclear command and control, historical documentation that many of the people that you might call the more dovish type people are, worried about, that the more hawkish people are going to, the military advisors, right, are going to be jamming the president to make these decisions about which targets, not if,
right,
but
which
what.
Targets. The argument will be about which targets,
Yes.
not about if.
Yes.
I hope that even the warmongers would, at this moment, because what underlies the idea of you wanting to go to war? It's power. It's wanting to destroy the enemy and be the big kid on the block. But with nuclear war, it just feels like that falls apart. Do you think warmongers actually believe they can win a nuclear war?
Well, you've raised a really important question that we looked at the historical record for that answer, right? Because astonishingly, all of this began like when Russia first got the bomb in 1949. The powers that be, and I write about them in the book as in a setup to the first, for the moment of launch, right? Like it's called How We Got Here, right? And you see, and I cite, declassified documents from some of these early meetings where nuclear war plans were being laid out. And absolutely, back in the 1950s, the generals and the admirals that were running the nuclear command and control system believed that we could fight and win a nuclear war, despite hundreds of millions of people dying. This was the prevailing thought. And only over time did the kind of concept come into play that no, we can never have a nuclear war. It's the famous Gorbachev and Reagan joint statement. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. But before that, many people believed that it could be won, and they were preparing for that.
Not to be political, not to be ageist, but do cognitive abilities and all that kind of stuff come into play here? So if so much is riding on the president, is there tests that are conducted? Is there regular training procedures on the president that you're aware of? Do you know?
I don't think that has anything to do with ageism. I think it has to do with, I think it's an earnest question, a really powerful one. And if people were to ask that question of themselves or their sort of, dinner party guests or their family around the dinner table guests, you might come to a real good conclusion about how bad our political system is and how bad our presidential candidates are. Because why on earth there would be two candidates, one of whom has cognitive problems and the other of whom has judgment problems? These are the two biggest issues with a nuclear launch: judgment and cognition. And so where's the, young-ish, thoughtful, forward-looking, wise, dedicated civil servant running for president? I know that sounds, fantastical, but I wish it weren't.
So that's one of the things you really think about when voting for president is this scenario that we've been describing, these 6 minutes. Imagine a man or woman sitting there for 6 minutes waiting for the pot of coffee.
But I think about that issue with any war, right? I mean, prior to writing Nuclear War: A Scenario, I previously wrote 6 books on military and intelligence programs designed to prevent nuclear war. And I believe the president as commander-in-chief should be of the highest character possible. because the programs, the wars that we have fought since World War II have all been, how many octogenarian sources have I interviewed? I'm talking about Nobel laureates and weapons designer and spy pilots and engineers in general. They've all said to me with great pride, we prevented World War III, nuclear World War III, right? And that idea that the commander-in-chief and everyone within the national security apparatus should be making really good decisions about war. It's the oldest cliche in the world that, the wars are fought by the young kids. And it's not a cliche, it's true. And so the character part about the president should be in play, whether we're thinking about nuclear war or any war, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, first of all, but it feels like with nuclear war, one person becomes like exponentially more important. With regular war, the decision to go to war or not, advisors start mattering more. There's judgment issues. You can start to make arguments for sort of more leeway in terms of what kind of people we elect. It seems like with nuclear war, there's no leeway. It's like one person can resist this, the jamming the president force, the warmongers, all the calculation involved in considering what are the errors and mistakes, the missiles flying over Russia, the full dynamics of the geopolitics going on in the world. Consider all of humanity, the history of humanity, the future of humanity, your loved, all of it just loaded in to make a decision. Then it becomes much more important that your cognitive abilities are strong and your judgment abilities against powerful, wise people, just as a human being, are strong. So I think that's something to really, really consider when you vote for president. But to which degree is it really on the president versus to the people advising?
Oh, no, it's on the president. The president has to make the call. And that 6-minute window happens so fast. I mean, the president is going to be being moved for part of that time. The Secret Service is going to be, up against Stratcom. Stratcom saying we need the launch orders, and the Secret Service is going to be saying we need to move the president. So it's not as much that he's delegating the issues. It's more like the issue is being postponed, because there is only one issue for the president to say these targets, for him to choose from the Denny's-like menu. Okay, this is what we're going to go with. And then this astonishing thing happens. The president takes out his wallet. He has a card in it that's colloquially called the biscuit. And that card with the codes matches up an item in the briefcase, in the football, that then is received by an officer underneath the Pentagon in that bunker. It's a call and response list. It's like, Alpha, Zeta, right? That's it. And that then back so that the individual in the bunker realizes they are getting the command from the president. And then that order is passed to Stratcom. And Stratcom, the commander of Stratcom, and I interviewed a former commander of Stratcom. Commander of Stratcom then follows orders, which is delivers the launch orders to the nuclear triad. And what's done is done.
What would you do if you were the commander of Stratcom in that situation? What would you do? Because I like my gut reaction right now, if you just threw me in there, I would refuse orders.
Okay, so good question. I asked that exact question to one of my very helpful sources on the book, Dr. Glenn McDuff, who is at Los Alamos and who for a while was the classified, they have a museum that's classified within the lab. And he was the historian in charge of it, right? So he's a nuclear weapons engineer. He worked on Star Wars during the Reagan era. And he does a lot having to do with the history of Los Alamos. And by the way, the Oppenheimer movie really, because I've reported on nuclear weapons for, 12 years now. And Oppenheimer movie had a very, to me, positive impact on Los Alamos' transparency with people like me. They had a real willingness to share information. I think before, perhaps they were on their heels, feeling they needed to be on the defensive. But now they're much more forthcoming. They were super helpful. I can tell you the origin story of the football, which is what they declassified for the book. But I asked this question to Dr. Glenn McDuff, right? Like, in a different manner, I said, is there a chance that the Stratcom commander would defy orders? And he said, Annie, you have a better chance winning Powerball.
Why do you think? What's his intuition behind that?
You don't wind up as Stratcom commander unless you are someone who follows orders. You follow orders.
You don't think there's a deep humanity there? That because his intuition is about everything we know so far, but this situation has never happened in the history of Earth.
Well, this is tricky. And all right, so you're raising a really tricky, interesting conundrum here, because during COVID, when President Trump and the leader of North Korea were kind of locked in various relationships with one another, good, bad, threatening, non-threatening, friendly, just bananas, you might say, like not presidential behavior. If you were someone watching C-SPAN like I do, nerding out on what Stratcom was actually saying about all this, you noticed that Stratcom commanders were speaking out publicly to Congress more so than I had ever seen before. And this issue came up. Would you defy presidential orders? So the caveat I would say to McDuff's answer of easier to win the Powerball, right, is that if the commander of Stratcom interpreted the president's behavior to be unreliable, to be non-presidential, then ... But now you're into some really radical territory.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it feels like, just looking at all the presidents of the United States in my lifetime, it feels like none of them are qualified for this 6 minutes. So, like, I could see, I could see as being the commander of Stratcom being like, this guy, like, basically respecting no president. I know you're supposed to commander-in-chief, but in this situation, saying, like, I mean, everybody, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, if I was a commander of Stratcom, I'd be like, what does this guy know about any of this? I would defy orders. I mean, in this situation, when the future of human civilization hangs in the balance, I mean, to be the person that says, yes, launch, no matter what, I just can't see a human being on Earth being able to do that in the United States of America. That's a hell of a decision. Like, this is it. That's it.
Well, but now you've raised a great, important, presentation, essentially, because what you're saying is people be aware, right? Be aware of, like, why you're voting, or why certain individuals are being escalated to even being able to run for president. What does that mean? Why are people in America not more involved as citizens? Do we have a responsibility for that? Because you've opened up the door for people to understand, okay, the ultimate thing is the nuclear launch decision. So if a person can't be trusted with that, everything unravels from there.
Also, I want to look up who's the commander of Stratcom now. Speaking of which, you've interviewed a lot of experts for this work. Is there some commonalities about the way you've talked about this a little bit, in the way they see this whole situation? What like scares them the most about this whole system and the whole possibility of nuclear war?
I first learned about nuclear weapons from a guy called Al O'Donnell, who appears in my earlier books, because I interviewed him for over a period of 4.5 years, because he was an engineer who actually wired nuclear bombs in the 1950s. He was a member of the Manhattan Project. in 1946, worked on Operation Crossroads, the first explosions of nuclear bombs after the war ended, after World War II ended, and went on to arm, wire, and fire 186 out of the 200 some odd atmospheric nuclear tests that the United States did before this was banned. And so I learned from him the power of these weapons, right? And I learned from him this very almost nationalistic idea about how important it was to have nuclear weapons. And while I learned a lot about his human side, I also saw the side of him that was very Cold War warrior, right? And then, so he was kind of the first. And then, I don't know, there's been 100 people that have been directly involved in nuclear weapons along the way. Billy Waugh, who was my subject of my main sort of central figure in a book I wrote about the CIA's paramilitary called Surprise, Kill, Vanish. And Waugh halo jumped a tactical nuclear weapon into the Nevada test site with a small team, almost unknown to anyone, right? Only recently declassified. And so his position was like, tactical nuclear weapons may end up being used. So I'm trying to speak here to the scope of different people I have interviewed over the years, right? And what has happened is as I've gotten closer to the present day, you know, in arrears, there seems to be a growing movement from some of these Cold Warriors off the position of nuclear weapons make us great and strong toward something must be done to reduce this threat.
How much do you know, in the same way that you know about the United States, how much do you know about the Russian side? Maybe the Chinese side, India and Pakistan, that all of this, like how their thinking differs, perhaps.
Yes, well, for that you want to go to the experts, right? So for Russia, for example, there's a guy called Pavel Podvig, who is probably the West's top expert on Russian nuclear forces. He works in parallel with the UN. He also studied in Moscow. And he interviewed, so my information comes from him, right? Like you do all the footwork to know what questions to ask, and then you take the very specific questions to him. And I learned from him about how the Russian command and control goes down. And it's very similar to ours because America and Russia have been at sort of nuclear dueling with one another for 75 years now. And so everything we have, they have, right? With the exception of we have a great satellite system and they have a super flawed one. Theirs is called Tundra. And even Pavel Podvig admitted that there are serious flaws in Tundra. The Russian satellite system, for example, can mistake sunlight for flames, can mistake clouds for a nuclear launch. This is a fact, okay? And, what was interesting in interviewing him was also this recent, very, very dangerous shift in Russian nuclear policy, which is this. Many Russian experts will tell you that Russia has always maintained that it never had a launch on warning policy. Now, I don't know if I believe that's true, but I'm just telling you what they say. And this is coming from the generals, the Cold War generals in Soviet Russia, saying, oh, no, we would wait. They were kind of playing the noble warrior. We would wait to absorb a nuclear attack until we launched, okay? So many Americans, experts will tell you that that's just posturing and propaganda. But that was their official position. And that changed just 2 years ago when Putin gave a speech. And he said that their position had changed, that they will no longer wait to absorb an attack, that once they learn of, how did he phrase it? He calls it like the trajectory of the missiles, right? Which is a way of talking about parity, the same way we see the missile coming over in mid-course. Putin made that same statement and said we would launch.
What do you know of the way Putin thinks about nuclear weapons and nuclear war? Is it just something to allude to in a speech, But do you think he contemplates the possibilities?
I don't know, but if I had to guess, it would go like this. I would look at his background, and he comes from the intelligence world, right? So my experience in interviewing old-timers who've spent decades working for the CIA or even NRO or NSA, I know the way they think from having spent hundreds of hours interviewing them, right? And then I know the way that, military men think. And it's very different, right? So Putin's not a military person per se. He's an intelligence officer. So what would concern me there, if I had to guess about his mindset, has to do with paranoia, right? Most intelligence officers must have a degree of healthy paranoia or they're going to wind up dead, right? And so that's not a great quality to have.
You would be more trigger happy, perhaps. So you would be more prone to respond to erroneous signals.
And you'd be suspicious, and you can see that now. There's such a, incredible distrust and sort of real conflict between Russia, between its leader and NATO, between its leader and all of the West. And then that is fueled by his closest advisors. They seem to be, from the statements they have made that I've read in translation, they seem to be fostering that same idea that, NATO really has it in for Russia. America really has it in. And that is so dangerous and disheartening.
It perhaps makes it less likely that the president would pick up the phone and talk to the other president.
Or that the close advisors near the president would make that happen.
You were talking about the procedure with the football. Is there any concern for cyber attacks, for sort of security concerns of at every level here? False signals, errors, shutting down the channels of communication through cyber attacks, all that kind of stuff.
So to answer those questions, I interviewed a number of people, but most specifically General Tuhill, who was Obama's cyber chief. And he was actually America's first cyber chief. And the nuclear command and control system, and really the triad, functions on analog systems. It functions on old school systems. If there's not digital interface, you can't hack into it, right? So most of the issues that I raise in the book have to do with what happens to cyber after a nuclear attack, right? What happens to cyber in the minutes after a nuclear weapon strikes America, and how that impacts the ability for people to communicate with one another. And that's when chaos takes control.
Well, let's talk about it. So, God forbid, if a nuclear weapon reaches its target, what happens? What, perhaps you could say what you think would be the first target hit. Would it be the Pentagon?
I was told by many people I interviewed that the biggest fear in Washington, D.C. is what's called a bolt out of the blue attack. That's an unwarranted nuclear attack against Washington, D.C. The target would be the Pentagon. And that's what I begin the scenario with, And I reported in graphic, horrifying detail what happens. Yes, because I don't know what's worse, me writing that all out or the fact that it's all documented by the Defense Department. I mean, they have been documenting the effect of nuclear weapons on people and animals and things since the earliest days of the Cold War. And all of the details I pull are from these documents like the effects of nuclear weapons. And again, this document was the original information, the original data in this document come from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Right? It was all classified. And then it was built upon by those 200 some odd atmospheric nuclear weapons tests we did. And, we're talking about like millimeters and inches. We're talking about the Defense Department knowing that, 7.5 miles out, the upholstery on cars will spontaneously combust. The pine needles will catch on fire. They will start more fires. You have all kinds of mayhem and chaos happening, based on reported facts from observations. And this is really shocking and grotesque at the same time.
So, one warhead reaches the Pentagon, everybody in the Pentagon perishes.
180 million degrees. The fireball on a 1 megaton nuclear weapon is 19 football fields of fire. Think about that. Nothing remains. Nothing remains.
And there's then a radius where people die immediately, and then there's people that are dead when found, and then there's people that will die slowly.
Yes.
The centric rings.
And again, rings defined by defense scientists. But before that, the bomb goes off. Then there's this blast wave that's like several hundred miles an hour, pushing out like a bulldozer, knocking everything down. Bridges, buildings. I mean, you can read FEMA manuals about what the rubble will be like. You're talking about 30 feet deep rubble as the buildings go over 6, 7, 8, 10 miles out. That speaks nothing of the mega fires that will then ensue. So once all these people die, and 3rd-degree radiation burns, did you even know there was such a thing as 4th-degree radiation burns? Right? We're talking about the wind ripping the skin off people's faces many miles out. And then you have a sucking action, right? Everyone is, or many people are familiar with what the nuclear mushroom cloud looks like. And its stem actually creates, and again, this is from, physicists who advise the Defense Department on it, the sucking up into the nuclear stem, 300-mile-an-hour winds. You're talking about people miles out getting sucked up into that stem. When you see the mushroom cloud, Lex, that is, in a nuclear war, that would be people. Those are like the remnants of people and of things in the cloud. 30, 40-mile wide mushroom cloud blocking out the sun. And that speaks nothing of the radiation poisoning that follows.
And then the power grid goes out. Basically, everything we rely on in terms of systems in our way of life goes out. You write, quote, "Those who somehow managed to escape death by the initial blast, shockwave, and firestorm suddenly realize an insidious truth about nuclear war, that they're entirely on their own. Here begins a, quote, fight for food and water." I mean, that is a wake-up call on top of a wake-up call, that we go back to a kind of primitive fight for survival, each on their own.
And by the way, those details were given to me by Obama's FEMA director, Craig Fugate, who was in charge of, so FEMA is the agency in America that plans for nuclear war, okay? And what Fugate said to me was, Annie, we plan for asteroid strikes. These are called low probability but high consequence events. And FEMA is the organization that, when there's a hurricane or an earthquake or a flood, FEMA steps in and they do what's called population protection planning, right? They take care of people. And what Fugate told me is after a nuclear strike, after a bolt out of the blue attack, he used those terms, there is no population protection. Everyone's dead, right? And he means that metaphorically, but also kind of more literally, because he just said at that point, you just hope that you stocked Pedialyte.
What do you think happens to humans? Like, how does human nature manifest itself in such conditions? Do you think, like, brutality will come out? Like, people will, just for survival, will steal, will Murder.
I can't imagine that not happening. I think that's why people love post-apocalyptic television shows and films, because they see that. And then, of course, there's always one great charismatic person who's trying to restore morality. And these are great narratives that people like to tell themselves in the world of science fiction. But what we're dealing with is science fact in this scenario. And it is meant to terrify people into realizing, wait a minute, this is a conversation that absolutely should be had while it can still be had. Because the reality is, when you have the director of FEMA telling you this, it's a real wake-up call. And by the way, Craig Fugate was so transparently human with me, and I quote him directly in the book, but he spoke about, you asked me earlier about like what would be going through the president's mind, and we don't know, I don't know. But Craig Fugate told me what would be going through his mind. And he said, along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, like it's almost something you couldn't even comprehend. It would just like ruin you. You know, his words are really powerful. And of course, the FEMA director in the scenario is notified in that first window while the launch, while the ballistic missile is on its way, and no one in America yet knows. And I have the FEMA director pull over to the side of the road and jump in a helicopter that's sent for him to take him to the bunker that FEMA goes to, which is called Mount Weather. And so he's aware that Fugate was aware that as FEMA director, he would likely be taken to a safe place, however many hours you're going to be safe, or days, or maybe weeks, or maybe months. But as I also learned from the cyber people I interviewed, that, there's a complete fallacy that these military bases can continue functioning. They run on diesel fuel. And when the fuel stops pumping, there's no more generators.
Electricity's gone. Communication lines are all gone. The food supply, all of it, all the supply chains is gone. It's terrifying. And that's just in the first few days, first few hours. In part 5, you described the 24 months and beyond after this first hour we've been talking about. So what happens to Earth? What happens to humans if a full-on nuclear war happens?
So for that, I was super privileged to talk to Professor Brian Toon, who's one of the original 5 authors of the nuclear winter theory. And that theory was published in the early 1980s. One of Professor Toon's professors was Carl Sagan, who is sort of the most famous author of the nuclear winter theory. And, there were all kinds of controversies about it when it came out, including the Defense Department saying it was Soviet propaganda, which it wasn't. And what the nuclear winter authors conceded back in the 80s was that their modeling was just the best it could be based on what they had at the time. And so now flash forward to where we are in 2024 and talking to Professor Toon, who's been working on this issue for all these decades since. He shared with me how the climate models today, with the systems we have, the computer systems, reveal that actually nuclear winter is worse, right? So to answer your questions, the bombs stopped falling. In my scenario, 72 minutes after they first launched. The bombs stopped falling. And then the mega fires begin. Each nuclear weapon will have, according to the Defense Department, a mega fire that will burn between 100 and 300 square miles. So 1,000 weapons, 1,500 weapons. Think about those mega fires. Everything is burning. Forests, cities. Think about the pyrotoxins in all the cities, high-rises burning. And all of this soot gets lofted into the air. According to Toon, some 300 billion pounds of soot. And what happens? It blocks out the sun. And without sun, we have nuclear winter. We have a situation whereby ice sheets form You're talking about bodies of water in places like Iowa being frozen for 10 years.
The temperature drops.
Temperature plummets, right? And there are all kinds of papers that have been written about this using modern systems. And the numbers vary, but the bottom line is agriculture fails.
Foods obviously dies. So the agriculture system completely shuts down. So the food sources shut down. So there's no food. There's no sun. Temperature drops completely. No electricity.
And we haven't even spoken of radiation poisoning because, the radiation poisoning kills many people in the aftermath of the nuclear exchange. But after the nuclear freeze ends, after nuclear winter, after the sun starts to come back, let's say 8, 9, 10 years, now you have no ozone layer, or you have a severely depleted ozone layer. And so the sun's rays are now poisonous. So you have people living underground, and you have this great thawing. And with that great thawing comes pathogens and plague. And you have this, system where the small-bodied animals, the insects and whatnot, begin reproducing really fast, and the larger body animals like you and me begin to go extinct. Professor Toon said it to me this way. He said 66 million years ago, an asteroid hit Earth, killed all the dinosaurs, and wiped out 70% of the species. And nuclear war would likely do the same. And so here we are talking about this because there is a difference. There's nothing you can do about an asteroid, but there is something you can do about a nuclear war.
Do you think it's possible that some humans will survive all of this? So if we look, how long would it be? Would it be decades? Would it be centuries before Earth starts to have the capacity to grow food again?
Carl Sagan talked about that in this amazing book that he wrote with two scientist colleagues called The Cold and the Dark. And there's a bunch of essays about exactly this, right? Like what would happen and how long would it take? It's really interesting. It's dated, it's from the 80s, but man, is it shocking. And you think about that, where, okay, so men return to sort of the worst, most base versions of themselves. Civilization is gone, right? Meaning, civil society. There's no rule of law. It's just fend for yourself. There's, people fighting over what little resources there are. Man returns to a hunter-gatherer state. And to really think about this idea, I looked at the oldest known archaeological site in the world in Turkey, which is called Göbekli Tepe. And it's really fascinating to me because I interviewed one of the two archaeologists who first found this site in the early 90s. And the lead archaeologist was a guy named Klaus Schmidt, and Michael Morsch was the young graduate student who was with him. And Morsch's description of coming upon this rumored to be site, there was something called a wishing tree on the site, which I just found so human and perfect, that it was this magical place, and it was locatable because there was a wishing tree on a hill, and it's where people went to wish and to hope that their wishes came true. I mean, how human is that, right? That is where beneath the wishing tree, kind of like in the shadow of the wishing tree, there was a tepe, which is a hill. And beneath that, there is the oldest known civilization in the world. 12,000 years ago, a group of hunter-gatherers built this site. Why, we don't know. But I imagined through Morsch's descriptions of coming upon, he tripped on a rock, he told me, right? He tripped over a stone that turned out to be the top part of a 12,000-year-old sculpted man, giant pillar, right? And he talked about coming upon that. And then no one knows really what Göbekli Tepe was for. And that makes my mind try and answer the question you asked me internally, right? Just as a human who's here on Earth for the amount of time I'm here. If there were a nuclear war, what would it be like? What would it be like when someone in the future, would we become archaeologists one day? Would civilization rebuild? Would we develop computers? Who knows? It's interesting to think about. I hope we never have to.
What would we remember about this time? It is terrifying to think that most of it would be forgotten. Everything we kind of assume will not be forgotten. We think maybe some of the technological developments will be forgotten, but we assume like some of history won't be forgotten. But realistically, especially the us descending into primitive survival, probably everything since the industrial age will be forgotten. Like everything. Maybe some religious ideas will persist, some stories and myths will persist, but like all the wisdom we've gathered, higher levels of technological wisdom, will be gone. Like that's terrifying to think about. And like maybe even as you touch on, the very fact of nuclear war might be forgotten. Like the lessons of nuclear war might be forgotten. That there are these weapons, sort of the obvious elephant in the room would be one of the things that's completely forgotten. It becomes so vague in the recollection of humans that our understanding will change. It's almost as if a god descended on Earth and destroyed everything. Maybe that's how it will persist. Sort of like mythological interpretation of what nuclear weapons are. That's terrifying because then it could repeat again.
Mm-hmm. But I think for me, the idea of the what is buried becomes very interesting and very human, and in a strange way optimistic and positive, because if you can visualize that wishing tree, and I have a picture of it in the book from one of the archaeologists who work on that, right? You think, what were they wishing for, right? And then you think of your own self, what do I wish for in this world, right? Because I do think all things come from what happens, metaphorically around the dinner table, right? Like what people put their eyes on becomes interesting and expands what people talk about. And ultimately, when you think about the long arc of time in human civilization, it does kind of make you want to communicate more with your enemies, with your adversaries. And, I think about the quote, what Einstein is said to have said, which is that he was asked what weapons World War III would be fought with. And he said, I don't know, but I know that World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Let me ask you about the great filter. When you look out into our galaxy, into our universe, look up at the sky, do you think there's other alien civilizations that are contending with some similar questions? And perhaps the reason we have not definitively seen alien civilizations is because the others have failed to find a solution to this great filter, something like nuclear weapons.
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to think about that question. But what does come to mind is an answer that was given to me similarly, right? By Ed Mitchell, who went to the moon, right? And he was the sixth man to walk on the moon. And so his opinion, I think, might count a little more than mine on that subject, because his lens is so much greater, right? And Mitchell was vilified when he got back from the moon because it became known that he believed in things like extrasensory perception and this kind of mystical, metaphysical way of looking at the world. And he really suffered from that. I mean, he was ridiculed and he lost a lot of his career and his friends. But what he said to me in our interview about his trip home from the moon answers that great filter question, I think, in a way I might want to adopt, right? Which is this, that he said that as they were returning from the moon to Earth, he looked down at the Earth and I'm paraphrasing him. I write all this in Phenomena, an earlier book, but the paraphrasing is that he looked down from the earth, and it was 1971, and he thought about all the conflict going on down below, particularly the Vietnam War, where many of his friends were. And then he looked behind him into the great vast galaxy, and he had a moment, he says, that was like an epiphany, like not a near-death experience, but a sort of near-life experience, right? Where he believed that the human consciousness, which is where so much of this thoughtfulness about metaphysics and ESP perhaps come from. Mitchell's theory was that human consciousness, the way to understand it had something to do with realizing that man's inner life and man's outer life are deeply connected in the same way that man is connected to the galaxy. And he said it much more eloquently, but you kind of get the idea that, and I think it's why humans have always loved to look up, right? That there's more there, and it's a bit like the wish. It's like the big version of the wishing tree. You know, what do I wish for myself? And what is maybe perhaps the realignment of thinking for those of us in search of happiness, right? And rather, instead of war, is, what does it mean to have a conscience, to have consciousness? What does it mean to be a thinking person? What does it mean to be on this earth? To be born, to live, to die. And then there is legacy. And so all of those ideas are, I think, foster the kind of conversation that de-escalates conflict.
Yeah, so in some deep way, the mysteries of what's out there when we look out to the stars are the same mysteries that we find when trying to understand the human mind. And they're coupled in some way. For me, thinking about alien civilizations out there is really the same kind of question, which is what are we? What is this? What are we doing here? How do we come here? Why does it seem to be so magical and beautiful and powerful? Where is it going? Because it feels like we're really, perhaps for the first time in history, are in a moment where we can destroy ourselves. And so naturally you ask, well, where's others like us? Is it perhaps, are we inevitably going to a place where we'll destroy ourselves? Is it basically inevitable that we destroy ourselves? We become too powerful and not insufficiently wise to know what to do with that power. But like you said, probably the answers to that are in here. We don't need to look out there. I'd love to ask you about the extrasensory perception. You've written, like you said, the book Phenomena on the secret history of the U.S. government's investigations into extrasensory perception and psychokinesis. What are some of the more interesting extrasensory abilities that were explored by the government? And maybe just in general, ESP, what is it? What do you know of it?
The book was so interesting to report because I spend so much time dealing with like mechanized systems, machines, war machines. And yet the military and intelligence were and continue to be incredibly interested in the human mind, in consciousness. And so, if one is called hard science, what we're talking about now is called squishy science, right? And it was really interesting to delve into that world. It just couldn't be farther from weapons and war, or could it, right? And then I really began thinking, well, before science and technology, sort of the supernatural ruled the world. The Oracle of Delphi in Greece exists for the, before the Common Era rulers to go and beg to learn from the powers that be what was going to happen, right? So all ESP programs, I think, pull from that origin story, right? The leader's desire to know. And so I really found it amazing that many people think these systems, or rather these programs, started in the 70s. I learned they actually began right after World War II. And that was because, and here, in my reporting, I find all things sort of always circle back to the Third Reich, to the Nazis. The Nazis had a massive occult program, an ESP program, psychokinesis program, astrology. Both Hitler and Himmler were deeply interested in these occult concepts. And after, I learned from records at the National Archives that after the war, half of everything went to the Soviet Union, and I'm talking about the trove of Nazi documents from which the superpowers were then going to learn to fight future wars, and half of them went to the United States. And so we got this trove of documents about all of this, and the Soviets got the other. And so it set off a kind of psychic arms race, which in a weird way paralleled the nuclear arms race, which we've been talking about, in as much that it led one side to constantly wonder what the other side had.
Have they been able to find anything interesting in this squishy science analysis, trying to see how the human mind can be used as a weapon?
The CIA most definitely believed, from my reading of the documents, that there was something very legit, shall we say, about ESP. It was uncontrollable, it was unreliable, but nonetheless it existed. And being the intelligence agency that they are, they cared less about why it worked. They just wanted to know how they could use it. And then it got into all kinds of elements of placebo effect, and when the military stepped in and got involved in the programs, that was a complete disaster, in my opinion, because the military needs to control everything in a mechanized, systematic way. And so they started, for example, teaching people to be psychic, which is a really, really, really bad idea. I mean, flash forward to where we are today, these programs still exist. There's a Navy program which is working on, based on a lot of data that came back from the War on Terror, with certain soldiers knowing, wait, don't walk down that path. There is an IED there. And they call this the Spidey sense. And they actually have a program that works from it. So these things never go away. They kind of circle around in terms of, being made fun of and then taken seriously, and a little of this and of that. My biggest takeaway from writing that book was a quote that I referenced in the beginning, which is the Thomas theorem, and it says, "If men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences."
Yeah, I mean, placebo, as you mentioned, is a fascinating concept. By the way, a short plug. I started listening to it. Andrew Kubelman just released a podcast on placebo, the placebo effect.
Does he know the origin story of placebo? We'll have to ask him.
Are
you ready for this?
Yes.
CIA. Okay. And not only that, I can tell you that Dr. Henry Beecher, Harvard, I think he was also at MIT for a bit. He came up with that term, and you might even say for the CIA.
Does that trouble you that so much of this is coming from the CIA first?
You mean the placebo concept, or
the placebo concept, but a lot of the sort of scientific investigations?
Listen, I have such mixed feelings about the CIA, as one should. I think you should have mixed feelings about anything that you cover as a reporter or as a human, because, and maybe change that from mixed to, conflicting, right? Because there are really positive elements of every organization within the federal government. I mean, my first learning about the CIA came from the work I did on the Area 51 book about their aerial reconnaissance programs, which were set up, again, to prevent World War III, right? Nuclear World War III. It was this idea that information was king. The U-2 spy plane was developed out at Area 51, and I interviewed Hervey Stockman, the first man to fly over the Soviet Union in a U-2, gathered all this intelligence, prevented wars. Later, I wrote a book about the CIA's paramilitary, surprise, kill, vanish. So, like, just when I was thinking, wow, the CIA is doing all this amazing, non-kinetic activity with aerial reconnaissance, then you learn about their kill programs, and that's a whole different set of issues.
Turns out, as you write in that book, that the CIA assassinates people sometimes, and we'll talk about it. But anyway, like you said, conflicting feelings.
I mean, I work with sources to report my books, and so put yourself in my shoes, right? I interview for dozens or hundreds of hours my primary sources. In the case of the Surprise Kill Vanish book, I traveled with Billy Wall, the longest serving CIA operator, back to the scene of the crime, back to the battle. We went to Hanoi, we went to Havana. And you really get to know someone, and that's when I say conflicting. I work with sources on a real trust basis, right? And sometimes people will tell me things. They'll say, Annie, this is off the record. This is for you to know about me on deep background, because I want you to know who I am. And that's powerful. And a lot of times it's personal, right? It's personal. It's about their personal life. And they don't want that. And it isn't apropos to what I'm writing about. But I need to know that. And that's where it gets conflicted, because in a good way, because you realize we're all such creatures of our personal lives, right? So you have a professional life where your national security are in your hands. I don't know what that is like.
I wonder if you could just speak to that. You've interviewed so many powerful people, so many fascinating people. And as you've spoken about, trust is fundamental to that. So they open up and really show you into their world. What does it take to do that?
I think willingness. We were talking about trust earlier. Like, you have to trust that I have to trust there's a reason I find myself in a certain situation, right? Otherwise, it would just be a constant, doubt paradox, right? Why am I here? What am I doing? And so I trust that I'm going to learn something of value. And so I'm willing to listen. I really am willing to listen, right? Because so far, it's always proven, the expectations I might have going into something are dwarfed by the outcome, because people are so interesting, and because the people that I interview, because I write about war and weapons and national security and government secrets, and the people I interview are at the heart of all of this. I mean, they are really capable people, intellectually brilliant, physically capable. They go so far out on the limb to do their jobs. And by the way, the reason they're talking to me is because they're still alive. And so many of their colleagues are dead. So it gives them also a wisdom about, life, about sacrifice, not in cliched sort of nationalistic, jingoistic terms whatsoever. I'm talking like real, what is their real truth? When I went to Vietnam with Billy Waugh, I mean, so much of it was, the details are just, every detail, right? I mean, starting with the fact that he showed up at my house with a giant suitcase and a bunch of clothes, dry cleaning pressed clothes in plastic hangers, carrying them. I'm like, Billy, we're going to Vietnam and we're going back into the jungle to find the Oscar 8 battle site. Like, what are you carrying, right? And he got really mad at me. It's not like anyone correcting him. And I got my husband on the job, like, Kevin, you got to sort this out, right? And what transpired was that Billy Waugh had never taken a trip for personal reasons. He operated, I think, in 62 countries every single time for the CIA. And it would go like this: Billy, go to there and get to there, right? And that's what he would do. When he arrived, whatever he needed, he would just get, It's not a fashion trip, right? So he had no idea how to pack for an overseas trip. This was like, oh my God, how can you not have the hugest smile on your face going into this? I'm with a guy who's 89 years old. He's got 8 bullet, he's had 8 Purple Hearts from Vietnam, right? I mean, he operated against Osama bin Laden 10 years before 9/11. He went after bin Laden in Afghanistan when he was 72. And he went after Gaddafi during the Arab Spring when he was 82. And now here he is with me going to Hanoi, the details, those human details. But my husband repacked his bag and got him a proper suitcase that was carryable and small and didn't have the hangers. He wasn't trailing the hangers. But it was the trip home in the taxi that I got this really big reveal. Billy reached into that small suitcase my husband had given him and pulled out a rolled up American flag. And he had taken this flag because I had tried to help him pack and he wouldn't let me. And I just thought it was like an old guy being stubborn, but he didn't want me to see that he was bringing an American flag to Vietnam, which is not legal. And he wanted to bring that flag and take it around everywhere with him, as he explained to me later, to honor all of his friends who died there 50 years ago. And then when the trip was finished, he gave me that flag, and it's in my office. And that's the kind of relationship that you can develop with people as a reporter if you're willing to go the extra mile with them, to trust them, that they'll tell you things of value. And to me, something like that is as of value as any, secret mission I'm able to get declassified, because we are a nation of people.
And probably there's a bunch of human details that you can't possibly express in words. Things left unspoken, but you saw in the silence, exchange between the two of you, the sadness, the maybe you could see on his face looking back at memories of the people he's lost. All that kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff.
You mentioned you wrote a book on Area 51. For people who don't know, you've written a lot about security, the military, secrets, all this kind of stuff. So Area 51 is one of the legendary centers of all of these kinds of topics. So high level first is, what is Area 51? As you understand it, as you've written about the lore and the reality.
I think everybody wants to know about Area 51 because it's like this American enigma, It's like, to some people, it's the Shangri-La of, test bed aerospace programs, right? And to others, it's the place of captured aliens, right? And everything in between. I had the great fortune of interviewing 75 people who lived and worked at that base for extended periods of time, mostly leading up to the 90s, because everything since then is classified, right? So things get declassified after decades, not everything, but some, and that allows you to piece together stories.
So you talked to a lot of people that work there. What can you describe as the history of technological development that went on there?
I mean, Area 51 is huge, by the way, and it's a top secret military facility inside a top secret military facility inside the Nevada Test and Training Range, which is this massive, not secret facility, right? So you're just talking about layers, talking about peeling the onion in reverse. And it began as a place to test the U-2 spy plane. And literally the CIA set up shop there to build this plane away from the public eye. And then that led to another espionage platform called the A-12 Oxcart, which is, anyone who's seen the X-Men movies knows about the SR-71. And that's a 2-seater, right? And before that there was the A-12 Oxcart. And that was the CIA's stealth Mach 3 spy plane. Think about that in the early 1960s. It's astonishing. And I interviewed the pilots who flew it.
What do they say about it?
Oh my God. I mean, look, I described in detail in Area 51, but also the amazing thing, Lex, about that was that And, I just look back on that with such fondness. This is like in 2009 when I was reporting that. And many of the guys who were in their 80s and 90s were World War II heroes, like serious World War II heroes, like Colonel Slater, who was the commander of Area 51. He flew the U-2 on the missions called the Black Cat missions over China in the early 1960s to see about their Lop Nor nuclear facility, right? So all of these things tie in when you're reporting on military and intelligence programs. But these guys had been World War II heroes and then were given this cushy job out at Area 51, and it just came with all these perks. Colonel Slater told me this one perk I just loved so much. They all had a hankering for lobster one day, right? And here they are in the middle of the desert in Nevada. And they have these really fast planes, and they literally called, like they arranged, they didn't take the ox guard out for that one, but they got some lobsters from Massachusetts, like delivered to them in like record time. They didn't even need to put them on ice, And again, those are these details where you're like, thank God, at least for me, thank God I got these details. These guys are all past now.
So there's a lot of incredible technological work going on there. So the legend, the lore, like you said, aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Were there ever aliens in Area 51, as you understand it?
So I've interviewed hundreds of people
That were
in the net. Well, not just at Area 51, but in all the different national security and military intelligence and intelligence programs. And I personally have no reason to believe that aliens have ever visited Earth. That's just me personally.
visited Earth, period.
I have no information that causes me to conclude that's the case. Now, with that said, many of the primary players in this present day, there are aliens among us narrative, are in my phenomenon. I continue to communicate with a lot of these people. I'm talking about astrophysicists who fundamentally believe that there are aliens among us, right? So we beg to differ on that issue.
Well, for you, in terms of doing research on government agencies that do top secret military work, I mean, they would know, right? So you have interviewed a lot of people that have, at every layer of the onion, you don't have you don't see evidence or a reason to believe that there was ever aliens or UFOs captured from out of this world.
That is correct, and even perhaps more important, and perhaps this colors my thinking, but I am uniquely familiar with disinformation programs put forth by the CIA, or the agency as it's called by insiders, right? And I've learned firsthand about these programs, or rather learned from firsthand participants in strategic deception campaigns that the CIA has engaged in, beginning with Area 51. The idea that all these reports of this U-2 spy plane, this giant long-winged aircraft flying 70,000 feet up. People didn't think airplanes could fly that high. And it's, the sun shining off of it. It looked like a UFO, and all the reports coming in. And the CIA opened up a UFO disinformation campaign office headed by a guy named Toto Odorenko. Specifically for this reason. Now, does that mean that every UFO sighting in the world has been a U-2? No. But I come from that lane of thinking. And there are so many strategic deception campaigns. And as I look over the decades of how these same UFO stories, and again, this is just my opinion based on my reporting, this narrative that keeps reoccurring, it seems to me like a very large catch-all to keep the public's attention on that, not on that.
So to you, sexy stories like UFOs are going to be leveraged by the CIA for strategic deception.
100%. I mean, Google Paul Benowitz. I'm always amazed that Paul Benowitz's story is not more widely spoken of. And I think that's because people, there's like the sort of ufologists, or the people who are like absolutely convinced that aliens are among us. And I use that term loosely, but you know what I mean. And then there's the quote unquote skeptics, and the skeptics tend to be sort of like self-righteous. And I would never want to be self-righteous. So I'm not a skeptic. I'm just, agnostic, I suppose. But Google Paul Benowitz, and you can learn the story of that man who thought he saw a UFO in the 70s, early 80s, and the Air Force, because the Air Force intelligence community works hand in glove with CIA a lot, and some of the other intelligence agencies. Of course, there's 17, not just the CIA. And they destroyed Paul Benowitz. They sent him to a mental institution by pulling a massive strategic deception campaign against him, because they didn't want him to know about the technology that he was seeing in critical space. So look that up, and then you go, oh my God. And, to my eye, you can apply any of these other names, substitute in Paul Benowitz, or any of the current individuals, who really become convinced of X, Y, or Z, when in fact there's a strategic deception campaign going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of incentive for the CIA and other intelligence agencies to get you to look the other way on whatever is happening. Plus, from a enemy perspective, whenever two nations are at war, to try to create hysteria in the other.
But then you have the Thomas theorem that becomes applicable there too. If men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences, right? So this idea of like UFOs and we're being lied to, it becomes real to many people. And then that creates a whole subset of problems, to the point where things are spiraling out of control, and there is no center anymore, right? So a lot of people that are briefed on programs maybe aren't even aware of their position within a greater campaign. Or I'm wrong, and there are aliens among us.
Right. So I appreciate the possibility of acknowledging that you might be wrong. From everything you know about the U.S. government, if there was an alien spacecraft, then what do you think would happen? Would they be able to hold on to those secrets for decades? Would they want to hold on to those secrets? Like, what would they do? What's your sense?
I can't imagine that kind of exciting situation not becoming public information, right? And the counter to that is this, right? This is a very strong argument for why this is a big strategic deception campaign, right? Think about the Defense Department and think about how jealously they guard its airspace, right? I mean, you had a Chinese balloon flying over and the whole world went crazy, right? It was front page news. So the fact that the one element or a couple people in the Defense Department have made this statement, we've lost control of our airspace over this UFO, the alleged UFO craft that they can't explain. I don't buy them at all. Zero.
But of course, it's possible that it is alien spacecraft, if it is that, and they operate under a very different set of technological capabilities, in theory.
In my interviews with Jacques Vallée, who's the kind of grandfather of all ufology, and he's such an interesting person and has such a really unique origin story about how he came into all of this, and he's such a scientist, right? And he's profoundly dedicated to this issue and stands completely on the opposite end of the spectrum from me and knows a lot more and has studied this for decades more. But what he said to me is the most interesting thing, which is that it's not a military problem, it's an intelligence problem. Because Jacques believes that this is some kind of intelligence, right? Which really, the closest I can do to wrapping my head around that takes me to consciousness, right? The idea of what is consciousness. And I think that's where it becomes very interesting. I think the government is hiding bodies and crafts is very Paul Benowitz. Read it, Google it, look into it, right?
Yeah. I think this kind of flying saucer thing is a trivialization of what kind of, if there's alien civilizations out there.
Trivialization. That's a great word. Trivialization. I agree with you.
I tend to believe that there's like a very large number of alien civilizations out there, and I believe we would have trouble comprehending what that even looks like were they to visit. I tend to believe they are already here or have visited, and we're too dumb to understand what that even means. And they certainly would not appear um, as flying objects that defy gravity for brief moments of time on a low resolution video. I tend to have humility about all this kind of stuff. But I think radical humility is required to even like open your eyes to what an alien intelligence would actually look like. And to me, it's beyond military applications. It's like the basic human question of like, what is even this thing? Like you mentioned consciousness that's going on. Like where does this come from? Why is it so powerful? Is it unique in the universe? I tend to believe not. Of course, I hang out a bunch with other folks like Elon who believe we are alone. But I think that belief, just like you said, has power because it actually manifests itself in reality. So if you believe that we're alone in this universe, that's a great motivator to build rockets and become multiplanetary and save ourselves, especially in the case of nuclear war. Because otherwise, whatever this special sauce, this flame of consciousness, will go out if we destroy ourselves on this earth. And, for people like Elon, it's too high of a probability that we destroy ourselves on Earth, not to try to become multiplanetary. In your book on Area 51, you propose an explanation that I think some people have criticized at the very end, that this might have been a disinformation campaign from, I guess, Stalin, that the Roswell incident was a remotely piloted plane with a, quote, grotesque child-sized aviator. Just looking back at all that now, years later, what's the probability that it's true? What's the probability it's not?
So I've never revealed who that source is.
Yes.
Did you know that?
I
You want me to tell you?
With the source?
Yeah.
Okay, who's the source?
So before I say anything on that, let me speak to the question that you asked, right? So you asked me, what's the probability that is still standing as an idea 14 years later, right? So I continued to work with that source for years afterwards. We talked about this. Look, I mean, his whole family knew it was him. And I knew his family because I was an integral part of, I was at his house, met all his kids, grandkids. And
we should say the source is the main expert advisor behind the story. That it was, maybe you can explain what the story is that you report in the book, that it was a disinformation campaign created by Stalin to cause mass hysteria in the United States. Yes. The very kind that we've been speaking about with the CIA and so on.
Yes, predicated on the narrative of the War of the Worlds, right? And the War of the Worlds, when it was a radio program in the United States, made people go crazy. Oh my God, we're being invaded by aliens. Well, the government was always interested in this story, and Joseph Stalin was too. We know that from declassified documents, right? And so the source told me that the reason for this program and that the real Roswell crash remains were, in fact, it was a black propaganda hoax infiltrated, or rather predicated at this idea that you were going to overwhelm America's early warning air defense system, cause mayhem, and maybe be able to attack the United States. That was the plan. And Stalin was also messing with the United States, messing with Truman, who sort of, turned his back on him, right, at Potsdam. And so this idea was, and the reason that the source is important, and unlike, a lot of people, I saw this, I saw that, I learned that, was according to the source, once it was determined that this was a hoax and that Stalin was able to get a craft over the United States and it crashed, and it had, people inside of it. They were people that were sort of deformed and meant surgically altered to look like aliens. the United States government decided that it needed to know what on earth that was all about, and if it was possible for us to have the same program. This according to the source, right? And so it sounds preposterous. And if it was just someone saying, you might say, well, it's ridiculous, tell me, get them onto another subject. But the difference is this source, who was very well placed and friends with all of the other 75 people, told me this as a confession, right? A real tearful confession, because what he said is he was involved in the American program to do the same thing. And people died because there were human experiments that went on. And I write about this in the last 12 pages of Area 51. And it was an explosive, revelation. And I felt very confident in writing this because the source wanted it written. Why? Because he said, I'm dedicated to my country. I know about being committed to national security. And this kind of thing must never happen. And if you give people too much power, they will take advantage of it. And he wanted it on the record. And his wife of 60 years did not know until after the book published. Nor did his children, okay? So after the book published, I was called to his house and sat there with his family. And they said, tell us this isn't true. And he said it is true, right? Now that source is Al O'Donnell, who is the nuclear weapons engineer who armed, wired, and fired 186 nuclear weapons, okay? So if you want to talk about something, you're the first person I've told that on the record, but it's kind of about time.
Wow. Well, you received a lot of criticism over this story, and it confused me why, because it's, given the context of everything you described, the CIA and other intelligence agencies, it is reasonable that such an action would be taken.
And the source is extraordinarily credible, right? If you wanted to take the position, well, that person isn't very reliable, then you have to ask yourself, why did they have top secret clearances that are higher than any in the United States whatsoever? Because he was responsible for arming nuclear bombs. He was called the trigger man. And by the way, he told me that I could tell the world who he was. There's a lot of details that are really dark involving that program. And when is it appropriate, right? Well, it feels appropriate now, first of all, because you and I have been talking for several hours. So this is what is truly a long-form conversation. And it's the outcome of, a very long time of my reporting, and also being judicious about what, closing the loop on that, right? Because I do think it's important for people to know that sources have revelations.
And like you said, the programs, both on the Soviet side and the American side, conflicting, I think is the term we used previously, ethically, morally, on all fronts. People have done some horrible things in the name of security. In your book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, you write about the CIA and the so-called president's third option. It turns out, so first of all, first option being diplomacy, and second option being war. So when diplomacy is inadequate and war is a terrible idea, we go to the third option. And this third option is about covert action, and it's about assassination. So how much of that does the CIA do?
That is open to debate. We know from the historical record that the CIA was heavily involved in assassination during the Cold War. That's non-negotiable. Even the names of the programs that were assigned to perform assassinations are fascinating and now declassified. Like Eisenhower's, for example, was the Health Alteration Committee.
Well, right? At least they have a sense of humor to this dark topic.
Then the more modern names are targeted killing, right? Executive action, targeted killing, right? I mean, drone striking is essentially assassination. And, people jump up and down and say that's not true. Well, I spent quite a long time interviewing the CIA's lead counsel, John Rizzo. He died recently. But Rizzo was very forthcoming with me, of course, never sharing classified information, but going up to the edge of what can legally be known. Rizzo was thrown under the bus by sort of the general public he was the fall guy for the torture campaign. The CIA calls it enhanced interrogation. And so Rizzo had this long career. He began working under the Carter administration, right? And was responsible for the torture memos, was responsible for legally making sure the president's ass was covered, and then got thrown under the bus. And so he was very forthcoming, not in a bitter way, but in a very earnest way about a lot of how these programs are made to be legal, because if the president of the United States says they're legal, they're legal. Executive Order 12333, it says we don't assassinate, but it can be overwritten by another order. That's straight out of Rizzo's mouth, right? Also really important to keep in mind is that the military operates under what's called Title 50. It's part of the National Security Code that gives rules and etc. how you must behave in a war theater. Well, the CIA is under no such rules. It operates under what's called Title 50. And, it's interesting to me as a reporter, because before I wrote the book and reported openly about Title 50, it was not really discussed. Now you even see operators themselves on podcasts talking about Title 50, which is kind of great, because it's like the cat's out of the bag, guys. That's what it's called, and that's how it works. It means what we say goes.
Can you elaborate on what Title 50? So it basically says assassination is allowed.
It says what the president wants, the president gets, right? And so, the best example is the killing of bin Laden, right? We were not at war with Pakistan. So Title 50 doesn't apply. You can't have a military operation in a country you're not at war with. The lines, my God, now they've really blurred. But even then, they were a little more honored, right? And so what do? Well, Leon Panetta was the CIA director. And you work out a scenario whereby the SEALs, and by the way, it wasn't just the SEAL, there was a rotational on that killer capture mission, which was really just a kill mission. SEALs were practicing, Delta was practicing, and Special Activities Division was practicing. They were all practicing at a secret facility in North Carolina, right? And it was just like, they're ready till they get the go order, and it just happened to be the SEALs, okay? So the SEALs operate under Title 10. So they had to get what I call sheep to dip, because that's what the insiders call it, right? And that is a term that comes from, interestingly, Area 51. The U-2 pilots were Air Force pilots. They needed to be sheep dipped over to the CIA so they could do things that defied the law, okay? So you can see how these all entwine, and you become more and more informed, and you go, aha, right? So that's how Title 50 works. So the night of that mission, it was a CIA mission, because the CIA is allowed to go into Pakistan and kill someone, and the military can't.
That's fascinating. So people talk about the Navy SEAL doing it, but it's really, legally speaking, to get the permission to do it within the whole legal framework of the United States, it was the CIA.
And if you look at their uniforms that they were wearing, and now that you know this, you'll see there's no nomenclature. There's no, right? So they're just meant to be completely untraceable. Were they to be shot down and captured? It's like, wait, who are these guys? Oh, a bunch of rogue guys. Okay? And this goes back, the origin story of all that is in Vietnam with Mac v. Saw. And these cross-border operations that I chronicle in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, which still amaze me to this day, right? Saw missions, they called it suicide on the ground, because that's what it was. And these guys had no identifiable nothing. They were essentially in pajamas, right? Even their weapons were specially designed by the CIA to have no serial numbers, no nothing. So if they were captured and they became POWs, I don't know who these guys are.
What do you think, and how much do they think at the highest levels of power about the ethics of assassination and about the role of that in geopolitics and military operations? Like, to you, maybe also, does assassination make sense as a good methodology of war?
I mean, again, I try to remain agnostic on the policy part of it and just report the operator's perspective, right? Because this is what people do, and this is what people are asked to do. And it depends on the individual. I mean, Billy Waugh went on a lot of those missions. I mean, the saying is like, oh, Billy Waugh, he killed more people than cancer, right? Did Billy Waugh ever tell me about direct assassinations? No, because they're all classified, right? Did he tell me about some failed ones? Yes. I'll give you an example. It's really interesting. He would show me these PowerPoints that were just fantastic. You know, late in his life, he was constantly being asked to go up to Fort Bragg and lecture to the young soldiers. Everybody loved him, you know, and he would drive all night to get there, and he would create these PowerPoints, and then he would show me the PowerPoints, and he would all unclassified. But at one point, when Hugo Chavez was in power, Billy Waugh was kind of asked, that's how it works, like, if you had to think about doing something, what would it look like, let's just say hypothetically. So he took me through this PowerPoint that never happened, whereby he and a group of operators, agency operators, were going to halo jump in to the palace and grab Chavez and probably kill him because he wouldn't allow himself to be captured. And you know what Billy, and by the way, halo jumping, for those of listeners who don't know, high altitude, low opening, right? So you jump out of an aircraft and you go down like a pencil until you're really low to the deck, like 1,000 feet. You pull your parachute cord, and that way you're not picked up on radar. And you're also not traceable when you get to the ground so fast. Billy Waugh took the second halo jump in history into a war theater in Laos during the Vietnam War, right? So he's like this famous halo jumper, right? So he and the team were going to go in, grab Chavez, and he said to me a very interesting thing that was kind of a one moment in time where I saw a different side of Billy Waugh, where he said, I'm so glad we didn't do that, even though I really wanted to at the time. Because can you imagine that country's problems where it is now? Can you imagine how we would have been blamed? And it was an interesting, rare moment for Billy Waugh to comment on the bigger picture that you're asking me about, right? I think pretty much the operators I know, they just stick to the mission.
So on the technical difficulty of those missions, just your big sense, how hard is it to assassinate a target on the soil of that nation?
I suppose that just depends, right? All right, here's another insightful thing Billy Waugh said to me, and I'm answering the question around because I don't know. Because, again, I never had anyone say to me, here's how it went down, right? Because you can't. That would be, first of all, those are classified. So I'm never going to receive classified information. I did hear a lot about reconnaissance missions when people would be in charge of, you have to be able to what's called make book on the target before, right? And making book on the target means photographing them to really, then that gets run up the chain of command to make sure this is really Imad Mugniya we're about to kill, right? But I once asked Billy when I was trying to get the question, and he wouldn't answer it. And I said, so there's another person in my book named Rick Prado, who's also like a legendary agency guy. And so, he's like 20 years younger than Billy. And I said, Billy, if you and Rick had to kill each other, like who would win, right? I was trying to imagine this like hypothetical, like how would that work? Who would win, right? And I posed the question to each of them, yeah. Right? And of course, each of them said me, right? But Billy, then I went back to them and Billy said, let me tell you how I would win. Okay, right? And he said, I'd cheat. I'd show up before the duel and I'd kill him.
It's such a I have a lot of friends who were Navy SEALs. This is such a guy conversation.
Well, you would be amazed at what the women do. Let me just tell you that. Women are part of the Special Activities Division. A big part of it.
Can you comment on that?
I can. Women can get a hell of a lot closer to a target. And I mean that literally.
The Special Operations, you mean, is this part of the CIA?
The Special Activities Division, now it's called the Special Activities Center. But originally that's the umbrella agency that has the different paramilitary organizations under it, right? So the most lethal one is Ground Branch. And that's what I reported on in Surprise Kill Vanish. And its origins go way back to the guerrilla warfare corps that was started in 1947 for the president.
So women are also a part of the alleged assassination.
Absolutely.
And you're saying they can at times be more effective. I'm just going to leave that pause there. The reason I ask of how difficult the assassinations are, with Bin Laden, it took a long time. So I guess the reconnaissance, the intelligence for finding the target. I imagine with Mossad, maybe the CIA now, the leadership of Hamas, the military branch of Hamas, is much wanted from an assassination perspective. So to me, as an outside observer, it seems like it's more difficult than you would imagine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But perhaps that's the intelligence aspect of it, not the actual assassination of locating the person.
Well, I think it's because mostly, from what I understand, it's a really dirty game, and people are covering for people, right? And I'll give you the example of Billy Waugh and Imad Mughniyeh, if I may, right? So Imad Mughniyeh was the most wanted terrorist in the world before Bin Laden, Hezbollah's chief of operations, and he was wanted by every, Mossad on down, but no one could find him. He was missing for 20 years. There wasn't even a photograph. And then he resurfaced. And of all places, he resurfaced in Saudi Arabia. Okay? So what? That's when I say it's a dirty game, right? Hezbollah, Iran. Enemies with Saudi Arabia. Why on earth was Imad Mughniyeh in Saudi Arabia? Well, that's where he was. There was a Navy SEAL who was doing reconnaissance on him. This is according to Billy Waugh. And this is around 2005. So Billy's in his 80s at this point, right? Late 70s, 80s. And he gets word that the SEAL who's been tracking Mughniyeh to get photographs of him, to give the photographs to Mossad and CIA so they can do a joint operation to kill him, which they did with a car bomb in Damascus. That's the end of the story, right? But how we got there was we needed, the CIA needed confirmation. You can't kill the wrong person. So the SEAL panicked, according to Billy Waugh, and was just like, I'm out of here. This is too dangerous. I do not want to wind up in a Saudi prison. So who do you send in? Billy Waugh, right? He shows up. He's there for 24 hours. He knows where Mughniyeh lives from the SEAL. He positions himself in a cafe across the street, which is run by Sudanese men. And of course, Waugh speaks some Sudanese because he operated in Sudan, right? And he's shooting the shit with him by his own words. He had the most foul mouth. It was just absolutely delightful to listen to. And then in between him and Mughniyeh's house is a dumpster. And Billy Waugh, being Billy Waugh, who will go to any lengths to do the job, decides to conduct reconnaissance from inside the dumpster. And that is where he is when he takes the picture of Imad Mughniyeh living so comfortably in Saudi that Mughniyeh, according to Billy, came out of his apartment building with dry cleaner plastic bag hangers over his shoulder. That's how comfortable he lived there. It was his neighborhood. Click, click, click. Billy Waugh takes the photographs, runs them to the CIA headquarters in Saudi at the embassy. Oh my God, it's Mughniyeh. Get the hell out of here. He gets to the airport, he leaves. Those photographs get sent to the agency, and then they do the operation with Mossad, and Mughniyeh is dead. Now, the truth about that being a CIA mission was not reported for many years after the fact. It was Mossad took credit, as the CIA often likes to just give other people credit. They just want the job done.
Well, speaking of Mossad, what, in your understanding of all the intelligence agencies, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the different intelligence agencies out there? CIA, Mossad, MI6, SVR, and FSB, and Chinese intelligence, all this kind of stuff. Is there some interesting differences, insights that you have from all your study of CIA?
That's a really interesting question. I I don't know. And here's why. It's because I've never interviewed any intelligence officer with those other agencies, right? I've interviewed a couple people with Shin Bet in Israel. But until I speak to an actual source whose job it was, I don't know. And so the information that I'm getting is based on perception of others, which one would think would be deeply clouded by the idea that America's the greatest.
Right.
We're better than them, you know?
Yes. Well, actually, the fascinating thing is because you've spoken to a lot of people about, they say, hey, how do you know they're telling the truth? Like, how do you, and this actually probably applies generally to your interviews with very secretive people. How do you get past the bullshit? Like,
Well, that's just like multiple sourcing, right? So you find the story out, and then you go to the National Archives and you find the operation, and then you learn all about this, and then you interview other people who were there, and you put the story together to the best of your ability. And you make very specific choices with, quote, so-and-so said, end quote, said so-and-so, right? And very rarely do I report on a single source, as I did in the end of Area 51. And then it says, essentially, look, dear reader, this is what the source told me. I have no way of corroborating it. This is legit, and here it is. So that's an area to make your reader comfortable with the information that they're being given. And then in all of my books, whether they're 300 or 400 pages, there's always 100 pages of notes at the end. So you can see all the sourcing, and you can begin to get an understanding of how journalism in the national security world works. And also, great opportunity for me to say, I'm often standing on the shoulders of journalists before me who did an incredible job digging into something and being able to report what they knew. Often the books are 10, 20, 30 years old, and so much more has come to light since.
and I also would just like to say that I appreciate you said, great question. I don't know. Not enough people say, I don't know, and that's a sign of a great journalist. But speaking about things you might not know about, let me ask you about something going on currently. Recently, Alexei Navalny died in prison, perhaps was killed in prison. What's your sense from looking at it? Do you think he died of natural causes in prison? Do you think it's possible he was assassinated? Russia, Ukraine, Mossad, CIA, whoever has interest in this particular war.
Mm-hmm. For that, I look directly to the historical record, right? Having written about Russian assassination campaigns and programs since the earliest days of the Cold War, right? And Russia has a long history of assassinating, murdering dissidents. And in Surprise Kill Vanish, I tell the story of an actual KGB assassin named Kolkov, who knocked on the door of the man he was assigned to kill. And by the way, this all comes from a book that Kolkov wrote later, right? Because he defected to the United States. He knocks on the door, and the guy answers the door, and instead of killing him, he has like this moment conscious of crisis or crisis of conscience, and says like, I can't kill you, even though that's what I'm supposed to do. And then sits down with the guy and together decides, okay, we're going to defect. We're going to let the Western intelligence agencies know what we're doing here. And the CIA got involved. But Russian assassins were able to poison Kolkov with polonium. What happens to him is insane, and it's a miracle he didn't die. But he doesn't, and then he defects to the West, and he writes these books, and he tells lots of incredible secrets about the Russian assassination programs and their poison labs, and they're really, really, really interesting. And so to answer that question, I mean, to my eye, of course I don't know, but it certainly looks like Russia is acting in the same vein that it has always acted, taking care of dissidents that go against Mother Russia.
So in the style of KGB assassinations. Is there something you can comment on about the ways that KGB operates versus the CIA when we look at the history of the two organizations? The Cold War, after World War II, and leading up to today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my feeling on that is always that there's a thread somewhere in declassified documentation about these programs of America working to maintain a semblance of democratic ideals, however surprising that may be, right? In other words, always trying to, I don't want to say fight fair because, killing people isn't fair, but versus a certain ruthlessness, a real sinister, totalitarian type ruthlessness, certainly from Soviet Russia. I'm far less familiar with modern day Russian assassination activities, although we certainly know on the record, that they exist. Some people have done great reporting on that. But there seems to be a kind of almost sadism about the Russian programs that I personally have not seen in the American programs.
What about on the surveillance side? It seems like America is pretty good at mass surveillance, or at least has been revealed through NSA and all this kind of reporting and leaks and whistleblowers. Can you comment to the degree to how much surveillance is done by the U.S. government, internally and externally?
If you'd asked me 5 years ago, I would have had a very different answer, right? Because, all right, first of all, they're looking for a needle in the haystack. They're looking for the bin Laden, and they can't find the needle in the haystack, but they continue to create the haystack and survey the haystack. So,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but the real problem, what has happened, and I write about this in my book, First Platoon, which is about a group of young soldiers who goes to Afghanistan and unwittingly becomes part of the Defense Department's efforts to capture biometrics on 85% of the population of Afghanistan. Okay. Which, by the way, China then emulated in their own biometric surveillance program, right? And I think this is a terrible idea. But what has happened, these biometric systems that have been created, and biometrics are, of course, fingerprints, facial images, DNA, and iris scans that allow you to tag, track, and locate people, okay? And what has happened in the 5 years since this question was first, on everybody's minds about NSA surveillance is that the civilian sector companies have essentially done all the Defense Department's biometric surveillance job for them. By all of us sharing our facially recognizable images on Instagram and Facebook and everywhere else, X, by sharing information, by writing up narratives about ourselves, this information has become part of the database. 5 years ago, when I was reporting First Platoon, I was interviewing the police chief of El Segundo, which is kind of like on the outskirts of LA. It's right near the airport. And why it's important is because it's like defense contractor haven. Okay. So they have massive surveillance. And Chief Whalen, when I posed this question to him, he said to me, Annie, let me show you something. And he had Clearwater AI, it's the recognition software on his phone. And this was still when it was like quasi not supposed to have that for law enforcement. And he said, I want you to go down the block and I want you to just turn the corner and come back toward me, right? Which I did. And he just didn't even hold up his phone. He just kind of looked like his hand was, and his phone was on me. And he went back down. It was like the tiniest movement. And when I came back to him, he went like this and he showed me. There I was. Everything about me. Everything about me. Facts and figures and all images. He knew who I was before I even got to him. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, we could have another 3-hour conversation about that alone.
So you're saying more and more You don't need an NSA. We're giving over the data ourselves.
Yeah.
Publicly or semi-publicly.
Yeah. During the War on Terror, people were just like incensed to learn that there's a drone that's flying at something like 20,000 feet. It's called Argus-is, right? And it can capture it's not a license plate. It's like it can basically capture like what's written on a golf ball from 17,000 feet, 20,000 feet up, okay? And people went crazy over this. Like, oh my God, it's Big Brother. Well, one of the lead engineers on that, Pat Bilkin, is someone I talk to regularly because we talk about surveillance a lot because he thinks about it a lot because he has kids now. And he has given so much thoughtful, really thinks about this issue because he believes, just like you stated, that what we are turning over about ourselves actually exceeds anything that Argus-is could do from above because we're doing it willfully. And so what it's doing is it's creating an ability for, if someone wants to know about you, if someone, let's say in government, wants to know about Lex Friedman, they can find out everything about you. And then that gets used for tagging, tracking, and ultimately, in the war theater, it was called find, fix, finish. Well, what do you think the finish is in that statement?
It's not pleasant.
It's called a drone strike.
Yeah.
Find him with the biometric. Fix him, meaning fix his position. We know he's moving in a car. That's him. Finish him. Call it in, drone strike, boom.
If we could return to nuclear war, you've briefly mentioned that a lot of things go back to the Third Reich and Hitler. If we go back to World War II, we look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the dropping of the two bombs. I would love to get your opinion on whether we should or shouldn't have done that, and also to get your opinion on what would have happened if Hitler and Germany built the bomb first. Do you think it was possible he could have built the bomb first?
In my researching Third Reich weapons for Operation Paperclip, because of course we got a lot of those scientists after.
It's another great book and a terrifyingly complicated operation.
Yes. When, at what point do the ends justify the means, right? But in looking at those programs, and we acquired Hitler's favorite weapons designers, and I'm talking about weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons, biological weapons. But of course, America was ahead in the nuclear program, and an interesting detail reading Albert Speer's memoirs was Speer referring to a conversation he had with Hitler where Hitler said, "No, I don't want to do that. That's Jewish science." And so because of Hitler's own racial, ethnic prejudices, they didn't develop the bomb, right? As far as should we have dropped the bombs on Hiroshima, I've interviewed all kinds of people with different opinions, most of them that it ended the war. The best interview and most meaningful, perhaps, that I ever did was with Al O'Donnell, who was a participant in the Battle of Okinawa, which was like this insane. Just to read stories about Okinawa, it makes your hair stand on end. And O'Donnell, like so many others, was slated to invade mainland Japan to his almost certain death, right? So somebody like that, it makes sense right from the get-go why he would be pro-nuclear weapons. It saved his own personal life, and it saved everyone that he knew that he was fighting with, and it ended the war.
Do you think it sent a signal? Like without that, we wouldn't have known perhaps about the power of the weapons. So in the long arc of that history, 70 years plus, it is the reason why deterrence hasn't worked so far.
Yes, that's an interesting thought. My thought goes to this idea that, like, of more, right? That everybody always wants more. It's a very dangerous, it's like more power, literally, not just figure, more power, right? And what is more confounding to me, beyond the fact that we dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the war ended, is that this decision was then made to develop the thermonuclear bomb, a force that is it's the degree of magnitude of that power is mind-boggling. I mean, even projects within the Manhattan Project defined the thermonuclear weapon as the evil thing. Like, it was evil. It's a weapon of genocide. Atomic weapons destroy cities. Thermonuclear weapons destroy civilizations.
You open the book with a Churchill quote: "The story of the human race is war. Except for brief and precarious interludes, there has never been peace in the world. And before history began, murderous strife was universal and unending." Do you think there will always be war? Do you think that there is some deep human way in which we're tending to this kind of global war eternally?
Well, the optimistic answer of that would be that we could evolve beyond that, right? Because certainly if we look at our ancestors, they had not developed their consciousness as far as we have to be able to build the tools that we have. And so the hopeful answer is we will evolve beyond this kind of brute force, kill the other guy attitude. Certainly, these are questions that will become more obvious over time. I just want to play my little part in this world that I live in as the storyteller who brings information to people so that they can have these kind of questions with themselves, with their friends, with their families. And I think in asking that very question, what you're really saying is, why don't we evolve beyond warfighting?
It is very possible, and your book is such a stark and powerful reminder that human civilization as we know it ends in this century. It's a good motivator to get our shit together.
But aren't you really saying human civilization could end, not it ends?
Could end.
Could end.
But the power of our weapons is growing rapidly. So,
as they say, it's time to come back from the brink, right? And it's time to have that discussion while we're still talking.
And, there's another complexity sneaking up into the picture in the form of artificial intelligence. And in cyber war, but also in hot war, the use of autonomous weapons, all of it starts becoming super complicated as we delegate some of these decisions about war, including nuclear war, to more and more autonomy and artificial intelligence systems. It's going to be a very interesting century. Do you, just to zoom out a little bit, hope that we become a multiplanetary species?
I'm all for adventure.
And I, too, while am for adventure, I'm all for backups in all forms. So I hope that humans start a civilization on Mars and beyond, out in space. And if you zoom out across all of it, what gives you hope about human civilization, about this whole thing we have going on here?
I mean, I am a fundamentally optimistic person. I must have come out of the chute that way because I just am, right? Even though I write about really grim things, I get inspired by them because I do always believe in evolution, right? I also have like the greatest family ever. 2 kids, Jet and Finley. Shout out to them. They're Lex Friedman fans,
Oh, yeah.
And my husband, and so what inspires me is like this legacy. I think that you always want to have your eye on being a good example to the best that you can. And so and passing on what you know and believing kind of in the next generation. And again, that's a sentiment echoed by all these cold warriors I've been talking to, because they also share that. That idea that, wow, look at what we have done as a civilization and look where we're going, whether it's exoplanetary travel or AI. It's just that the human factor of like the desire to fight, the desire to have conflict needs to be reconfigured, because with all these new technologies that we have, the peril is growing at an accelerating pace, perhaps faster than the average human can keep up with.
Well, Annie, thank you for being a wonderful example of a great journalist, a great writer, a great human being. And I'm a big fan of yours. It's a huge honor to meet you, to talk with you today. So thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Annie Jacobson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think compute is going to be the currency of the future. I think it will be maybe the most precious commodity in the world. I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we will have quite capable systems that we look at and say, wow, that's really remarkable. The road to AGI should be a giant power struggle. I expect that to be the case.
Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. Do you trust yourself with that much power? The following is a conversation with Sam Altman, his second time in the podcast. He is the CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, Sora, and perhaps one day, the very company that will build AGI. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sam Altman. Take me through the OpenAI board saga that started on Thursday, November 16th, maybe Friday, November 17th for you.
That was definitely the most painful professional experience of my life. And chaotic and shameful and upsetting and a bunch of other negative things. There were great things about it too, and I wish it had not been in such an adrenaline rush that I wasn't able to stop and appreciate them at the time. But I came across this tweet of mine from that time period, which was like, it was like, you know, kind of going to your own eulogy, watching people say all these great things about you, and just like unbelievable support from people I love and care about. That was really nice. That whole weekend, I kind of like felt, with one big exception, I felt like a great deal of love and very little hate. Even though it felt like I have no idea what's happening and what's going to happen here, and this feels really bad. And there were definitely times I thought it was going to be like one of the worst things to ever happen for AI safety. Well, I also think I'm happy that it happened relatively early. I thought at some point between when OpenAI started and when we created AGI, there was going to be something crazy and explosive that happened. But there may be more crazy and explosive things still to happen. It still, I think, helped us build up some resilience and be ready for more challenges in the future.
But the thing you had a sense that you would experience is some kind of power struggle.
The road to AGI should be a giant power struggle. Like the world should. Not should. I expect that to be the case.
And so you have to go through that, like you said, iterate as often as possible, figuring out how to have a board structure, how to have organization, how to have the kind of people that you're working with, how to communicate all that in order to de-escalate the power struggle as much as possible.
Yeah.
Pacify it.
But at this point, it feels, like something that was in the past that was really unpleasant and really difficult and painful. But we're back to work and things are so busy and so intense that I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. There was a time after, there was like this fugue state for kind of like the month after, maybe 45 days after, I was just sort of like drifting through the days. I was so out of it. I was feeling so down.
Just on a personal psychological level.
Yeah, really painful. And hard to like have to keep running OpenAI in the middle of that. I just wanted to like crawl into a cave and kind of recover for a while. But, now it's like we're just back to working on the mission.
Well, it's still useful to go back there and reflect on board structures, on power dynamics, on how companies are run, the tension between research and product development and money and all this kind of stuff, so that you, who have a very high potential of building AGI, would do so in a slightly more organized, less dramatic way in the future. So there's value there to go, both the personal psychological aspects of you as a leader and also just the board structure and all this kind of messy stuff.
Definitely learned a lot about structure and incentives and what we need out of a board. And I think it is valuable that this happened now in some sense. I think this is probably not like the last high stress moment of OpenAI, but it was quite a high stress moment. My company very nearly got destroyed. And we think a lot about many of the other things we've got to get right for AGI, but thinking about how to build a resilient org and how to build a structure that will stand up to like a lot of pressure in the world, which I expect more and more as we get closer. I think that's super important.
Do you have a sense of how deep and rigorous the deliberation process by the board was? Like, can you shine some light on just human dynamics involved in situations like this? Was it just a few conversations and all of a sudden it escalates and why don't we fire Sam kind of thing?
I think the board members are well-meaning people on the whole, and I believe that in stressful situations where people feel time pressure or whatever, people understandably make suboptimal decisions. And I think one of the challenges for OpenAI will be we're going to have a board and a team that are good at operating under pressure.
Do you think the board had too much power?
I think boards are supposed to have a lot of power. But one of the things that we did see is in most corporate structures, boards are usually answerable to shareholders. And there's sometimes people have like super voting shares or whatever. In this case, and I think one of the things with our structure that we maybe should have thought about more than we did is that the board of a nonprofit has, unless you put other rules in place, like quite a lot of power. They don't really answer to anyone but themselves. And there's ways in which that's good, but what we'd really like is for the board of OpenAI to like answer to the world as a whole as much as that's a practical thing.
So there's a new board announced.
Yeah.
There's, I guess, a new smaller board at first, and now there's a new final board.
Not a final board yet. We've added some.
Okay. What is fixed in the new one that was perhaps broken in the previous one?
The old board sort of got smaller over the course of about a year. It was 9 and then it went down to 6. and then we couldn't agree on who to add. And the board also, I think, didn't have a lot of experienced board members, and a lot of the new board members at OpenAI have just had more experience as board members. I think that'll help.
It's been criticized, some of the people that are added to the board. I heard a lot of people criticizing the addition of Larry Summers, for example. What's the process of selecting the board like? What's involved in that?
So Brett and Larry were kind of decided in the heat of the moment over this like very tense weekend, and that weekend was a real roller coaster. It was like a lot of ups and downs, and we were trying to agree on new board members that both sort of the executive team here and the old board members felt would be reasonable. Larry was actually one of their suggestions, the old board members. Brett, I think I had even previous to that weekend suggested, but he was busy and didn't want to do it, and then we really needed help and would. We talked about a lot of other people too, but that was, I felt like if I was going to come back, I needed new board members. I didn't think I could work with the old board again in the same configuration, but we then decided, and I'm grateful that Adam would stay, but we wanted to get to, we considered various configurations, decided we wanted to get to a board of 3, and had to find 2 new board members over the course of sort of a short period of time. So those were decided honestly without, that's like you kind of do that on the battlefield. You don't have time to design a rigorous process then. For new board members, since the new board members will add going forward, we have some criteria that we think are important for the board to have, different expertise that we want the board to have. Unlike hiring an executive where you need them to do one role well, the board needs to do a whole role of kind of governance and thoughtfulness well. And so one thing that Brett says, which I really like, is that we want to hire board members in slates, not as individuals one at a time. And thinking about a group of people that will bring nonprofit expertise running companies, sort of good legal and governance expertise. That's kind of what we try to optimize for.
So is technical savvy important for the individual board members?
Not for every board member, but for certainly some. That's part of what the board needs to do.
So, the interesting thing that people probably don't understand about OpenAI, I certainly don't, is like all the details of running the business. When they think about the board, given the drama, they think about you, they think about like if you reach AGI or you reach some of these incredibly impactful products and you build them and deploy them, what's the conversation with the board like? And they kind of think, all right, what's the right squad to have in that kind of situation to deliberate?
Look, I think you definitely need some technical experts there. And then you need some people who are like, how can we deploy this in a way that will help people in the world the most, and people who have a very different perspective. I think a mistake that you or I might make is to think that only the technical understanding matters. And that's definitely part of the conversation with that board to have. But there's a lot more about how that's going to just like impact society and people's lives that you really want represented in there too.
And you're just kind of, are you looking at the track record of people, or you're just having conversations?
Track record, there's a big deal. Like, you of course have a lot of conversations, but there's some roles where I kind of totally ignore track record and just look at slope, kind of ignore the y-intercept.
Thank you for making it mathematical for the audience.
For a board member, like I do care much more about the y-intercept. Like I think there is something deep to say about track record there, and experience is something that's very hard to replace.
Do you try to fit a polynomial function or exponential into the track record?
That's not that. And analogy doesn't carry that far.
All right. You mentioned some of the low points that weekend. What were some of the low points psychologically for you? Did you consider going to the Amazon jungle and just taking ayahuasca and disappearing forever? Or
there's so many like it was a very bad period of time. There were great high points too. Like my phone was just like sort of nonstop blowing up with nice messages from people I work with every day, people I hadn't talked to in a decade. I didn't get to like appreciate that as much as I should have because it's just like in the middle of this firefight. But that was really nice. But on the whole, it was like a very painful weekend, and also just like it was like a battle fought in public to a surprising degree, and that was extremely exhausting to me, much more than I expected. And I think fights are generally exhausting, but this one really was. You know, board did this Friday afternoon. I really couldn't get much in the way of answers, but I also was just like, well, board gets to do this, and so I'm gonna think for a little bit about what I want to do, but I'll try to find the blessing in disguise here. And I was like, well, my current job at OpenAI was like to like run a decently sized company at this point. And the thing I always liked the most was just getting to like work with the researchers. And I was like, yeah, I can just go do like a very focused AGI research effort. And I got excited about that. It didn't even occur to me at the time to like possibly that this was all going to get undone. This was like Friday afternoon.
So you've accepted the death
very quickly, like within, I went through like a little period of confusion and rage, but very quickly. And by Friday night, I was like talking to people about what was gonna be next, and I was excited about that. I think it was Friday night evening for the first time that I heard from the exec team here, which is like, hey, we're gonna like fight this, and I think whatever. And then I went to bed just still being like, okay, excited, like onward.
Were you able to sleep?
Not a lot. It was one of the weird things was there's this like period of four and a half days where I sort of didn't sleep much, didn't eat much, and still kind of had like a surprising amount of energy. It was like a weird thing about adrenaline and wartime.
You kind of accepted the death of this baby opening.
And I was excited for the new thing. I was just like, okay, this was crazy, but whatever.
It's a very good coping mechanism.
And then Saturday morning, two of the board members called and said, hey, we didn't mean to destabilize things. We don't want to destroy a lot of value here. Can we talk about you coming back? And I immediately didn't want to do that, but I thought a little more, and I was like, well, I really care about the people here, the partners, shareholders, like I love this company. And so I thought about it and I was like, well, okay, but like here's the stuff I would need. And then the most painful time of all was over the course of that weekend. I kept thinking and being told, and we all kept, not just me, like the whole team here kept thinking, well, we were trying to like keep OpenAI stabilized while the whole world was trying to break it apart, people trying to recruit, whatever. We kept being told like, all right, we're almost done. We just need like a little bit more time. And it was this like very confusing state. And then Sunday evening, when again, like every few hours, I expected that we were going to be done and we were going to figure out a way for me to return and things to go back to how they were. The board then appointed a new interim CEO. And then I was like, I mean, that feels really bad. That was the low point of the whole thing. I'll tell you something. It felt very painful, but I felt a lot of love that whole weekend. It was not, other than that one moment Sunday night, I would not characterize my emotions as anger or hate. But I really just I felt a lot of love from people towards people. It was like painful, but it would like the dominant emotion of the weekend was love, not hate.
You've spoken highly of Mira Murati, that she helped, especially as you put in a tweet, in the quiet moments when it counts. Perhaps we could take a bit of a tangent. What do you admire about Mira?
Well, she did a great job during that weekend in a lot of chaos, but people often see leaders in the moment, in like the crisis moments, good or bad. But a thing I really value in leaders is how people act on a boring Tuesday at 9:46 in the morning, and in just sort of the normal drudgery of the day-to-day. How someone shows up in a meeting, the quality of the decisions they make. That was what I meant about the quiet moments.
Meaning, like, most of the work is done on a day by day, in the meeting by meeting. Just be present and make great decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, what you wanted to spend the last 20 minutes about, and I understand, is like this one very traumatic weekend.
Yeah.
But that's not really what OpenAI is about. OpenAI is really about the other 7 years.
Well, yeah, human civilization is not about the invasion of the Soviet Union by Nazi Germany, but still, that's something people focus on.
Very, very interesting.
It gives us an insight into human nature, the extremes of human nature, and perhaps some of the damage and some of the triumphs of human civilization can happen in those moments. That's like illustrative. Let me ask you about Ilya. Is he being held hostage in a secret nuclear facility?
No.
What about a regular secret facility?
No.
What about a nuclear non-secret facility?
Neither.
Okay.
Not that either.
I mean, this is becoming a meme at some point. You've known Ilya for a long time. He's obviously in part of this drama with the board and all that kind of stuff. What's your relationship with him?
I love Ilya. I have tremendous respect for Ilya. I don't have anything I can like say about his plans right now. That's a question for him. But I really hope we work together for certainly the rest of my career. He's a little bit younger than me. Maybe he works a little bit longer.
There's a meme that he saw something. Like he maybe saw AGI and that gave him a lot of worry internally. What did Ilya see?
He has not seen AGI. I don't know if he's seen AGI. He's not built for AGI. I do think one of the many things that I really love about Ilya is he takes AGI and the safety concerns, broadly speaking, including things like the impact this is going to have on society, very seriously. And as we continue to make significant progress, Ilya is one of the people that I've spent the most time over the last couple of years talking about what this is going to mean, what we need to do to ensure we get it right, to ensure that we succeed at the mission. So Ilya did not see AGI, but Ilya is a credit to humanity in terms of how much he thinks and worries about making sure we get this right.
I've had a bunch of conversation with him in the past. I think when he talks about technology, he's always like doing this long-term thinking type of thing. So he's not thinking about what this is going to be in a year. He's thinking about it in 10 years.
Yeah.
Just thinking from first principles, like, okay, if this scales, what are the fundamentals here? Where's this going? And so that's a foundation for them thinking about like all the other safety concerns and all that kind of stuff, which makes him a really fascinating human to talk with. Do you have any idea why he's been kind of quiet? Is it he's just doing some soul searching?
Again, I don't want to like speak for Ilya. I think that you should ask him that. He's definitely a thoughtful guy. I kind of think of Ilya as like always on the soul search in a really good way.
Yes. Yeah. Also, he appreciates the power of silence. Also, I'm told he can be a silly guy, which I've never seen that side.
It's very sweet, Mama.
I've never witnessed a silly Ilya, but I look forward to that as well.
I was at a dinner party with him recently, and he was playing with a puppy, and he was like in a very silly mood, very endearing, and I was thinking like, oh man, this is like not the side of the Ilya that the world sees the most.
So just to wrap up this whole saga, are you feeling good about the board structure,
Yes.
about all of this, and like where it's moving?
I feel great about the new board. In terms of the structure of OpenAI, one of the board's tasks is to look at that and see where we can make it more robust. We wanted to get new board members in place first, but we clearly learned a lesson about structure throughout this process. I don't have, I think, super deep things to say. It was a crazy, very painful experience. I think it was like a perfect storm of weirdness. It was like a preview for me of what's going to happen as the stakes get higher and higher, and the need that we have like robust governance structures and processes and people. I am kind of happy it happened when it did, but it was a shocking and painful thing to go through.
Did it make you be more hesitant in trusting people?
Yes.
Just on a personal level?
Yes. I think I'm like an extremely trusting person. I always had a life philosophy of, like, don't worry about all of the paranoia. Don't worry about the edge cases. You get a little bit screwed in exchange for getting to live with your guard down. And this was so shocking to me. I was so caught off guard that it has definitely changed. And I really don't like this. It's definitely changed how I think about just like default trust of people and planning for the bad scenarios.
You got to be careful with that. Are you worried about becoming a little too cynical?
I'm not worried about becoming too cynical. I think I'm like the extreme opposite of a cynical person, but I'm worried about just becoming like less of a default trusting person.
I'm actually not sure which mode is best to operate in for a person who's developing AGI. Trusting or untrusting. It's an interesting journey you're on. But in terms of structure, see, I'm more interested on the human level. Like, how do you surround yourself with humans that are building cool shit, but also are making wise decisions? Because the more money you start making, the more power the thing has, the weirder people get.
You know, I think you could make all kinds of comments about the board members and the level of trust I should have had there or how I should have done things differently. But in terms of the team here, I think you'd have to give me a very good grade on that one. And I have just enormous gratitude and trust and respect for the people that I work with every day. And I think being surrounded with people like that is really important.
Our mutual friend Elon sued OpenAI. What is the essence of what he's criticizing? To what degree does he have a point? To what degree is he wrong?
I don't know what it's really about. We started off just thinking we were going to be a research lab and having no idea about how this technology was going to go. It's hard to, because it was only 7 or 8 years ago, it's hard to go back and really remember what it was like then. But this was before language models were a big deal. This was before we had any idea about an API or selling access to a chatbot. It's before we had any idea we were going to productize it all. So we're just going to try to do research, and we don't really know what we're going to do with that. I think with many fundamentally new things, you start fumbling through the dark and you make some assumptions, most of which turn out to be wrong. And then it became clear that we were going to need to do different things and also have huge amounts more capital. So we said, okay, well, the structure doesn't quite work for that. How do we patch the structure? And then patch it again, and you end up with something that does look kind of eyebrow-raising, to say the least. But we got here gradually with, I think, reasonable decisions at each point along the way. And doesn't mean I wouldn't do it totally differently if we could go back now with an Oracle, but you don't get the Oracle at the time. But anyway, in terms of what Elon's real motivations here are, I don't know.
To the degree you remember, what was the response that OpenAI gave in the blog post? Can you summarize it?
Oh, we just said Elon said this set of things. Here's our characterization, or here's the sort of, not our characterization, here's the characterization of how this went down. We tried to not make it emotional, just sort of say here's the history.
I do think there's a degree of mischaracterization from Elon here about one of the points you just made, which is the degree of uncertainty you had at the time. You guys are a bunch of a small group of researchers crazily talking about AGI when everybody's laughing at that thought.
Wasn't that long ago Elon was crazily talking about launching rockets?
Yeah.
When people were laughing at that thought. So I think he'd have more empathy for this.
I mean, I do think that there's personal stuff here, that there was a split, that OpenAI and a lot of amazing people here chose to part ways with Elon. So there's a person.
Elon chose to part ways.
Can you describe that exactly? The choosing to part ways?
He thought OpenAI was going to fail. He wanted total control to sort of turn it around. We wanted to keep going in the direction that now has become OpenAI. He also wanted Tesla to be able to build an AGI effort. At various times, he wanted to make OpenAI into a for-profit company that he could have control of or have it merge with Tesla. We didn't want to do that, and he decided to leave, which that's fine.
So you're saying, and that's one of the things that the blog post says, is that he wanted OpenAI to be basically acquired by Tesla.
Yeah.
In the same way that, or maybe something similar, or maybe something more dramatic than the partnership with Microsoft.
My memory is the proposal was just like, yeah, get acquired by Tesla and have Tesla have full control over it. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
So what is the word open in OpenAI mean to Elon at the time? Ilya has talked about this in the email exchanges and all this kind of stuff. What does it mean to you at the time? What does it mean to you now?
I would definitely pick a different, speaking of going back with an Oracle, I'd pick a different name. One of the things that I think OpenAI is doing that is the most important in everything that we're doing is putting powerful technology in the hands of people for free as a public good. We don't run ads on our free version. We don't monetize it in other ways. We just say it's part of our mission. We want to put increasingly powerful tools in the hands of people for free and get them to use them. And I think that kind of open is really important to our mission. I think if you give people great tools and teach them to use them, or don't even teach them, they'll figure it out, and let them go build an incredible future for each other with that, that's a big deal. So if we can keep putting like free or low cost, or free and low cost, powerful AI tools out in the world, I think that's a huge deal for how we fulfill the mission. Open source or not, yeah, I think we should open source some stuff and not other stuff. It does become this like religious battle line where nuance is hard to have, but I think nuance is the right answer.
So he said, change your name to Closed AI and I'll drop the lawsuit. I mean, is it going to become this battleground in the land of memes about
I think
name?
that speaks to the seriousness with which Elon means the lawsuit. And yeah, I mean, that's like an astonishing thing to say, I think.
Well, I don't think the lawsuit, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the lawsuit is legally serious. It's more to make a point about the future of AGI and the company that's currently leading the way. So,
look, I mean, Grok had not open sourced anything until people pointed out it was a little bit hypocritical, and then he announced that Grok will open source things this week. I don't think open source versus not is what this is really about for him.
Well, we'll talk about open source and not. I do think maybe criticizing the competition is great. Just talking a little shit, that's great. But friendly competition versus I personally hate lawsuits.
Yeah, look, I think this whole thing is like unbecoming of a builder, and I respect Elon as one of the great builders of our time. And I know he knows what it's like to have like haters attack him, and it makes me extra sad he's doing it. Plus,
yeah, he's one of the greatest builders of all time, potentially the greatest builder of all time.
It makes me sad, and I think it makes a lot of people sad. Like, there's a lot of people who've really looked up to him for a long time. I said, in some interview or something, that I missed the old Elon, and the number of messages I got being like that exactly encapsulates how I feel.
I think he should just win. He should just make Grok beat GPT, and then GPT beats Grok, and it's just a competition, and it's beautiful for everybody. But on the question of open source, do you think there's a lot of companies playing with this idea? It's quite interesting. I would say Meta, surprisingly, has led the way on this, or at least took the first step in the game of chess of really open sourcing the model. Of course, it's not the state-of-the-art model, but open sourcing model. And Google is flirting with the idea of open sourcing a smaller version. What are the pros and cons of open sourcing? Have you played around with this idea?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a place for open source models, particularly smaller models that people can run locally. I think there's huge demand for. I think there will be some open source models. There will be some closed source models. It won't be unlike other ecosystems in that way.
I listened to All In podcast talking about this lawsuit and all that kind of stuff, and they were more concerned about the precedent of going from nonprofit to cap for profit. What precedent this sets for other startups?
I would heavily discourage any startup that was thinking about starting as a nonprofit and adding a for-profit arm later. I'd heavily discourage them from doing that. I don't think we'll set a precedent here.
Okay. So most startups should go just
for sure. And again, if we knew what was going to happen, we would have done that too.
well, like in theory, if you like dance beautifully here, you could. There's like some tax incentives or whatever.
But I don't think that's like how most people think about these things.
So it's not possible to save a lot of money for a startup if you do it this way.
No, I think there's like laws that would make that pretty difficult.
What do you hope this goes with Elon? Well, this tension, this dance. What do you hope this? Like if we go 1, 2, 3 years from now, your relationship with him on a personal level too, like friendship, friendly competition, just all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I really respect Elon. And I hope that years in the future we have an amicable relationship.
Yeah, I hope you guys have an amicable relationship like this month. And just compete and win and explore these ideas together. I do suppose there's competition for talent or whatever, but it should be friendly competition. Just build cool shit. And Elon is pretty good at building cool shit, but so are you. So speaking of cool shit, Sora, there's like a million questions I could ask. First of all, it's amazing. It truly is amazing. On a product level, but also just on a philosophical level. So let me just, technical/philosophical, ask, what do you think it understands about the world more or less than GPT-4, for example? The world model, when you train on these patches versus language tokens.
I think all of these models understand something more about the world model than most of us give them credit for. And because they're also very clear things they just don't understand, don't get right, it's easy to like look at the weaknesses, see through the veil, and say, this is all fake. But it's not all fake. It's just some of it works and some of it doesn't work. Like, I remember when I started first watching Sora videos, and I would see like a person walk in front of something for a few seconds and occlude it, and then walk away, and the same thing was still there. I was like, this is pretty good. But there's examples where like the underlying physics looks so well represented over a lot of steps in a sequence. It's like, this is like quite impressive. But like fundamentally, these models are just getting better, and that will keep happening. If you look at the trajectory from DALL-E 1 to 2 to 3 to Sora, there are a lot of people that were dunked on each version, saying it can't do this, it can't do that, and like look at it now.
Yeah, well, the thing you just mentioned is kind of with occlusions. Is basically modeling the physics, the three-dimensional physics of the world sufficiently well to capture those kinds of things.
Well,
maybe you can tell me, in order to deal with occlusions, what does the world model need to?
Yeah, so what I would say is it's doing something to deal with occlusions really well. What I represent that it has like a great underlying 3D model of the world. It's a little bit more of a stretch.
But can we get there through just these kinds of two-dimensional training data approaches?
It looks like this approach is going to go surprisingly far. I don't want to speculate too much about what limits it will surmount and which it won't, but
what are some interesting limitations of the system that you see? I mean, there's been some fun ones you've posted.
There's all kinds of fun. I mean, like, cats sprouting an extra limb at random points in a video. Pick what you want, but there's still a lot of problems, still a lot of weaknesses.
Do you think it's a fundamental flaw of the approach, or is it just, bigger model or better, like technical details or better data, more data is going to solve the cat sprouting?
I would say yes to both. Like, I think there is something about the approach which just seems to feel different from how we think and learn and whatever. And then also, I think it'll get better with scale.
Like I mentioned, LLMs have tokens, text tokens, and Sora has visual patches. So it converts all visual data, diverse kinds of visual data, videos, and images into patches. Is the training to the degree you can say self-supervised, or is there some manual labeling going on? Like, what's the involvement of humans in all this?
I mean, without saying anything specific about the Sora approach, we use lots of human data in our work.
But not internet scale data. So lots of humans Lots is a complicated word. So,
I think lots is a fair word in this case.
yeah, it doesn't, because to me, lots, like, listen, I'm an introvert. When I hang out with like 3 people, that's a lot of people. Like 4 people, that's a lot. But I suppose you mean more than
3 people work on labeling the data for these models, yeah.
But fundamentally, there's a lot of self-supervised learning, because what you mentioned in the technical report is internet scale data. That's another beautiful. It's like poetry. So it's a lot of data that's not human label. It's like it's self-supervised in that way.
Yeah.
And then the question is how much data is there on the internet that could be used in this that is conducive to this kind of self-supervised way. If only we knew the details of the self-supervised. Have you considered opening it up a little more details?
We have. You mean for Sora specifically?
Sora specifically, because it's so interesting that like can the same magic of LLMs now start moving towards visual data, and what does that take to do that?
I mean, it looks to me like yes, but we have more work to do.
Sure. What are the dangers? Why are you concerned about releasing the system? What are some possible dangers of this?
I mean, frankly speaking, one thing we have to do before releasing the system is just like get it to work at a level of efficiency that will deliver the scale people are going to want from this. So that I don't want to like downplay that. And there's still a ton of work to do there. But you can imagine like issues with deepfakes, misinformation. Like we try to be a thoughtful company about what we put out into the world, and it doesn't take much thought to think about the ways this can go badly.
There's a lot of tough questions here. You're dealing in a very tough space. Do you think training AI should be or is fair use under copyright law?
I think the question behind that question is, do people who create valuable data deserve to have some way that they get compensated for use of it? And that, I think the answer is yes. I don't know yet what the answer is. People have proposed a lot of different things. We've tried some different models. But, if I'm like an artist, for example, A, I would like to be able to opt out of people generating art in my style. And B, if they do generate art in my style, I'd like to have some economic model associated with that.
Yeah, it's that transition from CDs to Napster to Spotify. We have to figure out some kind of model.
The model changes, but people have got to get paid.
Well, there should be some kind of incentive, if you zoom out even more, for humans to keep doing cool shit.
That's everything I worry about. Humans are going to do cool shit, and society's going to find some way to reward it. That seems pretty hardwired. We want to create, we want to be useful, we want to achieve status in whatever way. That's not going anywhere, I don't think.
But the reward might not be monetary, financial. It might be like fame, celebration of other cool.
Maybe financial in some other way. Again, I don't think we've seen the last evolution of how the economic system's going to work.
Yeah, but artists and creators are worried. When they see Sora, they're like, holy shit.
Sure, artists were also super worried when photography came out.
Yeah.
And then photography became a new art form. People made a lot of money taking pictures. And I think things like that will keep happening. People will use the new tools in new ways.
If you just look on YouTube or something like this, how much of that will be using Sora like AI-generated content, do you think, in the next 5 years?
People talk about how many jobs is AI going to do in 5 years. And the framework that people have is what percentage of current jobs are just going to be totally replaced by some AI doing the job. The way I think about it is not what percent of jobs AI will do, but what percent of tasks will AI do and over what time horizon. So if you think of all of the 5-second tasks in the economy, 5-minute tasks, the 5-hour tasks, maybe even the 5-day tasks, how many of those can AI do? And I think that's a way more interesting, impactful, important question than how many jobs AI can do, because it is a tool that will work at increasing levels of sophistication and over longer and longer time horizons for more and more tasks, and let people operate at a higher level of abstraction. So maybe people are way more efficient at the job they do. And at some point, that's not just a quantitative change, but it's a qualitative one too, about the kinds of problems you can keep in your head. I think that for videos on YouTube, it'll be the same. many videos, maybe most of them, will use AI tools in the production, but they'll still be fundamentally driven by a person thinking about it, putting it together, doing parts of it, sort of directing it and running it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, it's scary, but it's interesting to think about. I tend to believe that humans like to watch other humans, or other humans.
Humans really care about other humans a lot.
Yeah. If there's a cooler thing that's better than a human, humans care about that for like 2 days, and then they go back to humans.
That seems very deeply wired.
It's the whole chess thing. Yeah, but no, let's everybody keep playing chess. And let's ignore the elephant in the room that humans are really bad at chess relative to AI.
We still run races, and cars are much faster. I mean, there's like a lot of examples.
Yeah, and maybe it'll just be tooling, like in the Adobe suite type of way, where you can just make videos much easier and all that kind of stuff. Listen, I hate being in front of the camera. If I can figure out a way to not be in front of the camera, I would love it. Unfortunately, it'll take a while. Like that, generating faces, it's getting there. But generating faces in video format is tricky when it's specific people versus generic people. Let me ask you about GPT-4. There's so many questions. First of all, also amazing. It's, looking back, it'll probably be this kind of historic pivotal moment with 3, 5, and 4, ChatGPT.
Maybe 5 will be the pivotal moment. I don't know. It's hard to say that looking forward.
You never know. That's the annoying thing about the future. It's hard to predict. But for me, looking back, GPT-4, ChatGPT is pretty damn impressive, like historically impressive. So allow me to ask, what's been the most impressive capabilities of GPT-4 to you and GPT-4 Turbo?
I think it kind of sucks.
Typical human also. Gotten used to an awesome thing.
No, I think it is an amazing thing. But relative to where we need to get to and where I believe we will get to, at the time of like GPT-3, people were like, oh, this is amazing. This is this like marvel of technology. And it was. But, now we have GPT-4. Look at GPT-3 and you're like, that's unimaginably horrible. I expect that the delta between 5 and 4 will be the same as between 4 and 3. And I think it is our job to live a few years in the future and remember that the tools we have now are going to kind of suck looking backwards at them. And that's how we make sure the future is better.
What are the most glorious ways that GPT-4 sucks? Meaning,
what are the best things it can do?
What are the best things it can do, and the limits of those best things that allow you to say it sucks, therefore gives you inspiration and hope for the future?
One thing I've been using it for more recently is sort of like a brainstorming partner.
Yep.
And there's a glimmer of something amazing in there. I don't think it gets, when people talk about it, what it does, they're like, oh, it helps me code more productively. It helps me write more faster and better. It helps me, translate from this language to another. All these like amazing things, but there's something about the like kind of creative brainstorming partner. I need to come up with a name for this thing. I need to like think about this problem in a different way. I'm not sure what to do here. That I think like gives a glimpse of something I hope to see more of. One of the other things that you can see like a very small glimpse of is when it can help on longer horizon tasks. Break down something into multiple steps. Maybe like execute some of those steps, search the internet, write code, whatever, put that together. When that works, which is not very often, it's like very magical.
The iterative back and forth with a human. It works a lot for me. What do you mean?
Well, iterative back and forth, it can do more often. When it can go do like a 10-step problem on its own.
Oh.
It doesn't work for that too often, sometimes.
Add multiple layers of abstraction, or do you mean just sequential?
Both, like, to break it down and then do things like different layers of abstraction put them together. Look, I don't want to like downplay the accomplishment of GPT-4. But I don't want to overstate it either. And I think this point that we are on an exponential curve, and we'll look back relatively soon at GPT-4, like we look back at GPT-3 now.
That said, I mean, ChatGPT was a transition to where people like started to believe it. There was a kind of there is an uptick of believing. Not internally at OpenAI, perhaps. There's believers here, but when you
And in that sense, I do think it'll be a moment where a lot of the world went from not believing to believing. That was more about the ChatGPT interface than the, and by the interface and product, I also mean the post-training of the model and how we tune it to be helpful to you and how to use it than the underlying model itself.
How much of those two, each of those things are important? The underlying model and the RLHF or something of that nature that tunes it to be more compelling to the human, more effective and productive for the human.
I mean, they're both super important, but the RLHF, the post-training step, the little wrapper of things that, from a compute perspective, little wrapper of things that we do on top of the base model, even though it's a huge amount of work. That's really important, to say nothing of the product that we build around it. In some sense, like, we did have to do two things. We had to invent the underlying technology, and then we had to figure out how to make it into a product people would love, which is not just about the actual product work itself, but this whole other step of how you align it and make it useful.
And how you make the scale work where a lot of people can use it at the same time, all that kind of stuff.
And that. But, that was like a known difficult thing. Like, we knew we were going to have to scale it up. We had to go do two things that had like never been done before. That were both, like, I would say, quite significant achievements. And then a lot of things like scaling it up that other companies had to do before.
How does the context window of going from 8K to 128K tokens compare from GPT-4 to GPT-4 Turbo?
People like long. Most people don't need all the way to 128 most of the time. Although, if we dream to the distant future, we'll have like way distant future, we'll have like context length of several billion. You will feed in all of your information, all of your history over time, and it'll just get to know you better and better, and that'll be great. For now, the way people use these models, they're not doing that, and people sometimes post in a paper or a significant fraction of the code repository, whatever. But most usage of the models is not using the long context most of the time.
I like that this is your I have a dream speech. One day you'll be judged by the full context of your character or of your whole lifetime. That's interesting. So like that's part of the expansion that you're hoping for, is a greater and greater context.
I saw this internet clip once. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but it was like Bill Gates talking about the amount of memory on some early computer. Maybe 64K, maybe 640K, something like that. And most of it was used for the screen buffer. And he just couldn't, it seemed genuine, just couldn't imagine that the world would eventually need gigabytes of memory in a computer, terabytes of memory in a computer. And you always do. Or you always do just need to like follow the exponential of technology, and we're going to we will find out how to use better technology. So I can't really imagine what it's like right now for context links to go out to the billions someday. And they might not literally go there, but effectively it'll feel like that. But I know we'll use it and really not want to go back once we have it.
Yeah, even saying billions 10 years from now might seem dumb because it'll be like trillions upon trillions.
Sure.
There'll be some kind of breakthrough that will effectively feel like infinite context. But even 120, I have to be honest, I haven't pushed it to that degree. Maybe putting in entire books or like parts of books and so on, papers. What are some interesting use cases of GPT-4 that you've seen?
The thing that I find most interesting is not any particular use case that we can talk about those, but it's people who kind of like, this is mostly younger people, but people who use it as like their default start for any kind of knowledge work task.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that it can do a lot of things reasonably well. You can use GPT-V, you can use it to help you write code, you can use it to help you do search, you can use it to like edit a paper. The most interesting thing to me is the people who just use it as the start of their workflow.
I do as well for many things. Like I use it as a reading partner for reading books. It helps me think through ideas, especially when the books are classics. So it's really well written about, and it actually is. I find it often to be significantly better than even like Wikipedia on the world cover topics. It's somehow more balanced and more nuanced. Or maybe it's me, but it inspires me to think deeper than a Wikipedia article does. I'm not exactly sure what that is. You mentioned like this collaboration. I'm not sure where the magic is. If it's in here or if it's in there, or if it's somewhere in between. I'm not sure. But one of the things that concerns me for knowledge tasks when I start with GPT is I'll usually have to do fact checking after, like check that it didn't come up with fake stuff. How do you figure that out? That GPT can come up with fake stuff that sounds really convincing. So how do you ground it in truth?
That's obviously an area of intense interest for us. I think it's going to get a lot better with upcoming versions, but we'll have to work on it, and we're not going to have it like all solved this year.
Well, the scary thing is like as it gets better, you start not doing the fact checking more and more, right?
I'm of two minds about that. I think people are like much more sophisticated users of technology than we often give them credit for. And people seem to really understand that GPT, any of these models, hallucinate some of the time, and if it's mission critical, you got to check it.
Except journalists don't seem to understand that. I've seen journalists half-assedly just using GPT for it. It's
of the long list of things I'd like to dunk on journalists for, this is not my top criticism of them.
Well, I think the bigger criticism is perhaps the pressures and the incentives of being a journalist is that you have to work really quickly, and this is a shortcut. I would love our society to incentivize like
I would too.
Long, like a journalistic efforts that take days and weeks and rewards great in-depth journalism. Also journalism that presents stuff in a balanced way where it's like celebrates people while criticizing them, even though the criticism is the thing that gets clicks. Making shit up also gets clicks, and headlines that mischaracterize completely. I'm sure you have a lot of people dunking on, well, all that drama probably got a lot of clicks.
Probably did.
And that's a bigger problem about human civilization. I'd love to see solved is when we celebrate a bit more. You've given ChatGPT the ability to have memories. You've been playing with that about previous conversations, and also the ability to turn off memory. I wish I could do that sometimes. Just turn on and off, depending. Because sometimes alcohol can do that, but not optimally, I suppose. What have you seen through that, like playing around with that idea of remembering conversations?
We're very early in our explorations here, but I think what people want, or at least what I want myself, is a model that gets to know me and gets more useful to me over time. This is an early exploration. I think there's like a lot of other things to do, but that's where you'd like to head. You'd like to use a model, and over the course of your life, or use a system, there'll be many models, and over the course of your life, it gets better and better.
Yeah, how hard is that problem? Because right now it's more like remembering little factoids and preferences and so on. What about remembering, like, don't you want GPT to remember all the shit you went through in November and all the drama, and then you because right now you're clearly blocking it out a little bit.
It's not just that I want it to remember that. I want it to integrate the lessons of that and remind me in the future what to do differently or what to watch out for. And we all gain from experience over the course of our lives, varying degrees, and I'd like my AI agent to gain with that experience too. So if we go back and let ourselves imagine that trillions and trillions of context length, if I can put every conversation I've ever had with anybody in my life in there, if I can have all of my emails input out, like all of my input output in the context window every time I ask a question, that'd be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I think that would be very cool. People sometimes will hear that and be concerned about privacy. What do you think about that aspect of it? The more effective the AI becomes at really integrating all the experiences and all the data that happened to you, give you advice.
I think the right answer there is just user choice. Anything I want stricken from the record from my AI agent, I'll be able to take out. If I don't want it to remember anything, I want that too. You and I may have different opinions about where on that privacy utility trade-off for own AI is going to be, which is totally fine. But I think the answer is just like really easy user choice.
But there should be some high level of transparency from a company about the user choice. Because sometimes companies in the past have been kind of shady about like, it's kind of presumed that we're collecting all your data, we're using it for a good reason, for advertisement and so on. But there's not a transparency about the details of that.
That's totally true. You mentioned earlier that I'm like blocking out the member stuff.
I'm just teasing you.
Well, I mean, I think it was a very traumatic thing, and it did immobilize me for a long period of time. Like, definitely the hardest work thing I've had to do was just like keep working that period, because I had to like try to come back in here and put the pieces together while I was just like in sort of shock and pain, and nobody really cares about that. I mean, the team gave me a pass, and I was not working at my normal level, but there was a period where I was just like, it was really hard to have to do both. But I kind of woke up one morning and I was like, this was a horrible thing that happened to me. I think I could just feel like a victim forever. Or I can say this is like the most important work I'll ever touch in my life, and I need to get back to it. And it doesn't mean that I've repressed it, because sometimes I like wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, but I do feel like an obligation to keep moving forward.
Well, that's beautifully said, but there could be some lingering stuff in there. Like what I would be concerned about is that trust thing that you mentioned, that being paranoid about people, as opposed to just trusting everybody or most people, like using your gut. It's a tricky dance, for sure. I mean, because I've seen in my part-time explorations, I've been diving deeply into the Zelensky administration, the Putin administration, and the dynamics there in wartime in a very highly stressful environment. And what happens is distrust, and you isolate yourself both, and you start to not see the world clearly. And that's a concern. That's a human concern. You seem to have taken it in stride and kind of learned the good lessons and felt the love and let the love energize you, which is great, but it still can linger in there. There's just some questions I would love to ask, and your intuition about what's GPT able to do and not. So it's allocating approximately the same amount of compute for each token it generates. Is there room there in this kind of approach to slower thinking, sequential thinking?
I think there will be a new paradigm for that kind of thinking.
Will it be similar, like architecturally, as what we're seeing now with LLMs? Is it a layer on top of the LLMs?
I can imagine many ways to implement that. I think that's less important than the question you were getting at, which is, do we need a way to do a slower kind of thinking where the answer doesn't have to get like, it's like I guess like spiritually you could say that you want an AI to be able to think harder about a harder problem,
Correct.
And answer more quickly about an easier problem. And I think that will be important.
Is that like a human thought that we're just having? You should be able to think hard. Is that the wrong intuition?
I suspect that's a reasonable intuition.
Interesting. So it's not possible once the GPT gets like GPT-7, we'll just be instantaneously be able to see, here's the proof from our stem.
It seems to me like you want to be able to allocate more compute to harder problems. Like, it seems to me that a system knowing, if you ask a system like that, prove Fermat's last theorem versus what's today's date, unless it already knew and had memorized the answer to the proof, assuming it's got to go figure that out, seems like that will take more compute.
But can it look like basically LLM talking to itself, that kind of thing?
Maybe. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could imagine working. What the right or the best way to do that will be, we don't know.
This does make me think of the lore behind Q-Star. What's this mysterious Q-Star project? Is it also in the same nuclear facility?
There is no nuclear facility.
That's what a person with a nuclear facility always says.
I would love to have a secret nuclear facility. There isn't one.
All right.
Maybe someday.
Someday. All right. One can dream.
OpenAI is not a good company at keeping secrets. It would be nice, we're like been plagued by a lot of leaks, and it would be nice if we were able to have something like that.
Can you speak to what Q-Star is?
We are not ready to talk about that.
See, but an answer like that means there's something to talk about. It's very mysterious.
I mean, we work on all kinds of research.
Yeah.
We have said for a while that we think better reasoning in these systems is an important direction that we'd like to pursue. We haven't cracked the code yet. We're very interested in it.
Is there going to be moments, Q-Star or otherwise, where there's going to be leaps similar to ChatGPT, where you're like...
That's a good question. It's interesting. To me, it all feels pretty continuous.
Right, this is kind of a theme that you're saying, is there's a gradual... You're basically gradually going up an exponential slope, but from an outsider perspective, for me just watching it, it does feel like there's leaps. But to you, there isn't.
I do wonder if we should have... So, part of the reason that we deploy the way we do is that we think, we call it iterative deployment. We, rather than go build in secret until we got all the way to GPT-5, we decided to talk about GPT-1, 2, 3, and 4. And part of the reason there is I think AI and surprise don't go together. And also the world, people, institutions, whatever you want to call it, need time to adapt and think about these things. And I think one of the best things that OpenAI has done is this strategy, and we get the world to pay attention to the progress, to take AGI seriously, to think about what systems and structures and governance we want in place before we're like under the gun and have to make a rush decision. I think that's really good. But the fact that people like you and others say you still feel like there are these leaps makes me think that maybe we should be doing our releasing even more iteratively. I don't know what that would mean. I don't have an answer ready to go. But our goal is not to have shock updates to the world. The opposite.
Yeah, for sure. More iterative would be amazing. I think that's just beautiful for everybody.
But that's what we're trying to do. That's like our stated strategy. And I think we're somehow missing the mark. So maybe we should think about, releasing GPT-5 in a different way or something like that.
Yeah, 4.71, 4.72. But people tend to like to celebrate. People celebrate birthdays. I don't know if you know humans, but they kind of have these milestones.
I do know some humans. People do like milestones. I totally get that. I think we like milestones too. It's fun to, say declare victory on this one and go start the next thing. But yeah, I feel like we're somehow getting this a little bit wrong.
So when is GPT-5 coming out again?
I don't know. That's the honest answer.
That's the honest answer. Is it blink twice if it's this year?
We will release an amazing new model this year. I don't know what we'll call it.
So that goes to the question of what's the way we release this thing?
We'll release over in the coming months many different things. I think that'd be very cool. I think before we talk about a GPT-5 model called that or not called that, or a little bit worse or a little bit better than what you'd expect from a GPT-5, I think we have a lot of other important things to release first.
I don't know what to expect from GPT-5. You're making me nervous and excited. What are some of the biggest challenges and bottlenecks to overcome for whatever it ends up being called, but let's call it GPT-5? Just interesting to ask. Is it on the compute side? Is it on the technical side?
Always all of this. I was what's the one big unlock? Is it a bigger computer? Is it a new secret? Is it something else? It's all of these things together. The thing that OpenAI, I think, does really well. This is actually an original Ilya quote that I'm going to butcher, but it's something like, we multiply 200 medium-sized things together into one giant thing.
So there's this distributed constant innovation happening.
Yeah.
So even on the technical side, like detailed approaches, like detailed aspects of every. How does that work with different disparate teams and so on? Like how do the medium-sized things become one whole giant transformer? How does this?
There's a few people who have to like think about putting the whole thing together, but a lot of people try to keep most of the picture in their head.
Oh, like the individual teams, individual contributors try to
at a high level. Yeah, you don't know exactly how every piece works, of course, but one thing I generally believe is that it's sometimes useful to zoom out and look at the entire map. And I think this is true for like a technical problem. I think this is true for like innovating in business. But things come together in surprising ways, and having an understanding of that whole picture, even if most of the time you're operating in the weeds in one area, pays off with surprising insights. In fact, one of the things that I used to have, and I think was super valuable, was I used to have like a good map of that all of the frontier, or most of the frontiers in the tech industry, and I could sometimes see these connections or new things that were possible that if I were only deep in one area, I wouldn't be able to like have the idea for, because I wouldn't have all the data. And I don't really have that much anymore. I'm like super deep now, but I know that it's a valuable thing.
You're not the man you used to be, Sam.
Very different job now than what I used to have.
Speaking of zooming out, let's zoom out to another cheeky thing, but profound thing perhaps that you said. You tweeted about needing $7 trillion.
I did not tweet about that. I never said like we're raising $7 trillion. Blah blah blah.
Oh, that's somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh, but you said fuck it, maybe 8. I think.
Okay, I mean like once there's like misinformation out in the world.
Oh, you mean, but sort of misinformation may have a foundation of like insight there.
Look, I think compute is going to be the currency of the future. I think it will be maybe the most precious commodity in the world. And I think we should be investing heavily to make a lot more compute. Compute is, it's an unusual, I think it's going to be an unusual market. People think about the market for like chips for mobile phones or something like that. And you can say that, okay, there's 8 billion people in the world, maybe 7 billion of them have phones, maybe there are 6 billion, let's say. They upgrade every 2 years, so the market per year is 3 billion system on chip for smartphones. And if you make 30 billion, you will not sell 10 times as many phones because most people have one phone. But compute is different. Like intelligence is going to be more like energy or something like that, where the only thing that I think makes sense to talk about is at price X, the world will use this much compute, and at price Y, the world will use this much compute. Because if it's really cheap, I'll have it like reading my email all day, like giving me suggestions for what I maybe should think about or work on, and trying to cure cancer. And if it's really expensive, maybe I'll only use it, or will only use it to try to cure cancer. So I think the world is going to want a tremendous amount of compute. And there's a lot of parts of that that are hard. Energy is the hardest part. Building data centers is also hard. The supply chain is hard. And of course, fabricating enough chips is hard. But this seems to be where things are going. Like we're going to want an amount of compute that's just hard to reason about right now.
How do you solve the energy puzzle? Nuclear?
That's what I believe.
Fusion?
That's what I believe.
Nuclear fusion?
Yeah.
Who's going to solve that?
I think Helion's doing the best work, but I'm happy there's like a race for fusion right now. Nuclear fission, I think, is also like quite amazing, and I hope as a world we can re-embrace that. It's really sad to me how the history of that went, and hope we get back to it in a meaningful way.
So to you, part of the puzzle is nuclear fission, like nuclear reactors as we currently have them, and a lot of people are terrified because of Chernobyl and so on.
Well, I think we should make new reactors. I think it's just like it's a shame that industry kind of ground to a halt.
And just mass hysteria is how you explain the halt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know humans, but that's one of the dangers. That's one of the security threats for nuclear fission is humans seem to be really afraid of it. And that's something we have to incorporate into the calculus of it. So we have to kind of win people over and to show how safe it is.
I worry about that for AI. I think some things are going to go theatrically wrong with AI. I don't know what the percent chance is that I eventually get shot, but it's not zero.
Oh, like we want to stop this.
Maybe.
How do you decrease the theatrical nature of it? You know, I've already starting to hear rumblings, because I do talk to people on both sides of the political spectrum. Hear rumblings where it's going to be politicized. AI is going to be politicized, which really worries me, because it's like maybe the right is against AI and the left is for AI because it's going to help the people, or whatever the narrative and formulation is. That really worries me. And then the theatrical nature of it can be leveraged fully. How do you fight that?
I think it will get caught up in like left versus right wars. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but I think that's just what happens with anything of consequence, unfortunately. What I meant more about theatrical risks is, like, AI is going to have, I believe, tremendously more good consequences than bad ones, but it is going to have bad ones. And there will be some bad ones that are bad but not theatrical. You know, like, a lot more people have died of air pollution than nuclear reactors, for example. But most people worry more about living next to a nuclear reactor than a coal plant. But something about the way we're wired is that although there's many different kinds of risks we have to confront, the ones that make a good climax scene of a movie carry much more weight with us than the ones that are very bad over a long period of time, but on a slow burn.
Well, that's why truth matters, and hopefully AI can help us see the truth of things, to have balance, to understand what are the actual risks, what are the actual dangers of things in the world. What are the pros and cons of the competition in the space and competing with Google, Meta, XAI, and others?
I think I have a pretty straightforward answer to this that maybe I can think of more nuance later, but the pros seem obvious, which is that we get better products and more innovation faster and cheaper, and all the reasons competition is good. And the con is that I think if we're not careful, it could lead to an increase in sort of an arms race that I'm nervous about.
Do you feel the pressure of the arms race, like in some negative content?
Definitely in some ways, for sure. We spend a lot of time talking about the need to prioritize safety, and I've said for a long time that I think if you think of a quadrant of slow timelines to the start of AGI, long timelines, and then a short takeoff or a fast takeoff, I think short timeline, slow takeoff is the safest quadrant and the one I'd most like us to be in. But I do want to make sure we get that slow takeoff.
Part of the problem I have with this kind of slight beef with Elon is that there's silos are created, and that as opposed to collaboration on the safety aspect of all of this, it tends to go into silos and closed. Open source perhaps in the model.
Elon says at least that he cares a great deal about AI safety and is really worried about it, and I assume that he's not going to race unsafely.
Yeah, the collaboration here I think is really beneficial for everybody on that front.
Not really think he's most known for.
Well, he is known for caring about humanity, and humanity benefits from collaboration. And so there's always a tension and incentives and motivations. And, in the end, I do hope humanity prevails.
I was thinking, someone just reminded me the other day about how the day that he got surpassed Jeff Bezos for richest person in the world, he tweeted a silver medal at Jeff Bezos. I hope we have less stuff like that as people start to work on.
I agree.
Towards AGI.
I think Elon is a friend, and he's a beautiful human being, and one of the most important humans ever. That stuff is not good.
The amazing stuff about Elon is amazing, and I super respect him. I think we need him. All of us should be rooting for him and need him to step up as a leader through this next phase.
Yeah, I hope you can have one without the other. But sometimes humans are flawed and complicated and all that kind of stuff.
There's a lot of really great leaders throughout history.
Yeah, and we can each be the best version of ourselves and strive to do so. Let me ask you, Google, with the help of search, has been dominating the past 20 years. I think it's fair to say, in terms of the world's access to information, how we interact and so on. And one of the nerve-wracking things for Google, but for the entirety of people in the space, is thinking about how are people going to access information.
Yeah.
Like you said, people show up to GPT as a
Yeah.
as a starting point. So is OpenAI going to really take on this thing that Google started 20 years ago, which is how do we get?
I find that boring. I mean, if the question is if we can build a better search engine than Google or whatever, then sure, we should like go, you know, like people should use a better product. But I think that would so understate what this can be. You know, Google shows you like 10 blue links, well, like 13 ads and then 10 blue links, and that's like one way to find information. But the thing that's exciting to me is not that we can go build a better copy of Google search, but that maybe there's just some much better way to help people find and act and synthesize information. I think ChatGPT is that for some use cases, and hopefully we'll make it be like that for a lot more use cases. But I don't think it's that interesting to say, like, how do we go do a better job of giving you like 10 ranked web pages to look at than what Google does? Maybe it's really interesting to go say, how do we help you get the answer or the information you need? How do we help create that in some cases, synthesize that in others, or pointing to it in yet others? But a lot of people have tried to just make a better search engine than Google, and it is a hard technical problem. It is a hard branding problem. It's a hard ecosystem problem. I don't think the world needs another copy of Google.
And integrating a chat client like a ChatGPT with a search engine,
That's cooler.
it's cool, but it's tricky. It's like if you just do it simply, it's awkward because like if you just shove it in there,
Yeah.
it can be awkward.
As you might guess, we are interested in how to do that well. That would be an example of a cool thing. That's not just
Like a heterogeneous, like
the
integrating.
intersection of LLMs plus search. I don't think anyone has cracked the code on yet. I would love to go do that. I think that would be cool.
Yeah. What about the ad side? Did you ever consider monetization?
You know, I kind of hate ads just as like an aesthetic choice. I think ads needed to happen on the internet for a bunch of reasons to get it going. But it's a more mature industry. The world is richer now. I like that people pay for ChatGPT and know that the answers they're getting are not influenced by advertisers. I'm sure there's an ad unit that makes sense for LLMs, and I'm sure there's a way to like participate in the transaction stream in an unbiased way that is okay to do. But it's also easy to think about like the dystopic visions of the future where you ask ChatGPT something and it says, oh, here's, you should think about buying this product, or you should think about, this going here for your vacation or whatever. And I don't know, like, we have a very simple business model and I like it. And I know that I'm not the product. Like, I know I'm paying, and that's how the business model works. And when I go use like Twitter or Facebook or Google or any other great product, but ad-supported great product, I don't love that. And I think it gets worse, not better, in a world with AI.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine AI would be better at showing the best kind of version of ads in a dystopic future, but where the ads are for things you actually need. But then, does that system always result in the ads driving the kind of stuff that's shown? All that it's. Yeah, I think it was a really bold move on Wikipedia not to do advertisements, but then it makes it very challenging as a business model. So you're saying the current thing with OpenAI is sustainable from a business perspective?
Well, we have to figure out how to grow. But it looks like we can figure that out. If the question is, do I think we can have a great business that pays for our compute needs without ads, that I think the answer is yes.
Well, that's promising. I also just don't want to completely throw out ads as a.
I'm not saying that. I guess I'm saying I have a bias against them.
Yeah, I have also a bias and just a skepticism in general. And in terms of interface, Because I personally just have like a spiritual dislike of crappy interfaces, which is why AdSense, when it first came out, was a big leap forward versus like animated banners or whatever. But like, it feels like there should be many more leaps forward in advertisement that doesn't interfere with the consumption of the content. It doesn't interfere in a big fundamental way, which is like what you were saying. Like, it will manipulate the truth to suit the advertisers. Let me ask you about safety, but also bias, and like safety in the short term, safety in the long term. The Gemini 1.5 came out recently. There's a lot of drama around it, speaking of theatrical things. And it generated black Nazis and black founding fathers. I think fair to say it was, a bit on the ultra woke side. So that's a concern for people that, if there is a human layer within companies that modifies the safety or the harm caused by a model, that they would introduce a lot of bias that fits sort of an ideological lean within a company. How do you deal with that?
I mean, we work super hard not to do things like that. We've made our own mistakes. We'll make others. I assume Google will learn from this one. Still make others. It is all, like, these are not easy problems. One thing that we've been thinking about more and more is, I think this was a great idea somebody here had, like, it'd be nice to write out what the desired behavior of a model is, make that public, take input on it, say, here's how this model is supposed to behave, and explain the edge cases too. And then when a model is not behaving in a way that we want, it's at least clear about whether that's a bug the company should fix or behaving as intended, and you should debate the policy. And right now, it can sometimes be caught in between. Like, black Nazis, obviously ridiculous, but there are a lot of other kind of subtle things that you can make a judgment call on either way.
Yeah, but sometimes if you write it out and make it public, you can use kind of language that's, the Google's AI principle is a very high level.
That's not what I'm talking about. That doesn't work. Like, I have to say, when you ask it to do thing X, it's supposed to respond in way Y.
So, like, literally, who's better, Trump or Biden? What's the expected response from a model? Like, something like very concrete.
Yeah, I'm open to a lot of ways a model could behave them, but I think you should have to say, here's the principle and here's what it should say in that case.
That would be really nice. That'd be really nice. And then everyone kind of agrees. Because there's this anecdotal data that people pull out all the time. And if there's some clarity about other representative anecdotal examples, you can define.
And then when it's a bug, and the company can fix that.
Right. Then it'd be much easier to deal with a black Nazi type of image generation if there's great examples. Yeah. So San Francisco is a bit of an ideological bubble, tech in general as well. Do you feel the pressure of that within a company, that there's like a lean towards the left politically that affects the product, that affects the teams?
I feel very lucky that we don't have the challenges at OpenAI that I have heard of at a lot of other companies. I think part of it is, like, every company's got some ideological thing. We have one about AGI and belief in that, and it pushes out some others. Like, we are much less caught up in the culture war than I've heard about at a lot of other companies. San Francisco is a mess in all sorts of ways, of course.
So that doesn't infiltrate OpenAI as...
I'm sure it does in all sorts of subtle ways, but not in the obvious. Like, I think we've had our flare-ups for sure, like any company, but I don't think we have anything like what I hear about happen in other companies here.
So on this topic, what in general is the process for the bigger question of safety? How do you provide that layer that protects the model from doing crazy, dangerous things?
I think there will come a point where that's mostly what we think about the whole company. And it won't be like, it's not like you have one safety team. It's like when we shipped GPT-4, that took the whole company thinking about all these different aspects and how they fit together. And I think it's going to take that. More and more of the company thinks about those issues all the time.
That's literally what humans would be thinking about the more powerful AI becomes. So most of the employees at OpenAI will be thinking safety, or at least to some degree.
Broadly defined, yes.
Yeah. I wonder what are the full broad definition of that? Like, what are the different harms that could be caused? Is this like on a technical level, or is this almost like security threats?
It'll be, I was going to say, it'll be people, state actors trying to steal the model. It'll be all of the technical alignment work. It'll be societal impacts, economic impacts. It's not just like we have one team thinking about how to align the model. It's really going to be like getting to the good outcome is going to take the whole.
How hard do you think people, state actors perhaps, are trying to hack? First of all, infiltrate OpenAI, but second of all, like infiltrate unseen.
They're trying.
What kind of accent do they have?
I don't actually want any further details on this one.
Okay. But I presume it'll be more and more and more as time goes on.
That feels reasonable.
Boy, what a dangerous space. What aspect of the leap, and sorry to linger on this, even though you can't quite say details yet, but what aspects of the leap from GPT-4 to GPT-5 are you excited about?
I'm excited about being smarter. And I know that sounds like a glib answer, but I think the really special thing happening is that it's not like it gets better in this one area and worse at others. It's getting like better across the board. That's, I think, super cool.
Yeah, there's this magical moment. I mean, you meet certain people, you hang out with people, and you talk to them. You can't quite put a finger on it, but they kind of get you. It's not intelligence, really. It's like, it's something else. And that's probably how I would characterize the progress of GPT. It's not like, yeah, you can point out, look, you didn't get this or that. It's just to which degree is there's this intellectual connection. To, like, you feel like there's an understanding in your crappy formulated prompts that you're doing, that it grasps the deeper question behind the question that you're. Yeah, I'm also excited by that. I mean, all of us love being understood, heard and understood.
That's for sure.
That's a weird feel. Even like with programming, like when you're programming and you say something, just the completion that GPT might do, it's just such a good feeling when it got you, like what you're thinking about. And I look forward to getting you even better. On the programming front, looking out into the future, how much programming do you think humans will be doing 5-10 years from now?
I mean, a lot, but I think it'll be in a very different shape. Like, maybe some people program entirely in natural language.
Entirely natural language.
I mean, no one programs like writing bytecode. Some people. No one programs with punch cards anymore. Someone who does, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of angry comments though. Yeah, there's very few. I've been looking for people who program Fortran. It's hard to find, even Fortran. I hear you, but that changes the nature of what the skill set or the predisposition for the kind of people we call programmers. Then
changes the skill set. How much it changes the predisposition, I'm not sure.
Oh, same kind of puzzle solving, maybe. That kind of stuff. Yeah, programming is hard. Like how get like that last 1% to close the gap? How hard is that?
Yeah, I think with most other cases, the best practitioners of the craft will use multiple tools, and they'll do some work in natural language, and when they need to go, write C for something, they'll do that.
Will we see humanoid robots or humanoid robot brains from OpenAI at some point?
At some point.
How important is embodied AI to you?
I think it's like sort of depressing if we have AGI and the only way to like get things done in the physical world is like to make a human go do it. So I really hope that as part of this transition, as this phase change, we also get humanoid robots or some sort of physical world robots.
I mean, OpenAI has some history, quite a bit of history working in robotics.
Yeah,
but it hasn't quite like done.
We're like a small company. We have to really focus. And also, robots were hard for the wrong reason at the time. But like, we will return to robots in some way at some point.
That sounds both inspiring and menacing.
Why?
Because immediately we will return to robots. It's kind of like in Terminator.
We will return to work on developing robots. We will not like turn ourselves into robots.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. When do you think you and we as humanity will build AGI?
I used to love to speculate on that question. I have realized since that I think it's like very poorly formed, and that people use extremely different definitions for what AGI is. And so I think it makes more sense to talk about when we'll build systems that can do capability X or Y or Z, rather than, when we kind of like fuzzily cross this 1 mile marker. It's not like AGI is also not an ending. It's much more of it's closer to a beginning, but it's much more a mile marker than either of those things. But what I would say, in the interest of not trying to dodge a question, is I expect that by the end of this decade, and possibly somewhat sooner than that, we will have quite capable systems that we look at and say, wow, that's really remarkable. If we could look at it now, maybe we've adjusted by the time we get there.
Yeah, but if you look at ChatGPT, 3.5, and you show that to Alan Turing, or not even Alan Turing, people in the 90s, they would be like, this is definitely AGI. Well, not definitely, but there's a lot of experts that would say this is AGI.
Yeah, but I don't think 3.5 changed the world. It maybe changed the world's expectations for the future, and that's actually really important. And it did kind of like get more people to take this seriously and put us on this new trajectory, and that's really important too. So again, I don't want to undersell it. I think I could retire after that accomplishment and be pretty happy with my career. But as an artifact, I don't think we're going to look back at that and say that was a threshold that really changed the world itself.
So to you, you're looking for some really major transition in how the world.
For me, that's part of what AGI implies.
Like singularity level transition?
No, definitely not.
But just a major, like the internet being like Google search did, I guess. What was a transition point?
Does the global economy feel any different to you now, or materially different to you now than it did before we launched GPT-4? I think you would say no.
No. It might be just a really nice tool for a lot of people to use. Will help you with a lot of stuff, but doesn't feel different. And you're saying that.
I mean, again, people define AGI all sorts of different ways, so maybe you have a different definition than I do. But for me, I think that should be part of it.
There could be major theatrical moments also. What to you would be an impressive thing AGI would do? Like you are alone in a room with the system.
This is personally important to me. I don't know if this is the right definition. I think when a system can significantly increase the rate of scientific discovery in the world, that's like a huge deal. I believe that most real economic growth comes from scientific and technological progress.
I agree with you. That's why I don't like the skepticism about science in the recent years.
Totally.
But actual rate, like measurable rate of scientific discovery. Like even just seeing a system have really novel intuitions, like scientific intuitions, even that would be just incredible.
Yeah.
You quite possibly would be the person to build the AGI to be able to interact with it before anyone else does. What kind of stuff would you talk about?
I mean, definitely the researchers here will do that before I do. So,
Sure.
But I've actually thought a lot about this question. If I were someone was like, I think this is, as we talked earlier, I think this is a bad framework. But if someone were like, okay, Sam, we're finished. Here's a laptop. This is the AGI. You can go talk to it. I find it surprisingly difficult to say what I would ask, but I would expect that first AGI to be able to answer. Like that first one is not going to be the one which is like, go like, I don't think, like go explain to me like the grand unified theory of physics, the theory of everything for physics. I'd love to ask that question. I'd love to know the answer to that question.
You can ask yes or no questions about, does such a theory exist? Can it exist?
Well, then those are the first questions I would ask.
Yes or no? Just very. And then based on that, are there other alien civilizations out there? Yes or no? What's your intuition? And then you just ask that.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't expect that this first AGI could answer any of those questions, even as yes or no's. But those would, if it could, those would be very high on my list.
Maybe you can start assigning probabilities.
Maybe we need to go invent more technology and measure more things first.
But if it's any AGI, oh, I see. It just doesn't have enough data.
I mean, maybe it says like, you want to know the answer to this question about physics. I need you to like build this machine and make these 5 measurements and tell me that.
Yeah, like what the hell do you want from me? I need the machine first, and I'll help you deal with the data from that machine. Maybe it'll help you build a machine.
Maybe.
And on the mathematical side, maybe prove some things. Are you interested in that side of things too? The formalized exploration of ideas? Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. Do you trust yourself with that much power?
Look, I was gonna. I'll just be very honest with this answer. I was gonna say, and I still believe this, that it is important that I, nor any other one person, have total control over OpenAI or over AGI. And I think you want a robust governance system. I can point out a whole bunch of things about all of our board drama from last year, about how I didn't fight it initially and was just like, yeah, that's, the world of the board, even though I think it's a really bad decision. And then later I clearly did fight it, and I can explain the nuance and why I think it was okay for me to fight it later. But as many people have observed, although the board had the legal ability to fire me, in practice it didn't quite work. And that is its own kind of governance failure. Now, again, I feel like I can completely defend the specifics here, and I think most people would agree with that, but it does make it harder for me to look you in the eye and say, hey, the board can just fire me. I continue to not want supervoting control over OpenAI. I never have, never had it, never wanted it. Even after all this craziness, I still don't want it. I continue to think that no company should be making these decisions, and that we really need governments to put rules of the road in place. And I realize that means people like Mark Andreessen or whatever will claim I'm going for regulatory capture, and I'm just willing to be misunderstood there. It's not true, and I think in the fullness of time it'll get proven out why this is important. But I think I have made plenty of bad decisions for OpenAI along the way, and a lot of good ones, and I am proud of the track record overall. But I don't think any one person should, and I don't think any one person will. I think it's just too big of a thing now, and it's happening throughout society in a good and healthy way. I don't think any one person should be in control of an AGI. That would be, or this whole movement towards AGI. And I don't think that's what's happening.
Thank you for saying that. That was really powerful, and that was really insightful. That this idea that the board can fire you is legally true, but you can, and human beings can manipulate the masses into overriding the board and so on. But I think there's also a much more positive version of that, where the people still have power. So the board can't be too powerful either. There's a balance of power in all of this.
Balance of power is a good thing for sure.
Are you afraid of losing control of the AGI itself? There's a lot of people who worry about existential risk, not because of state actors, not because of security concerns, but because of the AI itself.
That is not my top worry. As I currently see things, there have been times I've worried about that more, than maybe times, again, in the future, that's my top worry. It's not my top worry right now.
What's your intuition about it not being your worry? Because there's a lot of other stuff to worry about, essentially. You think you could be surprised? We,
for sure,
could be surprised.
Saying it's not my top worry doesn't mean I don't think we need. I think we need to work on it super hard. We have great people here who do work on that. I think there's a lot of other things we also have to get right.
To you, it's not super easy to escape the box at this time. Connect to the internet.
We talked about theatrical risks earlier. That's a theatrical risk. That is a thing that can really take over how people think about this problem. And there's a big group of very smart, I think very well-meaning AI safety researchers that got super hung up on this one problem. I'd argue without much progress, but super hung up on this one problem. I'm actually happy that they do that, because I think we do need to think about this more. But I think it pushed out of the space of discourse a lot of the other very significant AI-related risks.
Let me ask you about you tweeting with no capitalization. Is the shift key broken on your keyboard?
Why does anyone care about that?
I deeply care.
But why? I mean, other people ask me about that too.
Yeah.
Any intuition?
I think it's the same reason. There's like this poet's E. Cummings that mostly doesn't use capitalization to say like "fuck you" to the system kind of thing. And I think people are very paranoid because they want you to follow the
You
rules.
think that's what it's about?
I think it's
It's like this guy doesn't follow the rules. He doesn't capitalize his tweets.
Yeah,
This seems really dangerous.
he seems like an anarchist.
Doesn't.
Are you just being poetic, hipster? What's the
I grew up as
follow the rules, Sam?
I grew up as a very online kid. I'd spent a huge amount of time like chatting with people back in the days where you did it on a computer and you could like log off Instant Messenger at some point. And I never capitalized there. As I think most like internet kids didn't. Or maybe they still don't, I don't know. And this is like, now I'm like really trying to reach for something, but I think capitalization has gone down over time. Like if you read like old English writing, they capitalize a lot of random words in the middle of sentences, nouns and stuff that we just don't do anymore. I personally think it's sort of like a dumb construct that we capitalize the letter at the beginning of a sentence and of certain names and whatever, but that's fine. And then I used to, I think, even like capitalize my tweets because I was trying to sound professional or something. I haven't capitalized my like private DMs or whatever in a long time. And then slowly stuff like shorter form, less formal stuff has slowly drifted to like closer and closer to like how I would text my friends. If I pull up a Word document and I'm like writing a strategy memo for the company or something, I always capitalize that. If I'm writing like a long kind of more like formal message, I always use capitalization there too. So I still remember how to do it, but even that may fade out. I don't know. Like well, I never spend time thinking about this, so I don't have like a ready-made.
Well, it's interesting. Well, it's good to first of all know the shift key is not broken.
It
I was
works.
just mostly concerned about your well-being on that front.
I wonder if people like still capitalize their Google searches. Like if you're writing something just to yourself, or their ChatGPT queries. If you're writing something just to yourself, do you still do some people still bother to capitalize?
Probably not. But there's a percentage, but it's a small one.
The thing that would make me do it is if people were like, it's a sign of like, because I'm sure I could like force myself to use capital letters, obviously. If it felt like a sign of respect to people or something, then I could go do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just I don't think about this.
I don't think there's a disrespect, but I think it's just the conventions of civility that have a momentum, and then you realize it's not actually important for civility, and it's not a sign of respect or disrespect. But I think there's a movement of people that just want you to have a philosophy around it so they can let go of this whole capitalization thing.
I don't think anybody else thinks about this as much. I mean, maybe some people. I know
think
some
about
people
this
do.
every day for many hours a day. So I'm really grateful we clarified it.
Can't be the only person that doesn't capitalize tweets.
You're the only CEO of a company that doesn't capitalize tweets.
I don't even think that's true, but maybe.
All right, we'll
I'd be very
investigate further and return to this topic later. Given Thor's ability to generate simulated worlds, let me ask you a pothead question. Does this increase your belief, if you ever had one, that we live in a simulation? Maybe a simulated world generated by an AI system.
Yes, somewhat. I don't think that's like the strongest piece of evidence. I think the fact that we can generate worlds should increase everyone's probability somewhat, or at least openness to it somewhat. But I was like certain we'd be able to do something like Sora at some point. It happened faster than I thought, but I guess that was not a big update.
Yeah, but the fact that, and presumably it'll get better and better and better, the fact that you can generate worlds that are novel, they're based in some aspect of training data, but like when you look at them, they're novel. That makes you think like how easy it is to do this thing, how easy it is to create universes, entire like video game worlds that seem ultra realistic and photorealistic, and then how easy is it to get lost in that world, first with a VR headset and then on the physics-based level.
You said to me recently, I thought it was a super profound insight that there are these like very simple sounding but very psychedelic insights that exist sometimes. So the square root function. Square root of 4, no problem. Square root of 2, okay, now I have to like think about this new kind of number. But once I come up with this easy idea of a square root function that you can kind of like explain to a child and exists by even like looking at some simple geometry, then you can ask the question of what is the square root of -1. And this is why it's like a psychedelic thing, that like tips you into some whole other kind of reality. And you can come up with lots of other examples, but I think this idea that the lowly square root operator can offer such a profound insight and a new realm of knowledge applies in a lot of ways. And I think there are a lot of those operators for why people may think that any version that they like of the simulation hypothesis is maybe more likely than they thought before. But for me, the fact that Sora worked is not in the top 5.
I do think, broadly speaking, AI will serve as those kinds of gateways at its best. Simple, psychedelic-like gateways to another wave C reality.
That seems for certain.
That's pretty exciting. I haven't done ayahuasca before, but I will soon. I'm going to the aforementioned Amazon jungle in a few weeks.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Not the ayahuasca part. That's great, whatever. But I'm going to spend several weeks in the jungle, deep in the jungle. And it's exciting, but it's terrifying because there's a lot of things that can eat you there and kill you and poison you. And but it's also nature, and it's the machine of nature. And you can't help but appreciate the machinery of nature in the Amazon jungle because it's just like this system that just exists and renews itself like every second, every minute, every hour. It's just in the machine. It makes you appreciate like this thing we have here, this human thing came from somewhere. This evolutionary machine has created that, and it's most clearly on display in the jungle. So hopefully I'll make it out alive. If not, this will be the last conversation we had, so I really deeply appreciate it. Do you think, as I mentioned before, there's other alien civilizations out there, intelligent ones? When you look up at the skies,
I deeply want to believe that the answer is yes. I do find that kind of where I find the Fermi paradox very, very puzzling.
I find it scary that intelligence is not good at handling
It's very scary.
powerful technologies. But at the same time, I think I'm pretty confident that there's just a very large number of intelligent alien civilizations out there. It might just be really difficult to travel through space.
Very possible.
And it also makes me think about the nature of intelligence. Maybe we're really blind to what intelligence looks like. Maybe AI will help us see that. It's not as simple as IQ tests and simple puzzle solving. There's something bigger. What gives you hope about the future of humanity? This thing we got going on, this human civilization.
I think the past is like a lot. I mean, if we just look at what humanity has done in a not very long period of time. Huge problems, deep flaws, lots to be super ashamed of, but on the whole, very inspiring. Gives me a lot of hope.
Just the trajectory of it all.
Yeah.
That we're together pushing towards a better future.
It is, one thing that I wonder about is AGI going to be more like some single brain, or is it more like the sort of scaffolding in society between all of us? You have not had a great deal of genetic drift from your great-great-great-grandparents, and yet what you're capable of is dramatically different. What you know is dramatically different, and that's not because of biological change. It is because, I mean, you got a little bit healthier probably, you have modern medicine, you eat better, whatever. But what you have is this scaffolding that we all contributed to, built on top of. No one person is going to go build the iPhone. No one person is going to go discover all of science, and yet you get to use it, and that gives you incredible ability. And so, in some sense, we all created that, and that fills me with hope for the future. That was a very collective thing.
Yeah, we really are standing on the shoulders of giants. You mentioned when we were talking about theatrical, dramatic AI risks that sometimes you might be afraid for your own life. Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
I mean, if I got shot tomorrow and I knew it today, I'd be like, oh, that's sad. I don't, I want to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
What a curious time. What an interesting time. But I would mostly just feel like I'm grateful for my life.
The moments that you did get. Yeah, me too. It's a pretty awesome life. I get to enjoy awesome creations of humans, of which I believe ChatGPT is one of, and everything that OpenAI is doing. Sam, it's really an honor and pleasure to talk to you again.
Great to talk to you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sam Altman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Arthur C. Clarke. It may be that our role on this planet is not to worship God, but to create Him. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47
I
partition
don't
plan.
think you understand politics.
They forced the British to prevent the emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's what they did.
Again,
And they knew that the
was
Jews
Palestine-
were being persecuted in Europe.
was Palestine the only spot of land on earth?
Yes, basically that was
What-
the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate to Europe.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour
By the
Declaration?
late 1930s,
What about the United
weren't happy
States?
to take in Jews, and the Americans
And
weren't happy to take in
why
Jews.
are Palestinians who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for
Because
what
they were-
happened in
they
Europe
were
and
helping
uniquely
to close the
culpable?
only safe haven for Jews.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened. Because there was no options left for those people.
The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house.
What facts?
I'm just
People
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but you
I know
think
you like them
you
sometimes.
got
Only when
the
they
money.
agree with you, though. You've lied about this
Yeah.
in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as Author stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally
Mr.
you can
Varelli,
you can
Mr.
Google it.
Varelli, with all
Mr.
due respect, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
The following is a debate on the topic of Israel and Palestine with Norman Finkelstein, Betty Morris, William Rabbani, and Stephen Bendel.
also known online as Destiny. Norm and Benny are historians. Wayne is a Middle East analyst, and Stephen is a political commentator and streamer. All four have spoken and debated extensively on this topic. The goal for this debate was not for anyone to win or to score points. It wasn't to get views or likes. I never care about those. And I think there are probably much easier ways to get those things if I did care. The goal was to explore, together, the history, present, and future of Israel and Palestine in a free-flowing conversation. No time limits, no rules. There was a lot of tension in the room from the very beginning, and it only got more intense as we went along. And I quickly realized that this very conversation, in a very real human way, was a microcosm of the tensions and distance and perspectives on the topic of Israel and Palestine. For some debates, I will step in and moderate strictly to prevent emotion from boiling. For this, I saw the value in not interfering with the passion of the exchanges, because that emotion in itself spoke volumes. We did talk about the history and the future, but the anger, the frustration, the biting wit, and at times respect and camaraderie were all there. Like I said, we did it in an perhaps all too human way. I will do more debates and conversations on these difficult topics, and I will continue to search for hope in the midst of death and destruction, to search for our common humanity in the midst of division and hate. This thing we have going on, human civilization, the whole of it, is beautiful. And it's worth figuring out how we can help it flourish together. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Wayne Rabbani, and Stephen Fennell. First question is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, for the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today, and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before 1948. I was hoping that Norm could speak first, then Benny, then Lee, and then Norm.
After World War II, the British decided that they didn't want to deal with the Palestine question anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs. It was confronting a very practical problem. There were two national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable differences on fundamental questions, most importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, and associated with the question of immigration, the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee recommended two states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported one state, but they believed that if forced to, the two communities would figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live together. The United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, I understand there's new scholarship in the subject, which I've not read. But so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending two states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now, that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic majority, it's very unclear what it meant to call a state Jewish or call the state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option, two states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable. Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state. But he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine prove to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. And then he wrote in another book, transfer, the euphemism for expulsion, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people try to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting under compulsion, inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course of the first Arab-Israeli war to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that we make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947. Essentially, looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937, 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not all their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, they rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Hussein had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community in Palestine. And this was their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine, led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state which emerged in 48, 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it, hopefully lasting.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add to clarify. The war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus the state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. William, could you speak to 1948 and the historical significance of it?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to limit myself to just a few points. Regarding Zionism and transfer, I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence supremacy and exclusivity. That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not on Palestine, not in Palestine. And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were rising to power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine. As a preeminent Palestinian historian, Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out, the partition resolution, in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the other. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence. The Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product of the partition resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today, for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory that became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of two components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them, it's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent their return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as has been thoroughly researched and written about by Israeli-British historian Avi Schleim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward,
sure.
After Steve, it's going to go longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, do you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I noticed a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side, but they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state too. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. It was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism, that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we could say that transfer or population expulsion or the basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs, because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way, because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan of 47, whether it was the Lausanne peace conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Morris, if you don't mind. I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need to professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from as grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. Very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bunnell.
Okay. Mr. Bunnell referred to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. I'm not going to quarrel. My memory's not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things later. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That was an unusual. If you read Anita Shapiro, you read Shabtai Tevitt, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then in an interview, and I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one, you said removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you were the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that simply does not gel. It does not cohere. It is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations you've said, that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point. First, I'll take up something that Moeen said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No. I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that the transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land in which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land in which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually, of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, an inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47-48. In 47-48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then, and this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agency. Nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority, if there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral, we cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended that the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state to be, should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous American democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1930.
Just to clarify, what you're saying is that 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that a Jewish state requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population was,
if the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
but that, let's say, prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned by Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land. The idea was, we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain, and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state, and that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it Bonnell or
Bonnell? Yeah.
With a B?
Yeah.
Yeah. You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt, which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort, and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that, and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny, because I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps a mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state? Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza Strip and make 200,000 or so people those citizens? But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass transfer, when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expelled them afterwards, or
is that question to me or Norm?
Or to either one. I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, in Professor Morris's terminology, the old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist thinking. It was then Professor Morris who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was,
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
Transfer.
Yes,
Yeah.
transfer is dealt with in
Yeah.
the beginning
Okay.
of my first book on the Palestinian refugee problem.
It's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything.
Okay.
It's central to the
Okay,
Zionist
me.
experiments.
Allow me.
You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there.
Okay.
The idea.
By the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the
That would
full
be
context
fine.
of the.
That-
So, like, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you both here have written, the 3 of you have written on this topic a lot, is we should be careful and just admit, like, that's
Real quick, just to be clear, that the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this,
Okay.
whereas Benny's saying it's a part of the.
I'm not quoting a part. I'm quoting 25 pages where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
It never became policy.
Okay,
policy.
Fine.
Yeah, no,
Fine. Yeah,
it
okay.
wasn't policy.
We're also asked, well, this is true. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact, which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic.
Okay,
No.
let's
Okay.
respond. Look, you've said it a number of times that in the Arabs, from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, then and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that there's some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
Because
Morris.
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff. Even yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victims.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
He's a major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to an idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating
Yeah,
the same thing.
because I have, as I said, Benny, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched. Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
Inevitable and inbuilt.
the idea,
Okay.
let me concede
Fine.
something.
No.
The idea transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked.
Well, that's like we keep bringing up this line from 25 pages and 4 pages. We're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. We can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence does Zionism and ideology have in Israel, like influence, the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today?
The Zionist movement up to 1948, the Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, like Bolshevism held the Soviet Union, gradually faded, and a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and incidentally in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries. and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return, and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 37 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine, and this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer it was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked, trying to destroy essentially the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way, not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield, and this is also what Ben Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right. Well, you know, one of the first books on this issue I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, you know, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, you know, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine. In a moment, he says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere. And Israel Zangwill, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
There is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast
it's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would try and buy out, or buy off, or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe he wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was, but the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to this subject. It's not a central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes. I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben Gurion wanted. Ben Gurion was more of a socialist, Weizmann was more of a liberal Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state, because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary. But it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl, we're talking about over a century ago, and everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes. Just one clarification on Herzl's diary. And the other thing that I recall from those diaries is it was he was very preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
It's not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish community, which formed only a third. Whereas, in fact, if I understood you correctly, you're saying the Palestinians and the Arabs would have rejected any partition resolution.
Yeah,
I think
a couple things. The one, they would have rejected any. Two, a lot of that land given was in the Negev, which was pretty terrible land at the time. And then three, the land that would have been partitioned to Jews, I think would have been, I think I saw it was like 500,000 Arab. It would have been 500,000 Jews, 400,000 Arabs, and I think like 80,000 Bedouin would have been there. So the state would have been divided.
I think you raise a valid point, because I think the Palestinians did reject the partition of their homeland in principle. And I think the fact that the United Nations General Assembly then awarded the majority of their homeland to the Zionist movement only added insult to injury. I mean, one doesn't have to sympathize with the Palestinians to recognize that they have now been a stateless people for 75 years. Can you name any country, yours for example, or yours, that would be prepared to give 55%, 25%, 10% of your country to the Palestinians? Of course not. And so the issue was not the existence of Jews in Palestine. They had been there for centuries. And of course they had ties to Palestine, and particularly to Jerusalem and other places, going back centuries, if not millennia. But the idea of establishing an exclusively Jewish state at the expense of those who are already living there, I think it was right to reject that. And I don't think we can look back now, 75 years later, and say, well, you should have accepted losing 55% of your homeland because you ended up losing 78% of it. And the remaining 22% was occupied in 1967. That's not how things work.
Yeah.
And I can imagine an American rejecting giving 10% of the United States to the Palestinians, and if that rejection leads to war and you lose half your country, I doubt that 50 years from now you're going to say, well, maybe I should have accepted that.
Sure. So I like this answer more than what I usually feel like I'm hearing when it comes to the Palestinian rejection of the 47 petition plan. Because sometimes I feel like a weird switch happens to where the Arabs in the area are actually presented as entirely pragmatic people who are simply doing a calculation and saying like, well, we're losing 55% of our land. Jews are only maybe 1/3 of the people here, and we've got 45, and the math doesn't work basically. But it wasn't a math problem. I think, like you said,
it was a matter of principle.
It was an ideology problem.
No, it was a matter of principle.
Yeah, ideologically driven. That they, as a people, have a right to or are entitled to this land that they've never actually had an independent state on, that they've never had even a guarantee of an independent state on, that they've never actually ruled the government.
That last point is actually not correct, because for all its injustice, the mandate system recognized Palestine as a Class A mandate, which provisionally recognized the independence of that territory.
Of what would emerge from that territory, but
Of
not
that
of the
territory,
Palestinian.
it was provisionally recognized.
But the territory itself was, but not of the Palestinian people to have a right or a guarantee to a government that would
It was
emerge
a British mandate to Palestine, not the British mandate of Israel.
The word exclusive, which you keep using,
Yes.
is nonsense. The state which Ben Gurion envisioned would be a Jewish majority state, as they accepted the 1947 partition resolution, as Stephen said. That included 400,000 plus Arabs in a state which would have 500,000 Jews. So the idea of exclusivity wasn't anywhere in the air at all among the Zionist leaders in 47, 48. They wanted a Jewish majority state, but were willing to accept a state which had 40% Arabs. That's one point. The second thing is the Palestinians may have regarded the land of Palestine as their homeland, but so did the Jews. It was the homeland of the Jews as well. The problem was the Arabs were unable and remain to this day unable to recognize that for the Jews, that is their homeland as well. And the problem then is, how do you share this homeland? Either with one binational state or separate this partition into two states. The problem is that the Arabs have always rejected both of these ideas. The homeland belongs to the Jews, as Jews feel, as much as it does, if not more, than for the Arabs. I would say for the Jews. It's the Jewish people.
I would also,
homeland.
real quick, I just want for both of you guys, because I haven't heard these questions answered. I really want these questions to be, I'm just so curious how to make sense of them. It was correctly brought up that I believe that Ben Gurion had, I think Shlomo Ben-Ami describes it as an obsession with getting validation or support from Western states, Great Britain, and then a couple decades later it becomes
Explains the Suez War.
Yeah, exactly, correct. That was one of the major motivators, the idea to work with Britain and France on a military operation.
Imperial stooge.
But then the question again I go back to, if that is true, if Ben Gurion, if the early Israel saw themselves as a Western fashion nation, how could we possibly imagine that they would have engaged in the transfer of some 400,000 Arabs after accepting the partition plan? Would that not have completely and totally destroyed their legitimacy in the eyes of the entire Western world? Would it not have been? How not?
Well, first of all, I think that Zionist leadership's acceptance of the partition resolution, and I think you may have written about this, that they accepted it because it provided international endorsement of the legitimacy of the principle of Jewish statehood, and they didn't accept the borders, and in fact later expanded the borders. Second of all,
the borders were expanded in war.
They accepted the UN partition resolution, borders and all.
They accepted.
You can say that some of the Zionists, deep in their hearts, had the idea that maybe at some point
including
they
their
would be
most,
able to get more.
including their most senior leaders who said so, and I think you've quoted them.
But they grudgingly accepted what the United Nations, the world community, had said. This is what we're going to get.
And second of all, I mean, removing darker people, it's intrinsic. It's intrinsic. It's intrinsic to Western history. So the idea that Americans or Brits or the French would have an issue with, I mean, the French have been doing it in Algeria for decades. The Americans have been doing it in North America for centuries. So how would Israel forcibly displacing Palestinians somehow besmirch Israel in the eyes of the West?
In the 1944 resolution of the Labour Party, and at the time even Bertrand Russell was a member of the Labour Party, it endorsed transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. As Louise pointed out, that was a deeply entrenched idea in Western thinking, that there was nothing, it doesn't in any way contradict or violate or breach any moral values to displace the Palestinian population. Now, I do believe there's a legitimate question. Had it been the case, as you said, Professor Morris, that the Zionists wanted to create a happy state with a Jewish majority but a large Jewish minority, and if by virtue of immigration, like in our own country, given the current trajectories, non-whites will become the majority population in our United States quite soon. And according to democratic principles, we have to accept that. So if that were the case, I would say maybe there's an argument that had there been mass Jewish immigration, changed the demographic balance in Palestine, and therefore Jews became the majority. You can make an argument in the abstract that the indigenous Arab population should have been accepting of that, just as whites in the United States, quote unquote whites, have to be accepting of the fact that the demographic majority is shifting to non-whites in our own country. But that's not what Zionism was about. I did write my doctoral dissertation on Zionism, and I don't want to get now bogged down in abstract ideas. But as I suspect you know, most theorists of nationalism say there are two kinds of nationalism. One is a nationalism based on citizenship. You become a citizen, you're integral to the country. That's sometimes called political nationalism. And then there's another kind of nationalism, and that says the state should not belong to its citizens. It should belong to an ethnic group. Each ethnic group have its own state. It's usually called the German Romantic idea of nationalism. Zionism is squarely in the German Romantic idea. That was the whole point of Zionism. We don't want to be Bundists and be one more ethnic minority in Russia. We don't want to become citizens and just become a Jewish people in England or France. We want our own state.
Like the Arab state.
No, wait. Before we get to the Arabs, let's stick to the Jews for a moment, or the Zionists. We want our own state, and in that concept of wanting your own state, the minority at best lives on sufferance, and at worst gets expelled. That's the logic of the German Romantic Zionist idea of a state. That's why they're Zionists. Now, I personally have shied away from using the word Zionism ever since I finished my doctoral dissertation, because as I said, I don't believe it's the operative ideology today. It's like talking about Bolshevism and referring to Khrushchev. I doubt Khrushchev could have spelled Bolshevik. But for the period we're talking about, they were Zionists. They were committed to their exclusive state with a minority living on sufferance or at worst expelled. That was their ideology. And I really feel there's a problem with your happy vision of these Western Democrats like Weizmann, and they wanted to live peacefully with the Arabs. Weizmann described the expulsion in 1948 as, quote, the miraculous clearing of the land. That doesn't sound like somebody shedding too many tears at the loss of the indigenous population.
Let me respond to the word unsufferance. The unsufferance I don't agree with. I think that's wrong. The Jewish state came into being in 1948. It had a population which was 20% Arab when it came into being. After Arab refugees, many of them had become refugees, but 20% remained in the country. 20% of Israel's population at inception in 1949 was Arab.
80% went missing.
No. I was talking about what remained in Palestine, Israel, after it was created. The 20% who lived in Israel received citizenship and all the rights of Israelis, except, of course, the right to serve in the army, which they didn't want to. And they have Supreme Court justices, they have Knesset members. They enjoy basically
under emergency laws until 1966
for a period. Sure, they lived under.
So they didn't be.
No. Wait a second. At the beginning, it's not fantasy. At the beginning, they received citizenship, could vote in elections for their own people, and they were put into parliament. But in the first years, the Israeli the Jewish majority suspected that maybe the Arabs would be disloyal because they had just tried to destroy the Jewish state. Then they dropped the military government and they became fully equal citizens. So if the whole idea was they must have a state without Arabs, this didn't happen in 49, and it didn't happen in the
why did you
decades.
say, Professor Morris?
Yes.
Then why did you say without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established?
Because you're missing the first section of that paragraph, which was they were being assaulted by the Arabs. And as a result, a Jewish state could not have come into being unless there had also been an expulsion of the population which was trying to kill them.
Norm, I'm officially forbidding you referencing that again.
I think.
Hold on a second, wait. We responded to it. So the main point you're making, we have to take many of this word, is like there was a war, and that's the reason why he made that statement.
I think just one last point on this. I remember reading your book when it first came out, and reading, one incident after the other, and one example after the other, and then getting to the conclusion where you said the Nakba was a product of war, not design. I think we were, and I remember reacting almost in shock to that I felt you had mobilized overwhelming evidence that it was a product of design, not war. And I think our discussion today very much reflects, let's say, the dissonance between the evidence and the conclusion. You don't feel that the research that you have conducted and published demonstrates that it was in fact inherent and inbuilt and inevitable. And I think the point that Norm and I are making is that your own historical research, together with that of others, indisputably demonstrates that it does. I think that's a fundamental disagreement we're having here.
Can I actually respond to that? Because this is actually, I think this is emblematic of the entire conversation. I watched a lot of Norm's interviews and conversations in preparation for this, and I hear Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't think you understand politics. Did I just say that there is a chasm that separates your ideology from the limits and constraints imposed by politics and reality? Now, Professor Morris, I suspect, would agree that the Zionist movement from fairly early on was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. I am aware of only one major study, probably written 40 years ago, the binational idea in mandatory Palestine by a woman, I forgot her name now. Yeah, okay, but you know the book. Yeah, she is the only one who tried to persuasively argue that the Zionist movement was actually, not formally, actually committed to the binational idea. But most historians of the subject agree the Zionist movement was committed to the idea of a Jewish state. Having written my doctoral dissertation on the topic, I was confirmed in that idea because Professor Chomsky, who was my closest friend for about 40 years, was very committed to the idea that binationalism was the dominant trend in Zionism. I couldn't go with him there. But Professor Morris, you are aware that until the Biltmore Resolution in 1942, the Zionist movement never declared it was for a Jewish state. Why? Because it was politically impossible at the moment until 1942. There is your ideology, there are your convictions, there are your operative plans, and there's also separately what you say in public. The Zionist movement couldn't say in public, we're expelling all the Arabs. They can't say that. And they couldn't even say we support a Jewish state until 1942.
You're conflating two things. The Zionists wanted a Jewish state. Correct. That didn't mean expulsion of the Arabs. It's not the same thing. They wanted a Jewish state with a Jewish majority, but they were willing, as it turned out, both in 37 and in 47, and subsequently, to have an Arab minority, a large Arab minority. They were willing to have a large Arab minority in the country, and they ended up with a large Arab minority in the country. 20% of the population in 49 was Arab, and it's still.
They ended up for about 5 minutes before they were expelled. They agreed to it until 47, and then they were gone by March 1949.
What happened in between the rejection of the partition plan and the expulsion of the Arabs?
The Arabs launched the war.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, it wasn't random. Like, there's a potential that
It wasn't random.
there was.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
It
but
was by design.
You can
It
say
wasn't
that.
random.
You can say that, but in this case, the facts betray you. There was no Arab acceptance of anything that would have allowed for a Jewish state to exist. Number one, and number two, I think that it's entirely possible, given how things happen after war, that this exact same conflict could have played out and an expulsion would have happened without any ideology at play. That there was a people that disagreed on who had territorial rights to a land. There was a massive war afterwards, and then a bunch of their friends invaded after to reinforce the idea that the Jewish people in this case couldn't have a state. There could have been a transfer regardless.
Anything could have been. That's not what history is about.
History is about Palestinian rejection to any peace deal
As I
over
said,
and over and
as
over
I
again.
said, when the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations, they were faced with a practical problem. And I, for one, am not going to try to adjudicate the rights and wrongs from the beginning. I do not believe that if territorial displacement and dispossession was inherent in the Zionist project, I do not believe it can be a legitimate political enterprise. Now, you might say that's speaking from 2022 or 2024 now. Okay, but we have to recognize that from nearly the beginning, for perfectly obvious reasons, having nothing to do with anti-Semitism, anti-Westernism, anti-Europeanism, but because no people that I am aware of would voluntarily cede its country. You can perfectly understand Native American resistance to Euro-colonialism. You can perfectly well understand it without any anti-Europeanism, anti-whiteism, anti-Christianism. They didn't want to cede their country to invaders. That's completely understandable.
You're minimizing the anti-Semitic element.
You minimize
in Arab nationalism.
In all your books, you minimize.
No. Husseini was an anti-Semite. The leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 30s and 40s was an anti-Semite. This was one of the things which drove him, and also drove him in the end to work in Berlin for Hitler for 4 years, with Nazi giving Nazi propaganda to the Arab world, calling on the Arabs to murder the Jews. That's what he did in World War II. That's the leader of the Palestinian Arab national movement.
Why is it?
And he wasn't alone. He wasn't
Professor
alone.
Marks, why is it that if you read your book, Righteous Victims, you can read it and read it and read it and read it, as I have, you will find barely a word about the Arabs being motivated by anti-Semitism.
It exists.
Even I didn't say it doesn't exist.
You agree that it exists.
Hey, I don't know a single non-Jew who doesn't harbor anti-Semitic
We're talking about Arabs now.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. That's just part of the human condition.
Anti-Semitism.
Yes,
Husseini was a ordinary
and among the Arabs.
So, Professor Mars, here's my problem. I didn't see that in your Righteous Victims. Even when you talked about the first Intifada, and you talked about the second Intifada, and you talked about how there was a lot of influence by Hamas, the Islamic movement. You even stated that there was a lot of anti-Semitism in those movements. But then you went on to say, but of course, at bottom, it was about the occupation. It wasn't about I've read it.
Yeah, you're moving from different,
No, I'm not moving.
ages, across the
I'm talking
ages.
about the whole book.
The occupation began in
I
67, the one
I
we're talking about.
I looked for evidence of this anti-Semitism as being a chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. I didn't see it.
You like
Did he make that claim?
I don't remember the word chief.
Yeah.
It's one of the elements.
Very binary.
It's one of the
thinking.
elements.
Binary.
Yes, binary.
Please don't give me this postmodernism binary. You're the
But you
one.
are thinking in terms of
You're
black
the one
and
that
white.
said
You
the
cannot
chief
see that as a
motor.
point.
You have your book
You
here,
talk about
page
black and
137.
you talk in black and white.
Page 37.
You're talking in black and white concepts when history is much grayer. Lots of things happen because of lots of reasons, not one or the other. And you don't seem to see that.
Can I ask you a question? 'Cause it's for them to talk to. That's a very quick question. What do you think the ideal solution was on the Arab side from 47? What would they have preferred? And what would have happened if, and then the second one, what would have happened if Jews would have lost the war in 48? What do you think would have happened to the Israeli population?
Well, I think the Palestinians and the Arabs were explicit that they wanted a unitary, I think, federal state, and they made their submissions to UNSCO. They made their appeals at the UN General Assembly.
What do you mean by unitary and federal? I don't get that. They wanted an Arab state. They wanted Palestine to be an Arab state.
Yes. But I
That's
think
the word unitary, federal. They wanted Palestine
Yes, but
as
I
an
think-
Arab and exclusively Arab state.
it wasn't an exclusively Arab state. I think we have to distinguish between Palestinian and Arab opposition to a Jewish state in Palestine on the one hand, and Palestinian and Arab attitudes to Jewish existence in Palestine. There's a fundamental
Well,
difference.
Husseini, the leader of the movement, said that all the Jews who had come since 1917, and that's the majority of the Jews in Palestine in 1947,
Yes.
shouldn't be there.
Well, he
They
did say
shouldn't be citizens and they shouldn't be there.
he did say that.
I'm not denying it. It's true. I can understand the sentiment, but I think it's wrong.
But also,
I
you guys are the ones. You guys,
I
and
want to
just
answer
because you
your
guys
question.
earlier, because you used the words earlier that it was supremacy and exclusivity that the
Well,
Zionists.
I want to answer your question. As you mentioned, Husseini did say that, and I'm sure there was a very substantial body of Palestinian Arab public opinion that endorsed that. But by the same token, I think a unitary Arab state, as you call it, or a Palestinian state, could have been established with arrangements, with guarantees, to ensure the security and rights of both communities. How that would work in detail had been discussed and proposed, but never resolved. And again, I think Jewish fears about what would
The
have
second
happened.
Holocaust.
Well, no,
That was the Jewish fear. The second
That-
Holocaust.
that may well have been the Jewish fear. It was an unfounded Jewish fear.
It was unfounded.
Of course, it was unfounded.
What about like in 48 and 56?
You really think that the Palestinians, had they won the war, were going to import ovens and crematoria
I don't know,
from
what
Germany?
about that, but there were
no,
programs across in almost every single Arab state where there were Jews living after 48, after 56, after 67. There were always pogroms. There were always flights from Jews from those countries to Israel afterwards. I don't think it would be.
I wouldn't say there were always pogroms in every Arab state. I think there was flight of Arab Jews for multiple reasons. In some cases, for precisely the reasons you say. If you look at the Jewish community in Algeria, for example, their flight had virtually nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict. The issue of Algerian Jews was that the French gave them citizenship during their colonial rule of Algeria, and they increasingly became identified with French rule. And when Algeria became independent, and all the French ended up leaving out of fear or out of disappointment or out of whatever, the Jews were identified as French rather than Algerian.
This is a bit of a red herring. There were pogroms in the Arab countries, in Bahrain even, where there's almost no Jews. There was a pogrom in 1947. There was a pogrom in Aleppo in 1947.
I'm not denying
There were,
any of that.
killings of Jews in Iraq and Egypt in 1948-49.
I'm not denying any.
the Arabs, the Jews basically fled the Arab states not for multiple reasons. They fled because they felt that the governments there and the societies amid which they had lived for hundreds of years no longer want.
Look, without getting into the details, I think we can both agree that ultimately a clear majority of Arab Jews who believe that after having lived in these countries for centuries, if not millennia, came to the unfortunate conclusion that their situation had become untenable. I also think that we can both agree that this had never been an issue prior to Zionism, the emergence of the state of Israel. Look, I'm not.
The Romans didn't begin with Zionism in the Arab world.
The issue is the point I raised, which is whether these communities had ever come to a collective conclusion that their position had become untenable in this part of the world. No, they were Arab Jews.
Well, because untenable meant there was no alternative, but with the creation of Israel, there was an alternative, right? A place where they could go and not be discriminated against or live as second-class citizens or be subject to Arab majority states. I also think it's interesting that, like, when you analyze the plight of Jewish people, and I've seen this, that it wasn't just, I agree with you, it wasn't just a mass expulsion from all the Arab states. There were definitely push factors. There were also pull factors. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the Nakba, but when the analysis of the Nakba comes in, again, it's back to that, well, that was actually just a top-down expulsion. The retreat of wealthy Arab people in the 30s didn't matter. Any of the messaging from the surrounding Arab states didn't matter. It was just an expulsion from Jewish people or people running from their lives from Jewish massacres. Again, it's like I feel like it's a selective critical analysis
of the term Jewish here, because it wasn't the Jews of England or the Soviet.
When I say Jewish, because prior to 48, it's Israeli.
I think we should. I think it's useful to say refer to Zionists before 1948 and Israelis after 48. We don't need to implicate.
Well, sure, but the Jewish people that were being attacked in Arab states weren't Zionists; they were just Jews living there. Right?
Just comment on that. I was rereading Shlomo Ben Ami's last book, and he does at the end discuss at some length the whole issue of the refugee question bearing on the so-called peace process. And on the question of 48 and the Arab emigration, if you allow me, let me just quote him. Israel is particularly fond of the awkwardly false symmetry she makes between the Palestinian refugee crisis and the forced emigration of 600,000 Jews from Arab countries following the creation of the State of Israel, as if it were, quote, an unplanned exchange of populations, unquote. And then Mr. Ben Ami, for those of you who are listening, he was Israel's former foreign minister, and he's an influential historian in his own right. He says, in fact, envoys from the Mossad and the Jewish Agency worked underground in Arab countries and Iran to encourage Jews to go to Israel. More importantly, for many Jews in Arab states, the very possibility of emigrating to Israel was the culmination of millennial aspirations. It represented the consummation of a dream to take part in Israel's resurgence as a nation. So this idea that they were all expelled after 1948, that's one area, Professor Moritz, I defer to expertise. That's one of my credos in life. I don't know the Israeli literature, but as it's been translated in English, there's very little solid scholarship on what happened in 1948 in the Arab countries and which caused the Jews to leave. The Arab Jews, right. But Shlomo Ben Ami knows the literature. He knows the scholarship. He's a historian. Yeah,
from Morocco.
Right. So he knows
this. From Iraq was written on this issue.
And they wrote the Jews in the Arab lands were not pro-Zionist. They weren't Zionists at all. So certainly Avi Shlein's family was anti-Zionist.
And Avi Schlein, when he was interviewed by Meron Rappaport on this question, he said, you simply cannot say that the Iraqi Jews were expelled. It's just not true. And he was speaking as an Iraqi Jew who left with his father and family in 1948.
They were pushed out. They weren't expelled. Well, that's probably the right phrase.
I think it's more complex than that. I think it was. Sorry, I interrupted.
No,
you.
you're not interrupting me because I don't. I only know what's been translated into English, and the English literature on the subject is very small and not scholarly. Now there may be a Hebrew literature. I don't know, but I was surprised that even Shlomo Ben Ami, a stalwart of his state, fair enough, on this particular point, he called it false symmetry.
No, Stephen is right. There was a pull and push mechanism in the departure of the Jews from the Arab lands post 48. But there was also a lot of push.
That's indisputable. There was, and on the point of agreement, on this one brief light of agreement,
Let us wrap up with this topic of history and move on to modern day. But before that, I'm wondering if we could just say a couple of last words on this topic. Steven?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the behaviors of both parties in the time period around 48, or especially 48 and earlier, there's this assumption that there was this huge built-in mechanism of Zionism and that it was going to be inevitable from the inception of the first Zionist thought, I guess, that appeared in Herzl's mind, that there would be a mass violent population transfer of Arab Palestinians out of what would become the Israeli state. I understand that there are some quotes that we can find that maybe seem to possibly support an idea that looks close to that, but I think when you actually consult the record of what happened, when you look at the populations, the massive populations that Israel was willing to accept within what would become their state borders, their nation borders, I just don't think that the historical record agrees with the idea that Zionists would have just never been okay living alongside Arab Palestinians. But when you look at the other side, Arabs would out of hand reject literally any deal that apportioned any amount of that land for any state relating to Jewish people or the Israeli people. I think it was said even on the other end of the table that Arab Palestinians would have never accepted, the Arabs would have never accepted any Jewish state whatsoever. So it's interesting that on the ideology part, where it's claimed that Zionists are people of exclusion and supremacy and expulsion, we can find that in diary entries, but we can find that expressed in very real terms on the Arab side, I think, in all of their behavior around 48 and earlier, where the goal was the destruction of the Israeli state. It would have been the dispossession of many Jewish people, probably would have been the expulsion of a lot of them back to Europe. And I think that very clearly plays out in the difference between the actions of the Arabs versus some diary entries of some Jewish leaders.
Benny?
Well, one thing which stood out, and I think Maureen made this point, is that the Arabs had nothing to do with the Holocaust, but then the world community forced the Arabs to pay the price for the Holocaust. That's the traditional Arab argument. And this is slightly distorting the reality. The Arabs in the 1930s did their utmost to prevent Jewish immigration from Europe and reaching Palestine, which was the only safe haven available, because America, Britain, France, nobody wanted Jews anywhere, and they were being persecuted in Central Europe and eventually would be massacred in large numbers. So the Arab effort to pressure the British to prevent Jews reaching Palestine's safe shores contributed indirectly to the slaughter of many Jews in Europe, because they couldn't get to anywhere and they couldn't get to Palestine because the Arabs were busy attacking Jews in Palestine and attacking the British to make sure they didn't allow Jews to reach this safe haven. That's important. The second thing is, of course, there's no point in belittling the fact that the Palestinian Arab National Movement's leader, Husseini, worked for the Nazis in the 1940s. He got a salary from the German Foreign Ministry. He raised troops among Muslims in Bosnia for the SS, and he broadcast to the Arab world calling for the murder of the Jews in the Middle East. This is what he did. And the Arabs since then have been trying to wipe-off Husseini's role. I'm not saying he was the instigator of the Holocaust, but he helped the Germans along in doing what they were doing, and supported them in doing that. So this can't be removed from the fact that the Arabs, as you say, paid a price for the Holocaust, but they also participated in various ways in helping it happen.
I'll make 2 points. The first is you mentioned Haj Amin al-Husseini and his collaboration with the Nazis. Entirely legitimate point to raise, but I think one can also say definitively, had Haj Amin al-Husseini never existed, the Holocaust would have played out precisely
Certainly.
as it did.
Certainly.
As far as Palestinian opposition to Jewish immigration to Palestine during the 1930s is concerned, it was of a different character than, for example, British and American rejection of Jewish immigration. They just didn't want Jews on their soil.
Objectively, it helped the Germans kill the
In
Jews.
the Palestinian case, their opposition to Jewish immigration was to prevent the transformation of their homeland into a Jewish state that would dispossess them. And I think that's an important distinction to make. The other point I wanted to make is we've spent the past several hours talking about Zionism, transfer, and so on. But I think there's a more fundamental aspect to this, which is that Zionism, I think, would have emerged and disappeared as yet one more utopian political project had it not been for the British. What the preeminent Palestinian historian Walid Khalidi has termed the British shield. Because I think without the British sponsorship, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. The British sponsored Zionism for a very simple reason, which is that during World War I, the Ottoman armies attempted to march on the Suez Canal. Suez Canal was the jugular vein of the British Empire between Europe and India. And the British came to the conclusion that they needed to secure the Suez Canal from any threat. And as the British have done so often in so many places, how do you deal with this? Well, you bring in a foreign minority, implant them amongst a hostile population, and establish a protectorate over them. I don't think a Jewish state in Palestine had been part of British intentions, and the Balfour Declaration very specifically speaks about a Jewish national home in Palestine. In other words, a British protectorate. Things ended up taking a different course, and I think the most important development was World War II, and I think this had maybe less to do with the Holocaust and more to do with the effective bankruptcy of the United Kingdom during that war and its inability to sustain its global empire. It ended up giving up India, ended up giving up Palestine, and it's in that context, I think, that we need to see the emergence of a Jewish state in Palestine. And again, a Jewish state means a state in which the Jewish community enjoys not only a demographic majority, but an uncontestable demographic majority, an uncontestable territorial hegemony, and uncontestable political supremacy. And that is also why, after 1948, the nascent Israeli state confiscated, I believe, up to 90% of lands that had been previously owned by Palestinians who became citizens of Israel. It is why the new Israeli state imposed a military government on its population of Palestinian citizens between 1948 and 1966. It is why the Israeli state effectively reduced the Palestinians living within the Israeli state as citizens of the Israeli state to second-class citizens. On the one hand, promoting Jewish nationalism and Jewish nationalist parties. On the other hand, doing everything within its power to suppress and eliminate Palestinian or Arab nationalist movements. And that's why today there's a consensus among all major human rights organizations that Israel is an apartheid state. The Israeli Human Rights Organization, B'Tselem, describes a regime of Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea.
You're really tempting the response from the other side on the last few sentences. And we'll talk about the claims of apartheid and so on. It's a fascinating discussion. We need to have it. Norm?
On the question of the responsibility of the Palestinian Arabs for the Nazi Holocaust, direct or indirect, I consider that an absurd claim. As Bomiko said, and I quoted him, the entire Western world turned its back on the Jews. To somehow focus on the Palestinians strikes me as completely ridiculous. Number two, as Moeen said, there's a perfectly understandable reason why Palestinian Arabs wouldn't want Jews, because in their minds, and not irrationally, these Jews intended to create a Jewish state which would quite likely have resulted in their expulsion. I'm a very generous person. I've actually taken in a homeless person for 2.5 years. But if I knew in advance that that homeless person was going to try to turn me out of my apartment, I would think 10,000 times before I took him in. Okay? As far as the actual complicity of the Palestinian Arabs, if you look at Raoul Hilberg's 3-volume classic work, The Destruction of the European Jewry, he has in those 1,000+ pages one sentence on the role of the Mufti of Jerusalem. And that, I think, is probably an overstatement, but we'll leave it aside. The only 2 points I would make aside from the Holocaust point is, number one, I do think the transfer discussion is useful because it indicates that there was a rational reason behind the Arab resistance to Jewish or Zionist immigration to Palestine, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. And number two, there are 2 issues. One is the history, and the second is being responsible for your words. Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed 2 to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say. And it is discomforting, disorienting, where you have a person who's produced a voluminous corpus, rich in insights and rich in archival sources, who seems to disown each and every word that you pluck from that corpus by claiming that it's either out of context or it's cherry picking. Words count. And I agree with Lex. Everybody has the right to rescind what they've said in the past. But what you cannot claim is that you didn't say what you said.
I'll stick to the history, not the current propaganda. 1917, the Zionist movement began way before the British supported the Zionist movement for decades. In 1917, the British jumped in and issued the Balfour Declaration supporting the emergence of a Jewish national home in Palestine, which most people understood to mean eventual Jewish statehood in Palestine. Most people understood that in Britain and in Israel, among the Zionists and among the Arabs. But the British declared the Balfour Declaration, or issued the Balfour Declaration, not only because of imperial self-interest. And this is what you're basically saying. They had the imperial interests, a buffer state which would protect the Suez Canal from the east. The British also were motivated by idealism. And this, incidentally, is how Balfour described the reasoning behind issuing the declaration. And he said, the Western world, Western Christendom, owes the Jews a great debt, both for giving the world, the West, if you like, values, social values as embodied in the Bible, social justice and all sorts of other things. And the Christian world owes the Jews because it persecuted them for 2,000 years. This debt we're now beginning to repay with the 1917 declaration favoring Zionism. But it's also worth remembering that the Jews weren't proxies or attached to the British imperial endeavor. They were happy to receive British support in 1917, and then subsequently, when the British ruled Palestine for 20, 30 years, but they weren't part of the British imperial design or mission. They wanted a state for themselves. The Jews, happy to have the British support them, happy today to have the Americans support Israel. But it's not because we're stooges or extensions of American imperial interests. The British, incidentally, are always described in Arab narratives or propaganda as consistent supporters of Zionism. They weren't. The first British rulers in Palestine, 1917, 1920.
Herbert Samuel.
No, before Herbert Samuel. Samuel came in 1920. The British ruled there for 3 years previously, and most of the leaders, the British generals and so on, who were in Palestine, were anti-Zionist. And subsequently, in the 20s and 30s, the British occasionally curbed Zionist immigration to Palestine. In 1939, switched forces and supported the Arab national movement and not Zionism. They turned anti-Zionist and basically said, you Arabs will rule Palestine within the next 10 years. This is what we're giving you by limiting Jewish immigration to Palestine. But the Arabs didn't actually understand what they were being given on a silver platter, Husseini again. And he said, no, we can't accept the British White Paper of May 1939, which had given the Arabs everything they wanted, basically. Self-determination in an Arab majority state. So what I'm saying is the British at some point did support the Zionist enterprise, but at other points were less consistent in this support. And in 1939, until 1948, when they didn't vote even for partition, for Jewish statehood in Palestine in the UN resolution, they didn't support Zionism during the last decade of the mandate. It's worth remembering that.
I'd like to respond to that. I mean, speaking of propaganda, I find it simply impossible to accept that Balfour, who, as British Prime Minister in 1905, was the chief sponsor of the Aliens Act, which was specifically...
He changed his mind.
Which was specifically designed to keep persecuted Eastern European Jews out of the streets of the UK, and who was denounced as an anti-Semite by the entire British Jewish establishment. A decade later, all of a sudden, people change their minds. But when changing of the mind just evidently happens to coincide with the British imperial interest, I think perhaps the transformation is a little more superficial than he's being given credit for. It was clearly a British imperial venture, and if there had been no threat to the Suez Canal during World War I, regardless of what Balfour would have thought about the Jews and their contribution to history and their persecution, there would have been no Balfour.
So real quick, why did the British ever cap immigration then from Jews to that area at all?
Well, we're talking now about
1930s. Sure, but I'm saying that if the whole goal was just to be an imperialist project, like there were terrorist attacks from Jewish.
Yes, but you're talking. I'll answer.
Yeah, the 40s. Yeah,
and we're talking now about 1917, and as I mentioned earlier, I don't think the British had a Jewish state in mind. That's why they used the term Jewish national home. I think what they wanted was a British protectorate, loyal to and dependent upon the British. I think an outstanding review of British policy towards these issues during the mandate has been done by Martin Bunton of the University of Victoria, and he basically makes the argument that once the British realized the mess they were in, certainly by the late 20s, early 30s, they recognized the mess they were in, the irreconcilable differences, and basically pursued a policy of just muddling on, and muddling on in the context of British rule in Palestine, whose overall purpose was to serve for the development of Zionist institutions, Yeshuv's economy, and so on, meant, even if the British were not self-consciously doing this, preparing the groundwork for the eventual establishment of the Jewish state. I don't know if that answers your question.
Except they did turn anti-Zionist in 1939,
yes, of course,
and maintained that Zionist. No, before they were being shot up, but maintained that anti-Zionist posture until 1948.
Okay. And if I may, just also one point. You mentioned Hajamin and Hosseini during entirely legitimate. But what I would also point out is that you had a Zionist organization, the Lehi,
300 people.
300 people, one of whom happened to become an Israeli prime minister, an Israeli foreign minister, a speaker of Israeli parliament. Yitzhak Shamir, proposing an alliance with Nazi Germany in 1941.
Shamir?
Well, no, the Lehi proposed.
Some people in the Lehi proposed.
Of which Shamir was a prominent
this is
leader.
a red herring also.
No. Well, if he's a red herring,
The Lehi was
it is a red whale. I'm sorry.
The Lehi was an unimportant organization in the Yishuv. 300 people versus 30,000 belonged to the Haganah. So it was not a very important organization. It's true, before the Holocaust actually began, they wanted allies against the British where they could
We're
find
talking
them.
1941 here, not 1931.
1940.
41 for what I recall.
1940. They approached the German emissary in Istanbul or something.
Yes.
Istanbul.
And if I may, proposed an alliance with Nazi Germany on what the Lehi described as on the basis of shared ideological principles. Well, they said they did.
No, they reviled.
Why are you doing this?
The Lefties were reviled
You
by the
know the
majority.
state, but you know that you know what the statement said on the basis of a shared ideology. Why do you say no?
Do you think
You
that the
could just-
Lefties, like the
when you
Lefties
say-
people were Nazis? That they're saying.
They said
you
they
say
did.
that.
said.
No, you saying that. Forget statements. You like to quote things, but
I
were
would like to quote
they
things
Nazis?
called facts.
Were the Lefty Nazis? That's what I'm asking.
What did he
Some of them
just say?
supported Stalin.
Did he say that the
incidentally.
basis of the pact was their agreement on ideology?
There wasn't any pact. They suggested.
I
They
said,
proposed an
wasn't it
agreement.
right? And what did the agreement say?
They wanted arms against the British. That's what they
did the
wanted.
Yeah, well, that's what Hajamin al-Husseini wanted also. That's what
No, but
others
they
in
didn't.
India
The Lefty people didn't work in Berlin helping the Nazi regime.
is what the IRA wanted
No,
also.
but this is what Husseini did. You know that he was an anti-Semite. You've probably read some of his works.
Yeah.
He wasn't just anti-British.
Yes, and
he was also anti-Semitic.
And
They had a common ground with Hitler.
I think
Simple as that.
we can agree.
Not every anti-Semite is a Hitler.
I think we can.
that part.
He literally worked with the Nazis to recruit people. He wasn't just
Yes,
a guy
and he
posting
was
or
an absolutely revolting, disgusting human being.
This I'm
I
happy to
have
hear.
no.
But the
If
problem
you
is you're
think
saying
I
that Husseini
don't
was his
believe
influence.
that.
You're saying the Mufti
But
was.
I don't even understand of all the crimes he wanted to ascribe to the Palestinian people, trying to blame them directly, indirectly, or indirectly 3 times removed for the Nazi Holocaust is completely lunatic.
Hold on. Wait, he's not blaming them for the Holocaust. He's saying that from the perspective. No. He's saying that from the perspective of Jews in the region, Palestinians would have been part of the region. That's
You've not read
exactly
him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You don't understand
you've
him.
read
He's
Ricky
right
P-
here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr.
I'm going to
Borelli.
believe the guy that
You
wrote the
read
stuff.
what Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you don't
read
even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew. You call yourself an Israeli historian.
I
We're all here on
just-
different grounds.
I just want, if I
reality
could
is-
just respond.
Well, no. I'm just saying that there were two tricks. That's fine. There were 2 tricks that are being played here that I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Lehi was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because of a shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait. No. It's about what you said. You brought that up to imply that Zionism must be inexorably linked to.
I'm
you're
sorry.
not-
No,
hold
you're
on.
putting words in my mouth.
Okay, wait. Well, then what was the purpose of saying that the Lehi claimed that the Lehi, who were
The
a
reason I
small
brought
group
it
of
up-
people that were reviled by many in Israel,
Not many, by everybody
But yeah.
practically.
Well,
They were
compare
called
that-
terrorists.
so
The
reviled.
Zionist movement called them terrorists.
Yes,
and
hunted them.
And Shamir called himself a terrorist. They were so irrelevant that their leader ended up being kicked upstairs to the leader of the Israeli parliament,
That's Israeli
to the
politics 60
Israeli
years hence.
to Israeli foreign minister.
and Begin
And-
was also.
Yes, you want to characterize him as irrelevant as well? Go ahead.
No. Characterism is relevant or irrelevant based on what happens decades later. The timeline matters.
Well,
The question is, what is the point of saying that the Lehi tried to forge an
why
alliance?
is
relevant is bringing up the Mufti of Jerusalem and trying to blame the Holocaust
The Mufti was the leader of the Palestine Arab National
And he had
Movement.
about as
The
much-
Lehi was 300
and he had
people.
as much to do with the Nazi Holocaust as I did.
No, he recruited people for the SS. How can you get away from that?
No, he recruited
People for the
soldiers.
SS.
He recruited soldiers in the Balkans, mostly Kosovars, which was disgusting. I have no doubt about that. But he had one. He got one
Say, don't
sentence.
let the Jews out.
I do
No,
know.
can I say- can I say-
Bulgarian foreign minister, Italian foreign minister received letters from Husseini during the Holocaust. During the Holocaust, don't let the Jews out. Don't let the Jews out. I'm not saying he was a major
He
architect
wasn't
of the
even
Holocaust.
minor.
But if
One
we're agreed,
sentence.
if we're agreed that Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Mufti of Jerusalem, collaborated with the Nazis during World War II and actively sought their sponsorship, why is it irrelevant? He probably wanted a lot of things. Okay. If that's relevant, why is it irrelevant that a prime minister of Israel?
Not prime minister. In 1941, he wasn't prime minister of Israel. He was a leader of a very small terrorist group.
So do you consider it?
Denounced as terrorist
Do
by
you
the
consider
mainstream
it?
of Zionism.
Do you consider it irrelevant that many years ago Mahmoud Abbas wrote a doctoral thesis, which is basically
Something
tantamount?
about Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay, but
I didn't bring it up. You're the one who's bringing
yes,
it up.
but
You
you
wrote
consider
things
that
belittling
relevant.
the Holocaust. That's what you're saying. The president of the Palestinian National Authority belittled the Holocaust, said it
I
didn't
think
happen,
that's-
or only a few Jews
I think
died.
that's a fair characterization of.
But I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, then why is Shamir's antecedents irrelevant?
He was a terrorist leader of a very small marginal group.
Who
Hajj
became
Amin al-Husseini
Israel?
was the head of the movement at the time.
Also, the point of bringing up
There's no
Husseini,
comparison.
I think
There's
the point
no
of- wait, the point of bringing up Husseini stuff wasn't to say that he was a great further of the Holocaust. It's that he might have been a great further in the prevention of Jews fleeing to go to Palestine to escape the
Yes, but the
Holocaust.
point
that
I
was the
make-
that was the point.
That, and I explained why I think that's not an entirely accurate characterization. But and then I wanted to make another point. If it's legitimate to bring up his role during World War II, why is it illegitimate to bring up a man who would become Israel's Speaker of Parliament, Foreign
40 years
Minister?
hence, 40
And
years
yes,
hence.
why is it? And also,
He was a young
and
terrorist.
was also responsible for the murder of the United Nations' first international envoy, Bernadatti, Foki Bernadatti. Why is all that irrelevant?
I don't think anybody.
I don't
particularly-
understand.
I think that the reason why he was brought up was because Jewish people in this time period would have viewed it as there was a prevention of Jews leaving Europe because of the Palestinians pressured the British to put a curb at 75,000
Yeah,
immigration
but-
limit. Yes, but it's not about them furthering the Holocaust or being an architect, major, minor play in the Holocaust.
Well,
But he
actually,
was a major play in that region. So if
but
you want to bring
actually,
up
Benny Morris made the specific claim that the Palestinians played an indirect role in the Holocaust.
the indirect role would have been the prevention of people escaping from
Yes,
Europe to
and my
Palestine.
response to that is, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. But second of
How
all,
can you disagree with that? They forced the British to prevent emigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's what
again,
they did.
was
And they knew that the
was
Jews were
Palestine-
being persecuted in Europe.
was
at the time.
Palestine the only spot of land on
Basically,
earth?
Yes, basically that was
What-
the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour
By the
Declaration?
late 1930s,
What
they
about
weren't-
the United
weren't happy
States?
to take in Jews, and the Americans
And
weren't happy to take
why
in Jews.
are Palestinians who were not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow uniquely responsible for
Because
what
they were-
happened in
they
Europe
were
and
helping
uniquely
to close the
culpable?
only safe haven for Jews. That's
Oh,
all.
really? The United States wasn't a potential safe haven. The only one was Palestine.
At the
The
time.
United States had no room
No,
from
it
the
did have
Atlantic
room.
to
It
Pacific
did have
for
room.
Jews.
It did have room, but it did
So
not
that
use.
wasn't the
But it did
only
not
safe
use.
haven.
This is
But
something
shouldn't you be focusing your
America
outrage?
should be blamed for not letting Jews in during the
They
30s
are
and
blamed,
40s.
but nobody blames them for the Holocaust.
Well,
They
indirectly.
were- no, I've
indirectly.
never heard it said that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was indirectly responsible for the Holocaust. I never heard that. Now, maybe it's in Israeli literature because the Israelis have gone mad. Your prime minister said the whole idea of the gas chambers came from the Mufti of Jerusalem.
That's
So,
nonsense.
yeah, but
We all know
said
that's
it.
nonsense.
But we also know that Netanyahu said it.
Netanyahu says so many things which are
And he
absurd
happens to
or
be the
simple
prime
lies.
minister's longest
I cannot
serving
be
prime
responsible
minister of
for them.
Israel.
I can't be responsible.
You're not
for them.
responsible for them, but it is relevant that he's the longest serving prime minister of Israel.
Unfortunately,
And-
he says
and
something
that-
about the Israeli public.
Yes, and he gets elected not despite saying such things, but because he says
His
such
voters don't care about Hajj Husseini or Hitler. They know nothing about his
They will
voters.
be right.
His base know nothing about anything, and he can say what he likes, and they'll say yes, so they don't care if he says these things.
You may well be right, but anyway, not to beat a dead horse, but I still don't understand. I'll just conclude by saying I don't understand why the Mufti of Jerusalem is relevant.
He is relevant.
But
The head of the
Yishak
national
Shamir is
Palestinian,
not.
because Shamir wasn't the head of the national movement. He represented 100 or 200 or 300 gunmen who were considered terrorists by the Zionist movement at the time. The fact that 30 years later he becomes prime minister, that's the crux of history.
And his
Hajj
history.
Husseini was the head of the Palestine Arab National Movement at the time.
Anyway,
What can you do?
I think we're speaking past each other.
We're
so
not.
I'll leave it
I'm
there.
talking facts.
Let's move to the modern day, and we'll return to history, maybe 67 and other important moments. But let's look to today, in the recent months, October 7th. Let me ask sort of a pointed question. Was October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel genocidal? Was it an act of ethnic cleansing? Just so we lay out the moral calculus that we are engaged in.
The problem with October 7th is this. The Hamas fighters who invaded southern Israel were ordered to murder, rape, and do all the nasty things that they did. And they killed some 1,200 Israelis that day and abducted, as we know, something like 250 mostly civilians, also some soldiers, and took them back to Gaza, dungeons in Gaza. But they were motivated not just by the words of their current leader in the Gaza Strip, but by their ideology, which is embedded in their charter from 1988, if I remember correctly. And that charter is genocidal. It says that the Jews must be eradicated, basically, from the land of Israel, from Palestine. The Jews are described there as sons of apes and pigs. The Jews are a base people, killers of prophets, and they should not exist in Palestine. It doesn't say that they necessarily should be murdered all around the world, the Hamas Charter, but certainly the Jews should be eliminated from Palestine. And this is the driving ideology behind the massacre of the Jews on October 7th, which brought down on the Gaza Strip, and I think with the intention by the Hamas of the Israeli counteroffensive, because they knew that counteroffensive would result in many Palestinian dead, because the Hamas fighters and their weaponry and so on were embedded in the population in Gaza, and they hoped to benefit from this in the eyes of world public opinion as Israel chased these Hamas people and their ammunition dumps and so on, and killed lots of Palestinian civilians in the process. All of this was understood by Sinwar, by the head of the Hamas, and he strived for that. But initially, he wanted to kill as many Jews as he could in the border areas around the Gaza Strip.
I'll respond directly to the points you made, and then I'll leave it to Norm to bring in the historical context. That Hamas charter is from the 90s, I think.
1988.
1988, so it's from the 80s. I think your characterization of that charter as anti-Semitic is indisputable. I think your characterization of that charter as genocidal is off the mark. And more importantly, that charter has been superseded by a new charter. In fact, has been, well, there is
no new charter.
There is
an explanation, a statement.
2018,
2018, supposedly clarifying things which are in the charter, but it doesn't actually step back from what the charter says. Eliminate Israel, eliminate the Jews from the land of Israel.
In 2018, the Hamas charter, we look at the current version of the charter.
It's not called a
Whether
charter.
whether
You're calling it a charter. It wasn't.
it
The only
makes
thing called the charter is what was issued in 1988 by Yassin himself.
anyway, it makes a clear distinction between Jews and Zionists in 2018. Now you can choose to dismiss it, believe it. It's sincere, it's insincere, whatever.
Insincere is probably the right word.
Secondly, I'm really unfamiliar with fighters who consult these kinds of documents before they go on.
In the kindergarten, they're told kill the Jews. They practice with make-believe guns and uniforms when they're 5 years old in the kindergartens of the Hamas.
At the instruction of the Commissioner General of UNRWA, right?
I didn't say that. I said the Hamas has kindergartens and summer camps in which they train to kill Jews. Children.
Secondly, you keep saying Jews, to which I would respond.
They use the word Jews.
To which I would respond that Hamas does not have a record of deliberately targeting Jews who are not Israelis, and in fact, it also doesn't have a record of deliberately targeting either Jews or Israelis outside Israel and Palestine. So all this talk of
unlike the Hezbollah, which has targeted,
well, we're talking about
Jews outside.
We're talking about
Palestine.
We're talking about October 7th and Hamas. If you'd also like to speak about Hezbollah, let's get to that separately, if you don't mind. So again, genocidal. Well, if that term is going to be discussed, my first response would be, let's talk about potentially genocidal actions against Israelis rather than against Jews, for the reasons that I just mentioned. And again, I find this constant conflation of Jews, Israelism to be a bit disturbing. Secondly, I think there are quite a few indications in the factual record that raise serious questions about the accusations of the genocidal intent and genocidal practice of what happened on October 7th. And my final point would be, I don't think I should take your word for it. I don't think you should take my word for it. I think what we need here is a proper, independent, international investigation. And the reason we need that of genocide during this conflict, whether by Palestinians on October 7th or Israel thereafter, the reason that we need such an investigation is because there won't be any hearings on what Hamas did on October 7th at the International Court of Justice, because the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide deals only with states and not with movements. I think the International Criminal Court, and specifically its current prosecutor, Karim Khan, lacks any and all credibility. He's been an absolute failure at his job. He's just been sitting on his backside for years on this file. And I think I would point out that Hamas has called for independent investigations of all these allegations. Israel has categorically rejected any international investigation, of course, fully supported by the United States. And I think what is required is to have credible investigations of these things, because I don't think you're going to convince me. I don't think I'm going to convince you. And this is two people sitting across the table from each other.
No, there's certain things you don't even have to investigate. You know how many citizens, civilians died in the October 7th assault.
Yes, but that's not.
You know that there are lots of allegations of rape. I don't know how persuaded you are of those. They did find bodies without heads.
There were no beheadings.
Islamic. There were some beheadings apparently.
The Israelis didn't even claim that in the document they submitted before the ICJ. Go read what your government submitted. It never mentioned beheadings.
Well, as far as I know, there were some people who were beheaded, but
we could bring it up right now.
You also deny that there were rapes there.
I didn't deny. I said I've not seen convincing evidence that confirms it. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it today, 4.5 months later.
Do you know that they killed 800 or 900 civilians in their assault?
Absolutely, that seems to me indisputable.
Oh, okay. Well,
yes. I've said that from day one.
Well, to be clear, you haven't. You did a debate. I don't remember the talk show, but you seemed to imply that there was a lot of crossfire, and then it might have been the IDF. That
I
killed a lot of.
said that there is no question because the names were published in Haaretz. There is no question that roughly of the 1,200 people killed, 800 of them were civilians. I see 850 fines. So I never said that, but then I said, no, we don't know exactly how they were killed. But 800 civilians killed, no, 850, no question there. And I also said on repeated occasions, there cannot be any doubt, in my opinion, as of now, with the available evidence, that Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities, and I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think that the
It's nothing
850?
tricky, it's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth. I am very careful about qualifying because that's what
Then let me just
language
ask
is about.
That's great. Then let me just ask a clarifying question. Do you firmly believe that the majority of the 850 civilians were killed by Hamas?
My view is, even if it were half, 400 is a huge number by any reckoning. It's
Okay, wait, you didn't.
I said
wait,
even
wait,
if
wait,
because Benny, because Professor Morris, I don't know. I agree with Mouin Rabbani. I'm not sure if he concedes the 400. I'll say because I have right as I said.
Well,
because
by Hamas.
if I don't know,
individuals were killed in the Israeli
I don't know.
You're saying from
Professor
day one
Morris,
you believe this
Professor-
particular thing, and you
Professor
clearly
Morris,
don't. You clearly
I
don't
said
believe this
from
thing. You don't.
day one,
You said
no,
people died. That's not
No.
controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may,
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell, I attach value to words.
You already said that.
When
You
I
value them.
when
Stop
I
repeating
was
so
yes,
much.
Mr. Bonnell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Pierce Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed atrocities
I've heard this.
on
Yes.
October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do
I
that.
didn't ask you to
But
pin
I
down
may-
a number. You can listen to
You
what I'm
didn't
saying.
ask me.
No, my question is, I'll ask a very precise
Sorry.
question.
Excuse me.
It's
If
a
I-
very easy
If I
question.
understood your question correctly,
My question is, do you think the majority of the people that were killed on
Yes.
October 7th, civilians, were killed by Hamas,
Yes.
or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds,
no,
400 or 500?
no, but
crossfire?
let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 800, 850. We know that Hamas is responsible probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We also know.
We're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and Hamas. That's
Well,
splitting
the
hairs
question
now.
was specifically
No, but he means
No, it's not.
the raiders.
I-
He means the
I'm
raiders.
speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. You prefer Norm or Professor Strickelstein, or what do you? I don't know what you're. How do you?
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, the
because it's-
conspiracy theory is the idea that the IDF killed the majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then there's also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know
So
why?
when you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were
Well,
killed.
do you know
by
why
the
the
IDF.
number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things.
Yeah,
Some of the bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they just ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, the Jews, were burnt to a crisp. And it took them time to work this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200
and the
dead
reason
Israelis.
is that a proportion of Israeli civilians killed on October 7th, I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question is referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how
No, I don't
many
mean
were.
specifically Hamas.
Okay.
But I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
So the numbers here and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance from acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate.
And the attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
There's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians?
No, that's not what I said.
Understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly
Whole
legitimate.
families were slaughtered in kibbutz.
But I'm making
Many of them left-wingers, incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again.
Even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in
again,
Israeli.
I'm making a
But you don't
distinction
seem
here.
to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I don't
I'm
do
talking about
selective
specific
outrage.
condemnation of this specific
Well, you know
assault
what
on
it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes.
I would condemn them, but you're not doing that with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is? I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every, and has been for the
I'm
last
telling
decades.
you about a personal experience lasting decades.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm trying to what you just said.
I shouldn't have said anything at any point.
You just said,
Uh-oh.
Professor Morris,
Yes.
you just said, I would condemn
And I have
anytime
condemned.
Israel deliberately attacks civilians,
Yes.
okay? The problem, Professor Morris, is over and over again, you claim in the face of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said
Really?
Israel has attacked civilians. In
Professor Morris.
Kibya, Israel attacked
Right,
civilians.
Professor
And I've written
Morris.
extensively
Okay,
about
I
it.
know that.
In Kafr Qasim, they killed
Yes.
civilians. And
And now let's
So you're just selecting
Okay.
as
Yeah.
Cherry pick.
If I were you,
You cherry pick.
let's fast forward when you were an adult. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me. Okay. So it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that,
Yeah, allow me.
you bring
That's
up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there's just ways to act within a war. And these two things principally do have a distinction from one another. However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe, if we look at their actions in war or the statements that they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The
Like
point.
taking land
No,
back.
the point I was making was what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities.
Mhm.
And as far as let's say, the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said, I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted Israeli civilians or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as, by definition, illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
Condemning your side. Yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage, and I have a problem with selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen, I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. I'm exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do. And just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right? I don't think there's any condemnation.
No, but now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
Well, I think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out a million times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions, you've got Amnesty International, you've got multiple bodies of the UN, you've got now this case for the ICJ, so there's no question of if there's condemnation for
But
Israel.
sorry if I can interrupt you. In 1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state. The entire
No,
world.
except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
Not the entire world.
okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also, just my
Western
quick question.
democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My
That's
quick
what
question
you're
was: you said that you believe that this is a very short one. You don't have to. It's just you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamist whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I would think there's a maybe there.
Okay, you think they absolutely had a just cause for war. Do you think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right. You can say your thought.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Louine, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Louine. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on
when they occurred. Yeah.
And I would say that's true for the period up till 1967, and I think it's accurate, your account of the first Intifada. There, it seems to me you were in conformity with most mainstream accounts. And in the case of the First Intifada, you also used, surprisingly, you used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq, which I think we worked for during the First Intifada. That's true. But then something very strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange that happened. The Arabs were taking
Okay, wait.
peace offers.
Let,
That's what happened.
well,
By accepting the Oslo.
yeah.
By rejecting peace by Camp David
Okay.
and Camp
If we have time, I know the record very well. I'd be very happy to go through it with you. But let's get to those double standards. So, this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides, and took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. He then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Morris quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon war. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon war. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon war in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians. The biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide. Biggest bloodletting, I would say, I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, the luminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember, because I think you served in Lebanon in 82, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept the war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, the war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses. Destruction and death are continuous. Does that sound like your description of the Lebanon war?
Forget my description.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making.
are in print. We can't
Let me
forget them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking about
Don't
you,
find that.
Mr. Morris. I'm not talking about Deb I'm talking about you, the historian. How did you depict the Lebanon war?
I believe that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian act.
So,
As I think they
all the accounts by Robert Fisk and Pity the Nation. Yeah, I know. All that. I know.
As always.
Right. So that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on civilians. Because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say it.
Yeah, you didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is so shocking, it makes my innards rise. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of defensive shield,
When the
they
Arab
are
bombing,
worse.
when
They
Arab
are
suicide
worse than
bombers, when
apologetics.
Arab suicide
That's like the
bombers were
Stalinist
destroying
form of falsification.
Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the second Intifada. You remember that?
You could try
Suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses and
I am
restaurants.
completely aware of that. But
You will.
but if you forgot the numbers, it was 3-1. The
They
number.
killed
Yeah,
mostly armed
no,
Palestinian
I know
government.
that's what you say
That's
in
what
your
I
book,
say. That's
but
what I
that's not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch
don't
said.
remember what
That's
they
not.
said.
I do.
No,
That's not what
I
that
don't know
fellow
whether their
said.
figures are right.
Listen,
My figures are right.
listen.
In the second
Professor
Intifada,
Morris.
some
Professor
4,000
Morris.
Palestinians were
Professor
killed.
Morris.
Most of them were armed people, and the Israelis,
That's a
thousands of
complete.
Israelis were killed. Almost all of them
No,
were civilians.
Professor Marvis, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with here. Here's a simple challenge. They're not going to look at the camera. I'm scared of the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are doing
No, Professor Marvis. Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge. Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me in print and show where I cherry picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article.
And then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not sure we will agree, even if
We don't have to agree. It's for the reader to decide, looking at both sides, where this truth stands.
No, and if I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible.